picture of the Earth looking at a distance. Okay, the very same method that I told you about how to verify something is the same method you should use for everything. Like when somebody tells you something, you can ask them, "How did you verify it?" Prove it. Those two words are very powerful because when you say that, the onus is on the person who presented their information, the claim. They're going to have to be able to present it to you as in true knowledge. So if I say, okay, you're presenting a map or a model of the earth, whether it be a globe, concave, convex, I don't care. How can I verify that that is the reality in which I am in right now? And they have to give you an answer. If not, it's just a speculation that they have. So that being
Right.
said, that being said, any image of flat earth that gets put in front of your eyes, you can ask the person showing that to you, how do you know that's what the earth looks like in its entirety? And I'm giving this like little tidbit or this secret to you because a lot of times newer flat earthers don't know about this. They get bamboozled because they heard some other flat earthers talking about like these round maps, like these AE maps. Like that's the true nature of the earth. And then when you question them, how do they know? They come up with, well, that's just what it has to be. No, that's not good enough because globe earthers do the same thing. So I'm teaching you guys with a critical thinking mind, any information that passes your eyes or your ears, you have to always ask, how did you verify this? Prove it.
Okay, thank you. I my other question is
Yeah.
how can it be explainable that on the that we can see the moon, the sun, Venus sometimes as round,
Hmm.
but like how is it that those happen to be round but not the the Earth?
Yeah, I hear you. Um,
Like
well, one
those
thing I
things
would,
come to be came to
yeah,
be.
one thing I would say is that the idea of the Earth flying around in a ever expanding cosmology is still in your mind. It still has a hold of your mind, and through everything you're trying to filter, your knowledge is filtering through that. You're using that idea or the cosmology to say like, well, I'm living in an ever expanding cosmology in a solar system, so how can I not see that that orb that I see in the sky the same as the one I'm standing on? Well, the thinking always is, the underlying premise is that you're inside of a solar system, inside of a galaxy, inside of an ever expanding cosmos. So that
Hmm.
idea is already faulty because if I was to ask you, how do you know you're in any of all that? You would say, well, I don't know. So therefore, if you get back to your question, which you just asked, how do you know that we're not like those things? I would say to you, have you ever seen this place that we're on looking like those things up there?
I mean, the reason why I ask is, wait, what? Did you ask me a question?
Yeah, yeah. Like that's a question so you
Oh,
can think about, right? How can you know that the things in the sky that you see in the sky are exactly what you're
hmm.
standing on?
I don't know. That's why I asked the
Right.
question.
Well, no, no, I'm telling you, like that's the reasoning behind this. The reasoning behind it is like when asked the
That I
question,
cannot
right?
know without seeing.
Right, right, exactly. You-
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening. Yeah, chickadee chick of the microphone 1, 2. I'm trying to something going on here. There's some action going on in the politics Discord, but in the meantime, I am trying to find a video that's going to help us along till we get some live content. What's this one? Ooh, that one looks pretty good. Shout out to Teos UK. He's been recording some videos from this server and from politics, putting out some really good content. Ooh, what's this? That looks pretty good. Let's try that. Oh, no, not that one. That one has me on it. Let's see what else we got here. No. Let's go back to this one.
Welcome to 24/7
geometric Earth curve, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Then, in your belief system, then the light must be bent.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Here we go, guys. You guys ready for some... What the hell just happened? F5 for a refresh.
Hope is true, which all these presuppositions are based on.
God,
Like,
man.
all you gotta do, in your paradigm, if you can see.
Let's go to the... Let's see if this works. Oh, here we go.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord
Ladies
channel.
and gentlemen, a
Be sure
couple
to
of
go
hours
to VCG check-in
of
1 to get
some
your VC
badass
verification tags
Flat
to get
Earth
involved in the
content.
conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though. Enemy spotted.
Yep.
Spot
Get
So's
yourself
match for
verified
1,000
if you want to
miles.
get involved. Right here
Yeah,
in
she's been responding
24/7
to stuff
Flat
saying
Earth
that she can hear us
Discord.
for sure, but
Sid, I'm gonna kick you from the call. Why don't you read? People up. Pazza. Holy.
I've been on the moon.
Well, space weed. Something, man. Being on a
It's an
rainbow.
idea in our minds.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Unless you're a leprechaun, or you're a leprechaun. I've checked my lineage for Irish.
leprechauns here on 24/7 Flat Earth.
Radio check. I know she was.
You guys talk. What's the topic for tonight?
Just shooting the breeze at the moment. But did you have a question or something?
Really, I was just
okay.
I was hankering for listening to a conversation. It's gone earlier on today. Everywhere was an absolute maelstrom of people arguing about scurvy. That's gone dead quiet.
Uh-huh. Well, like,
It's true. There was no. They were arguing about scientific method. But, you know,
yeah.
that case example from.
Okay, so this is like a place of restaurant or bar. So it's kind of funny to see the people that come themselves down at the bar. So, what brings you in? What can we help you? What can we serve you, sir? You a drink?
No, it's think of it like a bookshop. I'm just browsing.
But we only serve paying cups. You're just gonna.
Oh. Well, can I use? Can I at least use the restroom before I
Well,
go?
you can buy a drink if you. Pretty common.
Can I have a tepid water then with a straw?
Well, we have a doggy bowl.
I'll go and lap that up then.
No loitering in the Walmart, sir.
It's the foyer. You can't control me out there.
No, it's just kind of funny. Kind of look at the bit out in the sticks. So it's like not somewhere you trip and fall in. It's more like to have. What are you doing here? It's like we're way out in the sticks, dude.
I did dibble dabble in Gem Pandas thingy. I had a dibble dabble in Earth Awakenings. The cosmology's not on. FED Science is kind of a bit flannelly tonight. There's no one in Johnny B server, but there never is. On the level, empty, obsolete, empty. You know, it's gone all quiet, isn't it? Basically, this year, really. I don't know what's going on.
It comes in waves, man. Like high tide and low tide, you know. Like in waves. I was gonna ask, like, who are your people? Like, if you were to go hang out with your people, like, where is that? Is there a certain server where people hang out at, or this is my
Yeah,
place.
I usually spend most of my time in Gems,
Gems,
shouting at the people that you lot get push over there because they're nuts, frankly. Johnny B and Pete Shea, basically. Pete Shea, yeah. Oh yes, Pete Shea. He is a character. He is Pete Shea and Johnny. You have to say it. They're both bulletproof. There ain't nothing in through. There ain't nothing injuring those boys.
That's funny. I don't know the other guy, but so what's the latest fresh for?
It's all gone a bit stale, really, isn't it?
Happens. Get a little CPR. Revive something.
I've had a few drinks and I was just having a search around because I'm on a diet I'm on a Discord diet for a week, at least a week next week. It's not tomorrow because I'm off to China. So.
Wow. Oh. Safe travels. Hope you have a good trip.
Yeah, it'll be all right. It's work, but it'll be factory hotel. Cry on the phone to the wife and then come home again. It'll be. I've done it. I've done these kind of trips before. And if you're in sales or you're in management, then it's quite pleasant. I'm just an engineering drone. I'll get treated like a worker ant over there. So I'm certainly not logging on and doing this over there. That's just
We got to get your fix before you go. That's can help you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty.
It would be. I mean, I'd like to go and look at some old stuff in Beijing, but I don't think I'll get an opportunity to. There's a bit of a logistics issue anyway, because there's a lot of clear up after the floods. So the company aren't going to. The company, my company and that company have got limited dealing, shall we say, in terms of travel. So it's a bit
restricted.
Rather than it's a little less casual than it would be normally. I'll go and help configure a fab for chip manufacturing, but I don't know how much of it is actually going to be. How much time I'm going to get outside of that.
Get to some brass. Pazza, what can we tell people who think that they can curvature airplane? What would you say to someone like?
From a conventional airplane, I'd say I would say, how did they see it? Hold a straight line up to the window. Can they confirm the window's curved straight? Can they, is it Is it an observation of refraction? Is it an observation of reality? It's not conclusive, is it? I don't think there's any conclusive physical observation of curvature from the first person you can have, really.
Yeah, no, I asked because I get the sense that people don't necessarily want to hear folks in this. They're more inclined to hear it from someone on their own team. It's like they need the hand on the shoulder saying, "Listen."
Well,
you
they
did
do
that.
hear a lot of conflicting shit in this, don't
True.
they? They do hear
Yes.
people say, "Oh, I've definitely seen it," and others say, "No, you definitely can't
Right,
see it." And then
right.
you get like test pilots who take death traps to the edge of space, and they fly there, in the darkness of the upper atmosphere, who say, "No, I couldn't see it," and then you get other people who say, "I was in an airship and I could see it," So it's one of those things. I don't think it's a purposeful discussion. It's a bit like shining lasers at the horizon. It's not purposeful because we all know there's so much variance where you're going to draw your conclusion.
I guess, but no, it is funny because there does seem to be some mixed seeing curvature thing. Because if you do go to Google, we just double check this. Pretty sure Google can see about 30,000 feet, which
Yeah.
is like, which kind of goes with majority of people. But you've been around the topic for long enough, you understand that this is and not just because it's just they say it's too big, right?
If it was there, it would be very nuanced, and I don't think with your naked eye, just looking left and right, scanning across the horizontal of your vision, you would be able to. You'd have to have some optical mechanism, set in a aircraft that is gyroscopic, very balanced. If it was there, it would be nuanced, wouldn't it? Even if you concede what they're saying, at those kind of heights, it's going to be just there. It's not going to be really there. But then you have to elicit the question, what's the atmosphere doing between me and there? So I don't think these are actual discussions.
Yeah, I agree. It's not something that we typically. It's not evidence for us to. Oh no, you see no curvature from an airplane. It's typically like a rebuttal to the. You can see it. Just wanted to.
Yeah, I think the only way you're really going to know is if you go up so high that it becomes a sphere at distance or something at distance.
Well, actually, I think that's where we might differ. I think because you would say go up away, like go higher. We would say come down to the surface, but then you said that you don't think lasers is good enough.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert. I mean, there are loads and loads of people who purport to be experts in land surveying who talk about, the converging verticals and all this sort of thing, the plumb and everything, and use theodolites, and they allegedly compensate for refraction, and they do over great distances see this diversion or conversion of plumb, and this sort of thing, which I've never done, so I can't tell you if it's true or false.
Okay.
But it's a category evidence as far as they're concerned, should we say? If I'm playing devil's advocate.
Well, I mean, this does seem, at least for post 2020, hearing things from like parents, and I think yourself were saying things along the lines of using the horizon as inclusive. But what I find interesting, when I first joined the discussion back in like 2017, all the hullabaloo was about the horizon. From my understanding,
Sure.
Yeah. Team Globe was basically saying that the horizon, they were making location and yada yada. So once we address and rebuttal that claim, now they're going, oh well, you can't use the horizon.
Well, you can't. I mean, optically, it is furry, isn't it?
Though, why would they originally use it as and then just turn around and say, well, it's inconclusive? It's like, wait a minute. I think you would always say like, oh well, you can't just squint at the horizon. But dude, what? Why then is the original claim? Why if it's
I think conclusive evidence is maybe things like corroborate. They purport that at the two equinoxes, vernal and the spring equinox, the sun is traversing with the GP of the sun, the ongoing sub solar point, so to speak, the zenith, is running along what we call the tropical Capricorn and Cancer, and how you represent that on any map is entirely up to you. But effectively, they're the northernmost and southernmost limits of the traversal of the sub solar point. Now, if you go to like any of the almanac derived websites or timeinddate.com, they'll give you a surface velocity of the sublunar point. In other words, they're effectively saying what is the between a location on the Tropic of say Capricorn, seeing the instant it sees the sun at zenith, how long before some other place sees it, and therefore they're working out a speed along that line of the subsolar point. And the thing that gets me is that the two solstice, sorry, the two equinox, the speed in which it travels along the both tropics is marked as the same on all these engines. Now, clearly that doesn't actually work on a flat thing if you work on the premise that when you see the sun directly above you, anywhere in the world, it is directly above. If you're working on that premise, then that would suggest that the expected radial divergence you'd expect from the flat Earth isn't there, and that would be arguably an evidence that there is a convergence and a divergence either side of the equator, which is more likely to be it's more manageable mathematically on a sphere than it is on a flat surface. I mean, you can also look at the distance between if you look at a sundial, say, set up in London, you look at a sundial set up in Berlin, they will both be pointing northwards, and they will effectively have simultaneously using modern communication at the angular divergence between them. You can do that across Australia, for example, as well, if you've got a sundial and two gardens. And that divergence is symmetrical north and south. And you wouldn't expect that if the sun was moving across a planar surface. So there's loads of little bits and pieces like that. Now, clearly, there's an argument as to if you're going to map the world, you're going to have to work out the distance between things. And there's a lot of contention about are the distances east-west across Australia, southern Africa, Africa and Southern America, are they truly representative as they're comported? So arguably you could do physical surveying of places like that. That would be a conclusive one, I think.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, but I've not got the aspiration or, frankly, the commitment to do anything meaningful in this sense. So, I wouldn't. There's lots of passionate people either side of this, and you think that ultimately someone will want to do it.
Well, I like to think of it like a football team, American football. There's 11 different positions on the field, so everyone has their own little role to play. So anyway, you brought up something about like maps or something. My understanding is that there is no one true map of the world, regardless of what your position is.
Not flat map, no.
No, I mean, no, I would say for both sides, there's not one true map, many maps. Unless you would say that there is one that is the.
Oh, yeah, there's many different projections, that's true.
So you would agree that there's not just one map that represents all? Or you say there?
Well, if you follow the narrative, a globe will give you you pull a piece of string taut between 2 points if you buy a mathematical, a scientific globe rather than just a mental one, it will be much bigger in size. And if you on that, what I'm told, and I'm not confirming this myself, but if you pick two cities and you pull a piece of string taut across that surface, it will be a great circle. It will be it'll be a diametric plane on the surface. It won't be a short circle. And if you scale all those measurements between, let's say, 10, 12 cities in all directions, they'll comport to the distances we're told of the distances between those cities at scale. But they'll there'll be a degree of error because of the scale. But roughly speaking, the proportionality will be there.
Creature, like they call it, like I don't know, like let's just say a vision dot or something. So a sensitive part of the skin that can sense changes in light, right? But it doesn't resolve an image for the creature to see anything. It just says bright light, and he goes, "Oh, I run away," or whatever. And so supposedly these little light sensitive spots on the skin over time developed into
An eyeball.
like the most advanced optic with angular field of view and all of these RGB sensors and rods and cones and the ability to formulate images and to flip them upside down and all these advanced optical techniques.
Yeah.
However, we have an angular field of view. Most optics do, but you can create an optic that can resolve an image with a non-angular field of view. So, for example, they have these in manufacturing. So they have these optical scanners that create what essentially looks like a photograph, but all the light comes in collimated. So it takes a near perfect non-perspective image of the object so it can measure it in a sense and then know how it's coming along in the manufacturing process. But the final image looks just like a photograph without perspective.
Please
It looks like an orthographic diagram. That's what they look like.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Can I see this? Do you have
I can't remember the name of the lens. Are they called confocal lenses or something like that?
It's something like that. It's
Hold on, I'll try and find it.
We used to post it all the time because back in the day.
Flat?
Yes, it is. So we used to post that all the time.
Have you been outside before?
70%.
I've been outside.
Yeah, have you?
Everybody's been out. Everybody's been outside. I think,
was it
right?
flat out there or was it curving?
Was it flat? You're right. It was flat. I agree. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Okay. Then there you go. What else do you need to know? Someone muted him anyway. Okay.
Oh man, poor guy. So we used to post these all the time because LePizzle used to have this globe-proof flat Earth killing argument, which is all the light of the sun comes in parallel. And if I had one of these types of cameras, I could take a photo of the sun and prove that it comes in parallel because I'd have the sun in this orthographic photo. The problem with his claim, which I'm sure everyone in here who's intelligent and quick understands, is that in order to take a picture of the sun with a non-angular field of view, you would have to have a camera equal to the size of the sun.
Yeah, that's right. I remember all that, dude. You reminded me. Yeah, the lens has to be at least the size of the part to take the pic, like in the machine.
Correct.
In the machine scenario, the lens has to be the size of the part.
Yeah. So for Elijah's benefit, the error he was making. So I actually have a lens in my hand right now that I just picked up. which you can't see, but it's approximately 1.5 inches wide, right? So if I had this type of lens and I was looking at something, I could only see an exact immediate representation of 1.5 inches. So I'm looking at my soup can. My soup can's 5 inches tall. So I wouldn't be able to see the whole soup can. I'd only be able to see the top or the bottom. I'd have to choose one or the other. Now, the benefit of actually using angular field of view is that I can have a small lens and I can have a wide field of view. So, for example, I'm looking through the small lens right now, and the soup can is actually smaller in angular size than the width of the lens. So it's very efficient to get the most amount of visual information of your surrounding environment to have a small lens with a wide field of view, right? So the question I had is, like, why is there no creature that has a non-angular field of view? You'd think there'd be at least one. Because you could imagine an evolutionary process where the creature darts its eye around to scan the environment. And some creatures actually do that even with an angular field of view. They dart their eyes around. For example, that's one of the reasons why chickens move their heads to get stereoscopic vision, because their eyes can't, like, they have a dead zone in the angle, so they have to move their head side to side, and that's what gives them the ability to swing their field of view to create a continuous image. In principle,
is that a joke about them sticking cameras on chickens' heads now to get like that stabilized image?
No, dude, the chicken does it, bro.
Wow.
Auto gimbal.
Yeah. It's, by the way, I found it's a telecentric lens. I posted a diagram.
Yeah, I got rid of my gimbal. When I go snowboarding, I usually just sit a chicken on my helmet, glue his feet to the top, and we're good.
Yeah. So I want to focus again on the error that our friend LaFizzle was making, which is this. He was thinking that he could get one of these lenses, which all the light comes in parallel, and then take a picture of the entire sun, which would require perspective, which requires an angular field of view. So that is literally how confused that kid was. And for some reason, he thought he was going to marry Pumpkin. But I will submit this to the audience.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I know there is.
Well, here's the joke. Pumpkin disappeared. LaPizzle disappeared approximately the same time. We've
Did the
never
sun
heard from them
disappear?
again. But maybe they're happily married somewhere.
Maybe, but Pumpkin came back. Pumpkin was she was under a new name. She was running some. Right? Was that Pumpkin? Yeah, that wasn't Pumpkin. Maybe I was just confused.
We're gonna see them on a like a documentary with their heads in the shade, like those old style documentaries. So, how long have you guys been together? 20 years. We have to hide in the shadows because I'm a globe earther and she's a flat earther. And if people hate us,
Who runs the Quranic Truthers Discord? I thought Pumpkin ran that.
no, that is a girl named Pumpkin, but that is a white girl, and Pumpkin is most clearly a black girl.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. Hard to tell there's someone's color over the internet.
Sounds like they didn't make it
Yes.
home before midnight.
Fucking hate that Chinese motherfucker, Elijah. That picture, your profile picture's fake, man. I know you're Chinese. No, now I sound like Shekel. Shekel, there's no way he's from frickin' Iraq, man. He's the whitest dude on our server. Have you seen him? Have you seen pictures of Shekel?
I don't think I have.
Dude, he's like if you went into the whitest white town, like Larry Bird would be like, "Damn, you white boy."
Oh snap!
Yeah, he's white, and he looks like a white boy, right? He like if you went to any normal suburban town and saw a kid riding their bike up the street, just some random white kid, that's what Shekel looks like. That's why he always calls me Chinese, because he's mad that he's the whitest Arab in the world.
Fucking.
No,
Yeah,
there was a little action, little fireworks.
Oh, I got some action for you, brother. If you want some action, you want some? I'll give you some.
Kind of action. Action.
Getting weird.
Yes, it's the kind of it's let's just call it a little in-house critique. How about that? So
critique.
yeah, so there's this old meme and way of arguing that flat earthers used to have, and some other people that aren't flat earthers, but it basically is about debunking dinosaurs. And the claim goes like this: look at dinosaurs, bro. Look at their limbs, and then how in the world did they do it? Therefore, they didn't exist. And then they take these little dinosaur models and they say, look at this. This ain't going to work. This is retarded. But I would submit to you that there's many ways that a organism can mate with its female counterpart or its male counterpart, right? That don't involve traditional methods that we think of today. But even some today actually decry this thing. So, for example, if you take a turtle, right? You look at turtles and you're like, wait a minute, how do they do it? Well, I'll submit to you, if you ever want to be scared and have nightmares, go ahead and look up what a turtle's bazinga looks like, and be warned, it's like straight out of the movie Aliens.
Imagine what a Bronchiosaurus Zinga looks like. Gotcha, bitch.
So here's the thing that I was just now that you bring it up, like dinosaur sex. You know, I've watched animals, you know, do their thing. So if you watch animals, like what do they do? Like from the time the sun comes up to the time the sun comes down, they're just fucking around doing their thing and like. What did a dinosaur like do all day? And like, what did it do? Because they had dinosaur eggs, right? So say I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So what do most reptiles do and lizards do with their eggs, right? They dig a hole in the sand and then they bury them, right? Because they can't incubate them. They don't incubate them like birds. I can't see a dinosaur building a nest and like sitting on a bunch of eggs. But I also can't see it digging a hole in the ground and throwing its eggs in it. So what the hell is going on with that? They didn't give live birth, so how does any of that work? Got a paleontologist in here?
Dude.
You need to hear the
It's
lore.
Spoiler.
It's obvious.
It doesn't.
It's obvious. It's called the protostork.
The protostork. This is a family program. It was the protostork.
I'm still waiting for one viable hypothesis from paleontology.
Good luck.
I have a viable hypothesis. You ready? Oh no, I need you to be ready.
I'm ready.
Yes.
It's going to be the
I
sound of a
Alright.
toilet flushing.
fumbling over the mute button. My bad.
No, hold on. If paleontology, therefore funding.
That's right. That checks out.
Yeah, it does.
If paleontology, therefore globe.
That's wrong.
Well, most so-called science is supported by the public, right? So whatever that science happens to be needs to have some popular appeal. So if you really like, this is for all the wannabe scientists in the chat that want to be wealthy and famous off of their scientific endeavors. You need to popularize it. You need to get out there. You need to write some books, write some fiction, make it imaginative. You know, so that like you really want to get it into schools so that the kids think it's kind of fascinating. I mean, because everybody's fascinated by dragons. So like, you know, let's change that to dinosaurs. And people will demand more research. When the public demands more research, then Congress is going to allocate more money to the universities. And the universities are going to give it out to the people that promote the frickin' narrative, right? That sells more books. right? And it's a big freaking loop of economic churn that has literally no purpose to humanity. Well, think about it. Even if everything they said about dinosaurs is true, what purpose does it serve? What good is it? Oh, now that we know that the dinosaurs were killed by asteroids, we need to find asteroids in space and figure out how to blow them up. So now we need even more money because we don't want to die from an asteroid like the dinosaurs. Jesus Christ, dude. Scam. The grift, dude.
You just like hit the nail on the head for real.
And now imagine that NASA is nothing more than the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex.
That's a good description.
All I'm thinking about is what I can dig up and it's going to hit us from space.
Are you telling me they weren't wiped out by disease?
Yeah,
Oh.
the Europeans came.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dinosaurs.
Oh no, brother. Hold on, man. You're mistaken. That is hemorrhoids, not asteroids.
Right.
See, the dinosaurs died because they didn't have you know, the thing to stab into them. And if they had dinosaur doctors, they'd still all be here.
Yeah, I know why the dinosaurs all died out. It's because they didn't trust the science.
They didn't have a Tyrannosaurus Rex Fauci. Fucking poor dinosaurs. They're missing out, man.
It probably is that they didn't do enough deworming. They probably died of parasites. All of them.
You never fail, Jimsy.
Dude, listen, there's a lot of parasites in reptiles, man. They're nasty things.
If Fauci was a dinosaur, wouldn't he be the one with like the neck that pops out like an umbrella that spit the shit in the fat guy's face in Jurassic Park? You and Lies. Is there any artists in here that could draw that for me?
Probably. You could just have an AI do it for you. But also, that old show, Dinosaurs, man, that was one of the best shows.
Not the mama?
Yeah,
Not the
not
mama,
the
yeah.
mama.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one of the worst shows, Dinosaur Train. That what a horrible, like, bad CGI, bad writing. Everything was horrible. Maybe you guys like. It's a kid show that was
Yeah.
on PBS. It's just
I had to
so
watch that
horrible.
with my son as well. They mixed up all their Cretaceous and things like that. Mixed them all up into one. Those things are just made up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just from a cinematic viewpoint, the thing was just horrible. The writing, the voice acting, the graphics, story, like no story even made sense or had a moral to it. It's dumb.
Jurassic, Triassic, Cretaceous.
Ugh, don't do it. they'd sing that shit, right? They'd sing it on the train.
Well, your
They
girl
literally
started out singing the "I Love You, You Love Me" Barney tune, and now I'm singing "Lovesick Blues." So
close enough. How many kids do you think watch Dinosaur Train and eventually become paleontologists because they were into?
I kind of wonder if I became a flat earther because I was so influenced by Star Trek. Seriously. I was such a nerd, just still am a space nerd. I mean, look at what video games I play.
Yeah, the first movie I ever saw was Star Wars. Original Star Wars. I was like 5 years old. That was the very first movie I ever saw. And like back then, like so we're talking about the late 70s. So back then there was a lot of space stuff. So there was the 600-hour man. There was Apollo freaking propaganda everywhere on TV. There
Lost in
was
Space.
Space 1999, Battlestar Galactica, fucking. I mean, I guess they had time travel too, like Land of the Lost, but that's
Buck
like
Rogers.
dinosaurs. Yeah, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, like in all the movies too. So it's like.
Black Hole.
Black Hole, dude, with the freaking crazy robot. Remember? Like the
Right,
red
the
robot.
R2D2 ripoff. Yeah.
Yeah, the R2D2 rip up, dude. They made toys of that shit. I used to think that they were so cool. Like, remember they had like the busted one, the one that got all damaged and stuff.
Yo, what's up?
Like you could buy that as a toy, and it had like a broken leg on it, like a broken whatever that thing
I
was.
wish I had that. That would have been cool.
He left. Left. All right. Globe is the claim, man. Nobody wants to argue for the globe tonight. They're just hanging out over there. Chilling out, talking to each other. I haven't
Bro,
joined
you
this.
messed up the instructions, dude.
Crazy.
You're supposed to tell the AI to make me a picture of Fauci that looks like a dinosaur, not how do dinosaurs mate.
I gotta see what you're talking about.
I can't see what you guys are talking about. You guys are all over there. I'm holding down the big fort, man.
That's weird.
I'm holding down the small fort now at this point.
You know,
Damn.
so occasionally when I walk around, you know,
Up at that.
I'm in a city, I see lots of people all the time. Occasionally, you know, I see like, you know, maybe once or twice a week, I'll see somebody wearing a NASA t-shirt, a NASA t-shirt, and never once have those people been in physically good shape, been buff, looked like they had anything going on, clean, combed hair. They always look like the most disheveled Cheeto munchers that you'll ever see.
Cheeto munchers. There you go. Hilarious. I love that. That's awesome.
We'd go
I
pay
wish I could
money to buy a
talk
NASA
to him.
t-shirt.
Can't get on the server, man. Need help. Need some help.
Dumb people trying to look smart.
Bingo.
How smart I am. Like, there's
Got a
all these
NASA
like
shirt.
scientists, and there's like these astrobiologists.
I actually seen a dude with a NASA jacket. So it was like, dude, the jacket probably cost like $200. Like, there's something wrong
Patches
with
and
you.
shit on.
And like I said, they didn't look like they had their shit together. So it's not like they're rich and they're just like, I'm at the NASA place. I'm just gonna buy a t-shirt. I'm a millionaire anyway, right? They don't look like that. They look like every last penny they had went into buying whatever NASA gear they're wearing.
That's funny, Indio. I took a photo of a guy in a 7-Eleven about a month ago and posted it on 24/7. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, did he look
had
like
the
what I'm
bomber.
talking about?
Yeah, the bomber jacket. Yeah.
Bomber jacket. Wow. That's wicked.
Man, that's somebody that goes out of their way.
Even
Yeah,
Flashy's
exactly.
over there.
No, that's like
Everybody's
that's
over
like you're such a
Everybody's
nutcase,
over
right?
there, man.
Like
Guys are
your
killing me.
girlfriend, if you have one, the one you pay, or like, or your mom or something buys that for you, or
Ah, shit, man.
They buy that for you for like Christmas. Because you can't afford to buy it yourself. I mean, buying $250 for a NASA jacket.
You know, a lot of people that I see wearing NASA where I live here in Alabama are not chunky,
You're
slobbering
near the
looking.
Huntsville stuff. Isn't there like a rocket thing there or something?
Yeah.
Or
I
like,
just posted it in the. I just posted the photo I took of this guy. I just snuck a photo in. I was standing right next to him.
oh my god, dude! You know how much that cost? He might have put the patch on himself. What a wannabe! Oh, why are you wearing that?
He was
I'm gonna
waiting
be
in
an
line
astronaut someday.
for
I'm
a
going
dollar
to
coffee.
space. He thinks he's going to space, man. I guarantee it. This
Look
guy's
what
trying to
the
be an astronaut.
You got the
look what
flag
the
on there and
tag
everything.
says on the side. Remove before flight or something. That red tag.
Wow,
Like a
that's the
ripcord or
that's
something.
the Air Force insignia too, like right at the beginning.
Yeah, well, he's got an American flag on his shoulder. You're in Australia. Like what?
Yeah.
So think about it being in Alabama. People having NASA T-shirts in Alabama because you guys have like a tourist center there. I remember,
Yeah, we
like,
do.
yeah, when
Yeah.
when I lived in Georgia when I was a kid, they did a couple
Fucking tell
field
those
trips there.
Mongols
I
to get
didn't
over
go.
here, man.
I don't know why I didn't go. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
It's
They
like
could
the
come over
space and
here, man. That'd be great. I'm not
space and
going over there.
aeronautics like center or something like that.
Yeah, they take all the kids there to brainwash them. But I never went there, which is
I wanna
kind of
go over
weird
there.
because because our whole class went twice, if I remember right. But you know, there's got to be like tons of T-shirts that say NASA on it in Alabama that come out of that place, right?
Yeah, but there's also NASA t-shirts at Walmart. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, you know, extra. They're like, oh, these are all our old
There's
ones
the
from last year.
T-shirts at
Let's just give these
Walmart.
away and throw them. Like we'll
That's
bring them
funny.
to the Salvation Army or something, right? Down the street, and then they'll circulate through the whole state. People are like, oh, that's cool. Oh, my boyfriend's got a NASA T-shirt. Like when I leave him, I'm gonna steal it, and then they just fucking end up everywhere.
well, a lot of the times I get clothes from like my close friends. Like when they want to get rid of their clothes, they ask all of us if we want to, look through them, thumb through the clothes, and uh, pick what we want out or whatever. Or sometimes they'll just give us a bag of clothes and be like, "Here, if you don't want the rest, just send it to Goodwill or whatever." And one of my friends gave me such bag of clothes, and it had a NASA t-shirt in it, and I didn't do anything but throw that bitch away in the garbage.
You know, people do that same thing here with the clothes, and here when people do it, they're not actually trying to help you. They're just trying to avoid having to take care of it themselves, and they're trying to get you to do it. Oh yeah, here, just look through these clothes. Take them to the Salvation Army if you don't want them. No, dude, you take them to the Salvation Army because whenever the clothes that they give you are shit. Like, you know
Well,
what I mean?
yeah, well, also my friend that did that gave me that bag of clothes, she's always talking about how she'll never wear the same thing twice or
Oh, one of those,
more
yeah.
than twice. Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? I wear the same thing like all week. Like I rotate the same things every week.
Especially here, there was a place called I hope it got shut down because of COVID. That shit was business room. Something like the clothing warehouse, and they sell clothing by the pound. So you can, it's like a Salvation Army, right? So you can go there, you can sell your clothes, you can buy clothes. But they also have like the clothes that don't sell. They like throw it into a big fucking pile in this middle of the huge room, and you pay for it by the pound. So you bought and this is a college area. So like when they move out and they go back to California, wherever they're from, they just throw everything they freaking owned onto the fucking street. They're only bringing a suitcase, and so there's just like junk everywhere. Whenever the college ends or the semester changes, or it's constantly like this. So like clothes, like could. Clothes is the one thing they're not running out around here.
I don't know. If we went to war with China, I think we'd run out of underwear and socks real fast.
Well,
You
come
know
to
what's
Cambridge.
funny
We
is,
got piles of them.
you know those the NASA shirt that my friend had put in that bag of clothes. It's one of those shirts that you could easily tear. You know, it's really thin.
Yeah, all the new clothes. Like, I guess, like on eBay, like
Did you?
people sell like vintage '80s T-shirts just because they're in better. They're better made, right? They're thicker cloth. It's not like T-shirts now, man. You could like take one hand and just rip them off your body. The stitching's cheap. The freaking cloth is cheap. Everything's cheap. It's like
Yeah,
almost like single-use clothing.
yeah. This T-shirt, a strip of Scotch tape could have messed up the threading. I mean, it was so thin.
Oh wow. Yeah, they don't make them like they used. They say. But I heard about 5 years ago that there was some trend going around that like people, because of the cheap quality of the clothing, the inferior quality, that people were trying to like go to Salvation Armies, Goodwills, eBay, Craigslist, looking for T-shirts, especially like T-shirts and blue jeans that were made like in the late '90s or early '90s, '80s, even the '70s, because the quality of them was so much better. Back when we used to have textile mills in America before we sent them all over to the East, Africa, and wherever we sent.
Everything is just meant to make more money than you spend creating whatever you're selling. And to a
Got that
degree
right.
that they would make paper thin clothes and sell them and be able to make them trendy. You know, trends don't happen
Fast fashion.
organically.
Fast fashion.
Well,
Just
I
like a
mean,
lot of things that people think doesn't happen
Fast
organically.
fashion.
it's like you brought to what you just brought up. Like companies don't want a secondhand market because then people don't buy the new thing, right? So if you make it so the thing gets destroyed from use, then they have to buy a new T-shirt that you can sell them, and somebody at a lower level can't sell a used T-shirt for half the price, right? Because that's a sale that you're not going to get as the T-shirt company. If I sell one person a T-shirt, right, and when they don't want that T-shirt no more, they just sell it to somebody for half the price. Now, I can sell that person that T-shirt, but the second person that needed a T-shirt, they're not buying a new T-shirt. So I didn't instead of selling two T-shirts, I sold one. So they don't like that. So have you heard this before? Did you know that car seats expire?
Yep.
Yes.
Baby car seats.
Yep.
It's now listen to this. It's actually not a law that car seats expire.
Right. There
They
you go.
tried to pass it as a law, but the Federal Trade Commission said that that's a bunch of bullshit. They don't expire. They're not food, right? But their argument was the plastic gets weak from being in the sun and the babies weren't risked, even though there was no evidence for any of that shit. They just claimed it. And they did this so to eliminate a secondhand market. So if the car seat expires after 3 years,
What a
then
fucking
you can't
scam.
resell it to somebody else,
What a
right?
scam.
Because now you have an expired car seat, and you typically new mothers are very paranoid, and nobody's gonna go look into whether this expired car seat thing is bullshit or not. So they're just gonna say, well, this car seat's expired. I don't want to buy that one. I'll just buy this one, or I'll buy a new one. Right? They'll buy a used one from somebody else, and they'll buy a new one. They did this to eliminate the secondhand car seat market because people were just, you know, A car seat would last forever. You could sell the same car seat. 20 people, 30 people could use the same car seat. Right?
Yeah,
Your,
well,
your baby, your baby's not an infant forever, right? It's an infant for 2 years. You give it to somebody else, or not an infant, right? But like your kid's in a car seat for 18 months, then it's in a booster seat or something, right? At 2 years, they're in a booster seat. Or is it 4 years?
well, it's 4
It
to
goes by
5.
weight. It goes
On
by
how
weight or
small
something
your
now, right?
child is. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I bought okay, we had a car seat that we bought initially for my baby when he was first born, you know. That the bottom of it like would hook into the seat and you would just snap and then the car seat into that. That's the first one that I had, and the second one we didn't care about like expiration or anything like that. We cared more about a car seat that would, you know, expand and grow with my son growing,
Yeah.
that he could,
Adjustable, right?
yeah, adjustable to his differing height over time.
Same thing with motorcycle helmets; they expire too. And I was always like, all I need the motorcycle helmet to do is, that 6 foot drop.
Yeah,
You
hard
know,
hats also. Hard hats expire apparently.
The question is there any justification for this?
No.
Oh,
Like,
Fuck
I
no.
probably
can
not.
see maybe like a 20-year expiration date. I don't know. I just don't know if there's any justification. For a hard hat, I could probably see that because of the condition you're using it in. You are constantly exposed to elements, and the plastic is relatively thin, and it has an inner webbing, and that webbing has attachment points which could get worn or fucked up. So that I could see. Motorcycle helmet, I don't know about that. But a car seat, definitely not. There's a fucking baby sitting in it. Like, dude, what nothing happened to that thing. The only thing that's gonna happen to that car seat is gonna get thrown up in and shit in. That's it.
So true. Oh my gosh, so true. You just have to wash all of the fabric and wipe everything down.
Dude, my oldest son, man, whenever we took him somewhere in the freaking car, man, he'd be fine the entire time to we're about a block away from the house, and then he'd throw up everywhere. It's fucking pissed me off, dude. It's like, we made it. We made it in like a 6-hour trip. He didn't throw up. Blah.
Yeah,
Oh.
my son was
Like,
the
what the
opposite though. It would be just like right after we left, he would,
Oh
and there
God.
was nothing
We
we could do about it.
She had to suffer for 8 hours.
Yes, actually, it was 15 hours because
Wow.
we drove to Miami from where I live.
I would have turned around. I would have like I'll take the extra 45 minutes an hour, man. I'll just turn around, man.
Man, it really it was messed up, man.
Especially depending on what they eat at that age. Like if they're really young, if they're like on formula
He was
like curd.
well, he was kind of on formula. I had to quit breastfeeding because I broke my back, sternum, and rib in
Oh,
a car accident 8 months after I had him. So I had to quit breastfeeding after 8 months. So yeah, he was on formula after that.
I mean, a lot of people they'll supplement breastfeeding, so they're like, like they'll wean them. Like people, I can say a lot. My experience is breastfeed for like 12 months and then start weaning off because you're not actually even producing enough fucking breast milk to feed the kid. You know what I mean? Because kids get freaking hungry, man. A lot of women can't even produce enough breast milk. Like as they get older, right, and they weigh more and they have to consume more. A lot of women can't produce enough breast milk to keep up with the kid's appetite. So you
Yeah, I
supplement it
didn't have
with
that
formula.
problem.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes that happens. Some women can't even create breast milk. Quite honestly, some women have just problems with it.
I didn't have any problems. It was nice. It was a blessing, honestly. I hated that we had to stop.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I was getting to is depending on if the kid's on breast milk and throws up, that's not so bad. But formula curdles fast. Once the kid throws it up, it's gonna start smelling like a frickin' cheese factory in there in like 45 minutes. Especially in Alabama with the heat, man. Oh my God, you must have been dying.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I don't. It was like nearing the end of summer, but once we got to Florida, that didn't matter because it was just really hot in Florida, especially Miami. But I thought the weather out there was just wonderful. Yeah. But yeah, it was a nightmare because as soon as we got to our Airbnb, I mean, we were very fortunate that they had a washer and dryer there, so we were able to wash it and dry everything in the car seat and wipe it down. But we had to drive that way with, yeah, the smell of that in the car. It was awful. But we had brought towels, stuff, so we just lined everything down with towels and tried to clean it up as best as we could.
You can do. All you can
Because
do.
we were far enough away from home
That's
that
it.
we
Helio, get
couldn't
your
go
ass in here,
back,
man.
but we
Where you at,
also,
Helio?
if we,
Helio,
man, it
Helio,
would have been
Helio.
like a 2-hour setback
You
had
at?
we gone back.
Somebody
Yeah.
barking it
I mean,
over
it
here, man.
depends on how bad it is, right?
Yeah. It was
'Cause
bad.
it depends on when it clean. I can't believe I'm talking about this. Depends on the car seat, right? If it's an upright car seat, like not one that lays back, and they throw up, and the throw up gets into the crack, and it goes like down into where the car seat connects to everything, like in the belt, and like all the freaking grooves and cracks, and it's like stuck in there. You're just fucked. You're just you're just screwed because you can't get that out, dude. You literally have to take the whole car seat apart and like hose it off.
Yep, that's what we had to do. We had to wash the lining, and we didn't hose it off, but I had to wipe it down really good in the grooves and like.
Yeah, it's like pain, man. It's like not made to be cleaned. Like, because you know how the buckle, like the seatbelt, will come into the car seat and go underneath the in some of them, so it'll go underneath the cushion, the padding, like where that opening is. The vomit like gets in there, then it's all under in between the freaking seatbelt and the freaking car seat, and freaking goes in the cracks of the car. Then it's in like where the seatbelt attachment attaches to the freaking car. It's just God. Yeah, I'm honestly horrified because that shit hasn't happened to me in like 20 years. Still
Well,
horrifying.
it was it was a while back now, so I've gotten over the trauma. It's all good
Yeah,
now.
I'm not. I'm still there. I need to see a therapist.
Yeah, I'm over the trauma of childbirth, and I had complications and everything, so.
Gemsy said, "Go to the car wash." Yeah, you probably go to like you probably just roll down the windows, go to the automated car wash, leave the kid in the seat, you clean the seat, the kid, yourself, and the inside of the car all at the same time.
Once a week.
Old parenthood, it's a treat, huh? It really is.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the payoff, man.
I get it every day, man. My son makes me laugh. He's so funny.
Yeah, there's like, yeah, I guess there's. I mean, we'll see. I'm
You're
not.
looking for some larger return income.
I don't know. Yeah, man. Come on. I mean, when they, like you have one child.
Yeah, I've bore one child.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, my husband has a little girl, and I
Oh, okay.
love her like she's
I
my.
thought you were talking about your husband.
Well, he. It's not too far off, but no. No, he has a little girl that she was 2 when he and I, kind of met and got together. So
How old is she now?
she's 9.
Got a couple more years left till the sass comes. God
She's
bless
already
her.
got the sass. She seems a lot. I mean,
No, I
not.
mean the sass that can actually get her in trouble. Like
She
you know what I
already
mean?
does that. Yes, I'm telling you, she already does that. She, I don't necessarily want to like give too much away, but her mother lets her have a TikTok, and I'm totally against it because I don't even have a TikTok. I mean, come on. But she, you know that
Why?
Ford commercial? I don't
Does she
know.
got a cell? Does she own a cell phone?
I don't
At
know if
9?
she has one. I don't know if she has one at home, actually. She has like other devices that she can get on there with though,
Yeah, yeah. I
like
guess that
an
don't matter.
iPad, I guess. Um, she doesn't have one here, especially now.
No,
But
TikTok
she got
terms of
on
service
there.
are 14. Not
It,
to cut you off, but it's 14, not 9. You know
yeah,
what I
that's.
mean?
I agree, but I can't. It's not really something that I can just be like, no, you can't do
Yeah,
that because she's got
yeah.
a whole ass other. Her mother can raise her how she sees fit. I mean, we do our best. She's really good when she's here, but there was one thing that she did on that stinking
Oh,
TikTok.
so he don't have primary custody. She does.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
yeah, that's just the way it goes. But we had her, and she did this TikTok of that Ford commercial of what it's got some really nasty things in there. It's got the F word, and she just lipped the F word with the Ford commercial like layover or audio over. What is it called? I don't know. I'm not very good at this or even
Yeah,
describing.
yeah. I know what you're talking about, though, right? They just lip sync, basically, right?
Yeah, but it was like a talking
Voiceover or
a
something.
voiceover. That's it. That's it. She flipped the whole voiceover, and it had some really a really bad line, and posted that on her TikTok. Man, let me tell you, that was the quickest way that she will not ever be able to get on any device here while she's here with us now because of that. But I get her dad let her do it. My husband, he let her do it because she's able to do it while she's at home with her mom. And I was just like, I don't like it. I think that she should, but there's nothing really I can do. Now we can. She really messed up. But anyways, I don't think that 9-year-old
Yeah,
should
I mean,
have access.
yeah, she's gonna. I don't have any girls, so it's hard for me to evaluate raising a girl. So, because I haven't done it, raised a few boys, so it's a different problem. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't think. Yeah, I don't think melting it is so bad per se. I mean, it could become that. I don't think once is not a trend, as they say, but like it's testing in a way. She's trying to see what y'all are tolerate.
well, that wasn't one of the things we tolerate. You had
Well,
to pay to
that's
pay
good
for it.
then. Yeah, then that's good then.
I
Because they
just
look like girls mature faster than boys, so boys don't really look for their boundaries until they're like in 11 or 12. I think girls start looking at for the boundaries, right? What they can get away with at a much younger age. You know what I mean? The kind of like fuckery they can get along with. Yo,
Flat Earth Professor Dude asked me to ask
Yo,
you
yo,
guys
yo,
if
yo, yo,
you could
yo.
come back to the
Yo, yo, yo,
server.
yo, yo, yo.
yeah, why
I'll
we
pop.
hanging out here in this ghetto?
Why the hell are you
Come on.
guys hanging out over there? Exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna pause the bot. Hold on, man. Let me pause the bot. Fuck.
Dude, India left so fast when I said
Holy
something.
shit, man. Where are these Mongols? They're all over there. You sound like you're over here. I'm talking to you guys. You guys can't hear me. It was a wicked situation. Anyway, I gotta figure.
That's
India,
weird, man. You must have been freaking out. Like, did I drop that acid? Did I?
Dude,
I don't remember. Like, I hear these voices, but they're not here.
They're not
India,
here.
you
No,
left in the middle of saying the word ghetto. It was so funny.
no, I
You
played the.
didn't even finish the word.
I didn't. But you guys just sounded like you were here because
Flat Earth Hour. Please
there was
call in
no
Globers with your
there was
best arguments.
there was no Globers at all. Anyway, let me pause the bot here. Hang on.
I
Got
took
it.
care of it. I got it.
All right. I was just playing you guys over there on here, and it was just filling the airspace basically. And
Yeah,
I,
there's
I
no
would,
Globers over there anyway.
and there was no Globers over there, and I'm like, why don't you guys just come over here, man? Because you guys are just hanging out like we normally hang out over here when there's no Globers, right? But
Yeah,
that place is bumping, man. I kind of wanted to debrief slightly about that place because I'm having a problem joining. But
What do you
I'll probably
What do you
figure it
mean?
out. So I gave my phone number, and then they want a password, and I'm like, what password? I don't know. Was it my Discord password? I'm not giving that out to just anybody, but I was a little.
Yeah, it's not to their server. It's Discord that's basically verifying that phone number to your account, and they just have it checked so that unless you have that verification, you can't go through. But there is some workaways around that.
I forgot my
I know
password.
Karma
It's been my problem,
was
man.
prompted for verification, but she just kept closing the program, and eventually it just worked. Heretic and Spake have some way to help people get past it somehow as well.
Yeah, I don't remember doing that quite when I joined Disc, but I've been on the politics server for a long time. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, they probably had a different protocol back then. Now it's different. It's a different setup. They probably a little more. So anyway, kind of a debrief on that server, man. I've been listening for about a week.
Well, dude, it's
as long as you talk to Heretic or Spake, you should be able to get them to bypass you past that verification.
Fake, man. I got him in my DMs. I can Heretic as well. I can do that. All right, I'll get it figured out this week, but I'll get over there. But dude, there's been no room for me to talk over there anyway. I don't see the point of joining. You guys have been just killing it, so I'm like, all right. I've been listening. Thanks, TOS UK, man. TOS.
It's really it's really nice to have some. I mean, sometimes it's a headache, but having like a fresh new set of Globers to talk to, like they definitely revert to the arguments that are so remedial, but it's a little different over there. It's kind of
It's been a hell
nice.
of a couple weeks, man. I'll tell you that. Listening to the there's some high level, guys with degrees coming in there. AI Indio, you guys know as well as anybody. You guys have talked to them.
Yeah, I just like keeping myself sharp, but I feel like I get dumber sometimes when I go over there and I listen to some folks. So I will just I have to leave sometimes. Like I'm just like, guys, I gotta go. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I was writing in the chat and on YouTube, man, a couple of times. I'm like, dude, this feels like 2017 all over again. It just like, what? Really? You brought up that? You got to be kidding me. Really? Gravity.
I
You gonna
think,
bring it up? Well, yeah.
in a sense, I think the anti-flat earthers have spoiled us a little bit.
Yeah. That's it's been a great listen to you guys, man. I don't know if I can just, kiss your asses a little bit, but it really is. Drace, Indio, even you, Flatsy, you've been in there.
Yeah, I've
AI,
chimed in a couple of times,
Larry,
but I
Larry.
don't ever see like a grand opportunity unless I do see a grand opportunity. I don't see a lot of them to, come into the like voice, so I just stay in chat most of the time. So
No, it's been great. Jedi's been over there crushing it. It's a fascinating listen, man. It makes my day go by so fast hearing you guys talk to these high level people, man. I mean, I'll call them high level or whatever, man. The high educated people, man, in physics and science and engineering. And you guys have ran into a few guys, man. But they're just not gonna ever let go of their position, man. You guys know that. It's rare. Might get
It
one
is
out
rare. You
of
you
100.
see how you see honestly leaving and going somewhere like that,
Mhm.
uh, because people don't necessarily go out of their way to come here.
Right.
So having a little corner over there,
Fantastic, man. It's
yeah, they
gonna.
they'd come in there way more often. Like
Well,
we're
I
usually
mean,
full up over there.
so the way I watched it go down, man, is I don't know, Spake and a few other people kind of started going in there and heating it up. But we got our own room in there, and apparently our own channel in there is climbing to like number one on their Discord, which they have a lot of subscribers, which is so. Yeah, it's been a lot of traffic over there. Thank you guys for holding it down, by the way.
The
Man,
only problem I have is how many flat earthers will concede to refraction, like atmospheric refraction. If you're gonna do it right. Like go to that terrestrial refraction and address every single little step and debunk every one of them. But yeah, that's the only problem I seem to have lately. So many people toss around that word. You believe this. You believe that. Gosh.
yeah, there's been a lot of that. Been a whole lot of that. I really enjoyed your guys' conversation about the baby throw up in the back seat, and really great. And I did not know that hard hats expired, and I didn't know that baby seats they really don't expire, but they kind of pretend they do. Yeah, that was good. That was a great conversation. I didn't know. I'm glad I got up today and learned something new. Fantastic. Yeah, you got to detail the claim every time. Their claim, of course.
Yeah, because I'm in the chat and I'm like, no, refraction requires two media via Snell's law. And I'm always trying to like put that in there, but I'm not chiming up in chat or in the voice text because there's so many people in there and they're talking. So I don't want to add to the chaos.
That's it. Drace is dead, and you're right. You're dead on, Flatsy. I'm gonna back Drace up, man. Is that everybody should have to start with their detailed claim, man. You just gotta detail your claim, bro. What do you got? Outer space? Okay. I need some details about your outer space. What do you got?
Yeah, it's like they say refraction. You say, okay, what type of refraction? What are you talking about? Well,
Right.
refraction.
Gravity? Are
Well,
you talking
there are
about?
many different things we could be talking about here. Are you talking about Snell's law? And they're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you got him.
Then you got him.
Yeah,
They
it's
gotta
like
have
time traveling, man, and arguing with the flat Earth YouTubers from 2017 and
That's what
2018.
I was thinking. The same thing too.
Because that's what they do. They Google and YouTube all the stuff that we used to debate, 5 years ago, and they come in with that, and they're like, "Yeah, I gotcha."
It's so fun to listen to, man. It never gets old for me. I don't know about you guys. I know you guys are usually out there swinging the swords but
Well,
it's
we
great
tried
listen.
to. I mean, today was like the classic. I don't know if I'll ever get over this. We had a guy try to defend why the stars look different than terrestrial observations. He said it was because of evolution.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And then he made up a whole story on the fly about why that was.
The stories on the fly, man. That could be a whole, series right there, man. stories on the fly, man. People make up shit that's just so they have no idea what they're even talking about. Fun.
We didn't
Fun to
need to
listen to.
involve to know how far the stars were away because we were down here. We had to worry about hunting and getting eaten by animals. And like so we evolved eyes so we could tell how far something was away here, and we didn't need to do that for the sky. I should have brought up pterodactyls or something.
Yeah, how they mate. Yeah, it'd be great.
Should like, well, you gotta watch out for pterodactyls, right? Like, yeah. How far away is that pterodactyl?
How far away is the pterodactyl?
I don't
Yeah.
know, Grog. I haven't evolved eyes to tell how far away the pterodactyl is.
That's really good, man.
Good
It's really
point.
good. I actually I'm not I don't even think it was funny. It was something we could use right there. Yeah.
Yeah,
How far
it's
is the
recorded,
pterodactyl
man.
away from me? Yeah, make it interesting anyway. Those guys, man. What do you mean by where the sky meets the ground? Is that where the refraction would occur? You know, just it's on and on, man, with these guys. They really
So we had a guy, it was like 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and he's in there and he's trying to convince us that the horizon is not it can be both things. It can be a geometric and optical, and because you can't tell, it's not a good thing to determine what the earth is, like globe or flat. Like we should just be ignoring the horizon. And then he starts talking about the radius, and he was like, "Oh, I posted the video 4 times of measuring the radius." And I go, "Well, I wasn't here then, so like post it again so I can see it." He does, and then the video uses the horizon to measure the radius. And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude? You spent 45 minutes trying to convince us the horizon don't matter, and that's your evidence."
even today it was like dude was trying to do the sticks and shadows and oh, it's better to just dig a hole. Like what? Yeah, you just dig the hole and you can measure the angle of the shadows, man. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, well. Is it 2 wells? Is it 3 wells? Is it 2 sticks in a well? Is it a stick in a well and a stick? Like, how did they do it? They can't even decide on what was done.
What are they using to make the well straight, like a plumb line that's curved?
Yeah, the wavy plumb lines. That's what I heard today, man. That was an hour of conversation. A wavy plumb line. Really? With Lou? Thank you, Lou. Lunatic.
Wasn't somebody arguing the other day that was some made up flat earther bullshit about the curved plumb lines? I think it was Heretic.
That was no.
And that it wasn't the globe model. It was actually flat earther bullcrap. And that the globe model doesn't actually say that. Like, and they were posting, I guess, all the geodetic surveying stuff that says plumb lines curved, and he was just like, nope, nope.
Yeah, I was there posting stuff showing curved plumb lines.
Because that claim, even they know it's ridiculous, right? That's like well, you can't be 2 different angles because you'd see, but you'd see the same thing. Like, yeah, we know it don't work. And everybody in 2E knows if I take a string and I put a weight on it, that string is pointing straight down. It's not a curved string, dude.
Ain't no curving nothing. The only thing that's curved, man, is the actual bob on the end of the string.
Yeah, that's it. Like, how'd they build the Burj Khalifa with a curved plumb line?
Oh man. So yeah, we're still in the waters. We're still, fending off a couple of piranhas here and there, but they're not like great white sharks or something gonna come eat us up. Hey,
no, I mean it's.
I got all the math and physics in the world, and you guys don't believe in math and physics, so you guys are dumb.
Yeah, you think math is fake.
Math is fake.
That's their
Well,
own standby. If they
India.
tell a story and you're like, "What's the evidence?" Like, what do you think the story's fake?
Well, I
Like,
heard this twice this week already. Or it's only Monday. Neptune was discovered because of math. Okay, didn't you know that? Didn't you
yes,
know that?
yes.
I'm like, what? No, get out of here. Get out. I'm like, where is the? And they believe it, but there's no evidence for such a fucking shit show story, man. No way. No evidence for. Of course, Neptune has to be there. If it's not there, then our math's all fucked up.
No, they discovered it because the math was wrong. That's what they. That's literally what happened. The math was wrong. It wasn't working because they're making an observation and they're doing the math, and they're like, "Holy shit, that don't work."
Right. Doesn't work.
So there must be something else going on. So then they're like, "Okay, something else is going on. Let's look here." And they kept looking, and they kept looking, and they kept looking, till eventually they saw another dot in the sky that was moving around, and they were like, "Look, we found another dot that was moving around."
It's so true, man. That's how they did it. That's exactly how they did it. But
And then the French and the English fought over who found the dot, right? I found the dot first. No, we found the dot first. We're the French. Hell with you. We're the English. We take credit for everything over here.
yeah, well, we did it. We're here. No, man, isn't that hilarious? Oh, we can laugh about it now, man. I
And
couldn't.
then the French are like, well, screw you. We'll just invent a meter.
Right. Oh, I like the metric, man. I like metric. Too.
Well, the metric is comes from the radius of the Earth.
There you go. That's why I love it.
So it's a subdivision of meters, and then it was first the unit was made to correspond to their claimed radius at the equator, and then they switched it to how far light travels in, what is it, 1/299th of a second. So now the meter and the speed of light are intrinsically fixed to each other. So the meter is how far light travels in a certain time. And then light, its speed, how far it travels, is measured in meters. So it's a big circle jerk.
I'm surprised some ideology hasn't attacked the fact that our metric system is called the imperial metric system.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the imperial metric system. But the French were like, screw you, England. We're not using your imperial system. We're going to invent the metric system. We're going to force it on the world.
I like millimeters. Really do. I like, if I measure something, I'm like, how many millimeters is it? 1,242 and a half. Okay, perfect. Click, whatever it is.
Well, that's
Just
what you
works,
use.
man. It just works when I measure shit.
Yeah, I was about to
love it.
say. I bet it's useful for your line of work.
I mean, instruments are all built with millimeters. They're not. Yep. They do call it a 24.5-inch neck or a 25-inch neck or 26-inch neck.
Well, that's because you can't use feet and inches using the decimal system. It don't work. That's why, like, millimeters, meters, centimeters. That's why
Yeah,
you can use decimals. But like, if you use inches, you're using half, quarter, eighth, 16th, 32nd.
Right. 64. Yeah. It gets really confusing fast, man. I hate it because I know that half 150 millimeters is 75. What's the half of 3 and 15 16ths?
Yeah,
What's half of that?
15 16ths.
What's half of that? Yeah.
In millimeters.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it gets ridiculous. I'm like, why do I have to fucking figure out the decimal point and all this shit? No. Millimeters rule when it comes to like building shit. I mean, centimeters, meters. Yeah, it's. I think it's a better system, but
Well,
mean,
my husband, he can do fractions in his head like
yeah,
really fast.
do it.
So when he's reaching for tools or having to find the center point where between two bolts or something like that,
Yeah.
he's able to do it really fast. But he would be able to do it with decimals also. So I think just due to the styles of um, the metrics of the tools that he uses for his. Right now, he's at a steel mill, but he does millwright work. So
Yeah, that's all like half inch, quarter inch,
he has to
3/4.
use like some serious small metrics for all of that stuff. It's like all
Sick.
finely tuned. Everything has to be perfect set up. He has to have like a ton of skills to be able to do the work. So not even just the tools, but it's funny because he tells me how he'll be able to um, calculate everything in his head really fast where people are getting out their calculators and he already has the answer before they can do it on their phones.
That's why you married him. I know it.
Oh yeah, he's smart as a whip, man. Or yeah,
So are you, by the way.
I appreciate that.
I mean, you guys together.
Yeah, I
Powerhouse.
can confirm.
Yeah.
So, when you use like the fractions, when you use the fractions for like a significant period of time, you can do them in your head 'cause it's kind of like memorizing a multiplication table.
Yeah, yeah.
You can memorize like if I add 3/16 to 5/32, what's that back into sixteenths? Like you just do it so many times, it's just memorized. So you don't actually do. You're not even actually doing like the addition of subtraction part, like formally.
Yeah, and a
Right.
lot of the
If he had to
times
show his work, he couldn't do it. Let's put it that way. If they were like, okay, he says, okay, it's this long, and they're like, show your work. He was like,
Show your work.
well, he'll tell me how he works it out in his head. A lot of the times you have to make the denominator um, the same, so he'll have to just do that, and then you only have to add or subtract the numerator.
yeah, yeah.
Dude, I forgot all that shit. I just put that shit on the shelf. Once I learned about millimeters, I was like, oh, this is so much easier. I don't have to fuck around with that stupid shit. This is good. I like this. Yeah. Anyway, everybody's got a method to their instruction, whether you use metric or imperial or English. We used to call it English.
Well, I mean, technically, millimeter, you are using fractions, but it's kind of hidden, right? So since you're using the decimal system, everything is just a fraction of. It's already converted, basically. The denominators are already converted into like 1/10, 1/100, 1/1000,
Yeah.
right? So
Yep.
it's just already converted. But there are issues with that when you get into like,
yeah.
what if you get into like really high precision shit, you'll start having problems.
Yep. You're gonna have some problems. But the globe really has a lot of problems, man. It really does. And that's the funny thing about the globe. It was set on the table like globe table. And we went, okay, what do we got? And we started taking that shit apart, man, piece by piece. And it took a while. But
I was explaining to this dude, right? Like, okay, so he's like, the planets look like spheres. I'm like, no, they look like they're round. He was like, well, if you look at them from different angles, they look like spheres. I'm like, well, no, they don't. When you actually look at them, doesn't matter how far apart you are, both people see the same thing. You don't see the side of the sphere. Took me like 20 minutes just to get him to even understand that, right? I had to use an analogy of looking at a globe from two different angles, right? He's like, well, if they see the same thing, they have to be looking at it from the same place. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. It don't work. It don't work on the globe because you're looking at it from two places and they're seeing the same thing as if they're looking at it from the same place. Yeah, that's the problem. Welcome to Flat Earth. Like, dude, like he couldn't get it. It was like because it was so embedded in his head. Flat Earthers are fucking wrong. The globe is right. This can't possibly be happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that earlier today. I was like,
That's
we're
awesome.
always dealing with this syndrome of whatever a flat earther says is wrong.
What?
Yeah, it's a syndrome, man. It's like a
Okay.
it's a
Okay.
mental illness. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Oh my god. Is there an
And
acronym?
I'm in the
Is it
chat
got an
making a
acronym?
whole
I need an
different point,
acronym.
but
I need
still
an acronym.
valid. Sorry.
Everything Flat Earther says is wrong. Acronym by chance? Anyone?
Make an acronym.
How about Fauci?
Oh, hey, we'll be here all week. Tip your waitresses.
Yeah, I was in the chat though while India was talking to him, making a whole ass different point, like that was still valid to the conversation, but how it doesn't matter what kind of light that you have, what shape it's in. If you have a cylinder emitting light, if it's far enough away, it's still going to look like a circle.
Yeah, all you have to do is think about a car taillights, right? So say you're like a half a mile behind a car's taillights. They don't
Yeah.
look like little rectangles, right? They look
Yeah.
like two or red dots.
Yep. They don't look like anything like rectangles at all. Yeah, it's just another dot of light far away, red. That's no shit, Sherlock. Hey, yeah, I can without a doubt I can look at lights in the sky and tell you 100% without a doubt what we live on because I measured an angle to something. Cool, huh? I know you guys appreciate that kind of work. I mean, I really went out of my way. I measured an angle to something. You guys, angles are like degrees of altitude above the horizon or below the horizon, if you can get there, but it's usually above the horizon. Angles. If you can, you can measure an angle, dude. You got whatever mathematics you want to add to it, man. You can work it out. It can be anything you want. It could be trillions of miles away or hundreds of miles away or thousands. Yep. So you got math. I mean, I love these guys, man, that come in and go, well, you guys don't believe in math. What's wrong with you? Obviously, never, ever one of us said we don't believe in math. It's like on the table, 100%. It's the first sign you see when you walk through the door, man. Flat earthers believe in math. We do. We use it. Yeah, we can count money or calculate a barn with a 32-degree angle roof or whatever. You can work it out. We love math. And flat earthers love math, but they come in and say, hey, no. You guys don't believe in math? Because without math, man, we wouldn't have discovered Neptune. Don't you know that? Flat earthers, don't you know that without math, we would not have discovered Neptune, which Neptune is always an interesting subject for me because it's a gas giant planet. Gas. It's like the really cool looking blue gas, of course. It's blue gas. But it's gas. Gas is a giant planet. And that is a physics phenomenon that none of us have ever experienced. Not one of us. Not anybody ever. Is a big giant ball of gas floating without a container, of course, right? The gas is the container, dumbasses. What are you, flat earthers? Flat Earth. I tried to explain to somebody, a physicist one time, man, that it's suspicious how these airplanes can fly for so long at such speeds, 500 miles an hour, 12
I want to
hours.
say these words because well, now you're Captain Brannigan. You're listening, but you're still typing in the chat. So Edahum, or there was variations of it, but Edahum means even though you hate me, and then Edalumsifum means even though you love me so fucking much.
He's
Yeah, imagine me hearing him just say Edahum, and I'm like, you just told me that I hate you, you little shit. And then he'd be like, oh, Edalumsifum? It's silly.
I get the correlation. I do. I appreciate you guys coming back over here and hanging out with me, man. I mean, it was just filling some air time. I mean, I know we're 24/7, flat Earth. Shout out to YouTubers. Anybody out there? No, man. Get a couple people. Let me see what I can find. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you guys going over to that other server and just
Yeah, it's been
really,
fun.
really
It's
been
it's been fun, and it's also been
exhausting.
exhausting. I have to
I get
like
it. Yeah.
get off there.
Yeah, it only takes so much every day of nonsense. People bringing nonsense to the table, man. And I think we chatted it out earlier, man. Gemsy was saying, "Hey, man, we need to nail them to their claims. Nail them to their claims. That's all we got to do." It's awesome. You got to really microscopically go after their claims. When they bring a claim to the table, man, it just has to be handled, in all of reality any way we can. That's all, that's basically what we do.
Hey, we have somebody in here. Santa Quinn. You're VC verified. You can shout out, say hello, and welcome. By the way, I don't know if you've been here for a while. If
Let
you
me
wanted
see.
to chime in.
Check it. How long you been here? He's been here since September 15th of 2023 and been on Discord September 15th, 2023. Very new account, very new, joining the server on the same day. That's super suspect. I'm very suspicious of this person.
Well, you
Because-
guys would have been
Oh,
suspicious.
no.
I think that you were suspicious of me for a minute because I didn't have Discord long and joined this server. Also, but that's because I didn't have any social media.
Hold on, I can tell you exactly when you joined. You joined November 15th, 2022 on Discord. And the 29th, you came in here. Same year, 2022.
Yeah, I
Almo-
joined for another server, and then I found out that this server existed
Exactly. That makes sense. That's why you
through
joined.
girls' night
Yeah,
or
you
ladies' night. Yeah,
ladies'
so I
night,
was like, a ladies' night on Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Let me get on that.
Let me get
So
some of that, man. Oh,
I
man.
I came. My first night that I was in here was on a ladies' night,
Mm-hmm.
and there was already like Flat Earth ladies that were just killing it. So I mean, I kind of came in and chimed in here and there, but I wasn't as nearly as knowledgeable about the subject as I am now. And that's from this server and other things too, just me just expounding on the knowledge. I wasn't I was still pretty new to flat Earth. Not even a year into it.
Yeah.
So
Hey, let me ask you this. I mean, how much has it changed your perspective of everything? How much? Really?
what, flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, let me say this at least. I was already like on a journey for truth and found out some pretty profound
Yeah.
things
Ugly
that
shit.
that I had previously I didn't know, and then I had to like already change my mind about a lot of things that was going on in the world. And then when this was presented to me, luckily I had already had it discussed by a friend of mine here in town, and he had told me a little bit about it, like, you know, maybe he's not to the point where we are on the server, but he was still pretty good at explaining some things about I don't know. I just wasn't necessarily receptive to it. I told him I wasn't acting like the Globers that come in here. I was just like, man, you make really good points. I don't know of any way to refute what you say, but you know, I have an understanding of everything, and that's just the way I understand it. And that was the way that I ended I didn't end the conversation. We still talked for a minute about it, but he was like throwing things out there that I just had no idea how to refute them.
Well, he had a crystal ball, and
Oh, did he?
and, and and he got a degree in the crystal ball. I know you guys can appreciate a degree in crystal ball. I mean, it's it's next level.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's so funny because I
girl, look
saw him
the
for
other
the
way.
first time. I saw him for the first time not too long ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't seen him since he said something about flat Earth to me, and I wasn't. Yeah, it was really nice to be able to catch up with him and be like, "Look, dude, when you told me about that, you know, I wasn't even thinking that you were like, I didn't know that you were right, but I mean, I remember you making really good points, but now I'm a flat earther." So it was nice to be able to see him again and be able to tell him that I am a flat earther now.
Yeah, I've had the same experience when I finally figured it out. I called the guy that showed it to me. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? I mean, I was like, holy shit, man, you were right. 100% without a doubt. I mean, I looked into it for months, man. I was like, I'm going to figure this out. Yeah, I got to talk to him. I just talked to him earlier this year, man. Probably back in March or somewhere around there. And I got to talk to him, catch up. Just took one guy, man, saying, hey, man, satellites are fake, man. Check it out. What? Satellites are fake. Yeah, man. They're not in space. Definitely, 100%. What? There's no pictures of satellites in space from space that are like legit. If you got one, man, let me know. I'm going back to the globe if you got one. I promise. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I've seen some high altitude stuff, man, that works out on a flat Earth, where you see some stuff floating up there above the clouds and all that. But is it a satellite in space? Not looking good, man. It's not looking good. There's some holes in that evidence. And I'll always go back to, man, none of us, not a single one of us, has ever seen the Earth from outer space. Not one of us.
Well, it's kind of hard to see the Earth from somewhere that doesn't exist. So
Well, that was our job, man, is to go out and say, hey, man, your globe's coming up a little short here. Can you straighten it out for us? I'd be good. Could you curve that for us? That'd be great. Yeah, curve that one. No, nobody's curved nothing. They're literally 2023. They're still on Sticks and Shadows. Well, when was
It's kind of I try to like put it down into like a I don't know, a relatable way of saying it like, "Hey, it's pretty weird. Pretty weird that nobody's ever done this. Nobody's ever directly measured this curvature that is the first rung of your cosmic ladder. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. Pretty weird that nobody's ever done that. And then anyone who's ever tried to match the math and reality, it's not there. So it's pretty weird. Just saying.
Well, you know that I went out with Matthew Learns twice and measured on a solstice and an equinox. We did both. And we measured an angle to the sun. And we did a bunch of math. We sat down, we figured out, the angle to the sun. Exactly. Right to the degree. And our latitude on what they gave us as coordinates. But we took that in math and we figured out a distance to the sun using this math. And we did it twice, and both times it was, like 3,400 miles ish. Yeah. So he's a math professor. And him and I did the math to the distance to the sun using a calculation off of an angle based off of coordinates that was whatever. We're on the 32nd parallel. All right, we're on the 32nd north. So we just took all those numbers and we added it up and figured it out. And the sun was not very far away both times. And, Matthew did the math, which was like, okay, the math professor did the math. And that was his.
You gotta at least like tell us how he reacted to the math that was, done.
Well, it was all calculations, and it was based off of some assumptions. There had to be some assumptions, first of all. And he wrote that right at the top of the paper. I can send you the notes, or I could post them or something, if anybody's interested. But yeah. But he would just say that's the math, and that's how they did it. That's how they figured out. But it didn't. And then they took the math from the equator to our latitude, and you could figure out the radius of the globe, but that was a little bit more complicated. But they eventually can come to that conclusion through mathematics that it works. It definitely works, man. Latitude, longitudes. Yeah, it works. But at the end of the day, man, it measures the distance to the sun at under 4,000 miles. Okay, somewhere in there. That's the same math that Matthew used, a math professor, that would prove an angle to a light in the sky, and you come up with that's it. Come up with a globe through your mathematics. That's it. I mean, I know you guys. That's what they hang their hats on. I even heard it today. I was driving home, listening to the other Discord, the politics, and it was the same argument. Yeah. So,
Yeah, it's pretty funny how even if we have the same person come back, they'll just respawn, even though whatever they brought forth was, highly scrutinized and to the point where depending on what the argument's about, like brought down to basics and fundamentally refuted, how they'll come back and they'll just respawn and they'll have the same assumptions based off what was already fundamentally refuted and bring some other, uh, because that's how you do when you respawn. You have to try again and try to
Uh,
use something different. Or even if
I
you,
love, I love,
some people are just crazy.
Flatsy. I love it when they'll be like, so the curvature, yeah, it's, you can see it on the boat or on the plane. Like, come on, okay. And then, we start bringing up how far you can actually see things on, a flat level plane or a globe. How it's supposed to drop off here, man. Anyway, we show them all that. And then they'll just go like, well, what about satellites? And then you like, whoa, man. We're back down here on Earth, man. We're checking out Earth. They're like, well, the star rotations. What about those in the? Oh, dude, they just jump around so many times they can never stay focused. And those are some of my favorite guys to listen to because I just sit there and I'm listening. I'm laughing. I'm like, really? You jumped around from, or how far we can see, where's the curve to satellites, boom, star rotation, boom. Yeah, they just jump off. They never have a focus. They don't stay on point. And it's a syndrome out there, and I think it has a lot to do with the smartphone and technology in general. But
It's a double-edged sword.
yeah, it
You
is.
can use
It is.
it.
Hey, they know it too, man. It's a double-edged sword. Technology can, make you and break you at the same time. Trust me.
Yeah, I definitely didn't have access to any kind of PC or laptop or anything. I was able to inquire tons of information from my smartphone.
Yeah, it's changed the world.
But
No,
it was through different means than most people go through to become a flat, or come to the realization that the Earth is not a globe. I didn't
right.
watch a bunch of YouTube videos or anything. I didn't know about Mark Sargent or um, who
Eric
else is
Dubay.
Eric Dubay. I didn't know much about any of that. I was listening to a a call-in show podcast type. It wasn't necessarily a it's kind of podcast format, but it was more like a radio show. So, and he had himself on what they call Revolution Radio for a while. Then
Okay.
he jumped over to Speak Free Radio for a little bit. Then he
Okay.
took away. He just stopped doing them both altogether because he already had a Spotify and a website that people were paying attention to, and he wasn't
Right.
active on much else when it comes to social media that I know of, because all I had was YouTube anyways. So um
Well,
and maybe he
yeah.
was more active on Facebook or whatever, but I don't have that, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I listened to, because I was reading that book Behold the Pale Horse by William Cooper. I tuned into Mindshock today. He was doing a premiere of William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse, and I tuned in and chimed up and talked to Mindshock and a couple of other people in his live chat. Brought up flat Earth because I was like, I wonder what Bill Cooper would have thought about flat Earth had it been presented to him like we can these days. And
Oh man.
Mindshock responded to me in the live chat, and he was like, I was just thinking the same thing. Because he was debunking all of the alien interaction and stuff. Like, he was showing how they were operations that were already pre coordinated through the intelligence of the military. So
People dropping in and out, man. Welcome.
Ban them.
All right, ban that T-Dub. He's upside down, first of all. I mean,
Banned. That's a ban.
So that's an auto ban, I think, right? You're upside down?
Let's get him upside right.
I was spreading a bit of knowledge in that live chat today. It was great.
Is that
Well,
coming
thank you
paste?
for doing that. Thank you for doing that. I didn't
Is that in
do a
butter
whole-
form?
What? Did you say in butter form?
Yeah. What you said?
I think he did say that.
Yeah, I did.
That's what I heard.
I like it. I was
Butter.
spreading that butter on that roll.
Anyway, you guys have all been spending a lot of butter lately over there, man. Thank you guys for doing that. What a
Yeah, I've been peeking at that. Yeah, y'all on fire over there.
you guys have been holding the fort down, I'll say.
I'm a bit spent. I was doing that for literally weeks on end before all these
believe it.
other guys showed up.
Yeah, I believe it. I'm peeking.
Yeah, I think you can take a little break, man.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where I don't know. Can't even tell what's going on half the time in an argument. Just kind of just take a step back.
Yeah, it's same.
I noticed
What
I noticed
about
with people popping in and interrupting a lot of time. Sorry.
hey, you guys are
You just hear
retards.
it so many times, and it just I don't know starts to have a different. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to take a breather every now and then.
I mean, you can only take so much. You flat earthers are retards. You guys don't understand math. What's wrong with you?
Well, it's just their blatant like not have or disregarding any kind of self-awareness. They don't care if somebody's talking. They'll just start talking, and it's not like it is here, it's way more moderated. Like, I like the way it's moderated here so people can actually have a conversation, and we're guilty sometimes of shutting down a conversation here and there because honestly, it gets a little bit tiring that people bring the same arguments over and over, I suppose, but over there, they take it to a new extreme, and it's even more tiresome sometimes. I have to.
Yep.
I don't know.
You got to take breaks from surrounding yourself with utter insanity. I think is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Because
really
I felt myself kind of losing objectivity just listening to all this complete madness all day long.
Dude, all I had to do was peek at it. I said, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm feeling it." And I was already out.
It's not a lot different than this place was. Even the first version of this Discord, man, it was crazy. Man,
yeah. I'm probably just spoiled rotten because of this
it
place.
was. You got to remember the early days, man. My goodness, man, it was out. Everybody was a call. I mean, dude, they would call your work and like say, hey, man, that Flatsy's a fucking flat earther. Like, and that's how it was just all over the place, man. When it first started.
I find that they say things that are just so stunningly crazy that you almost have to ask, like, is it me? Like, did I just not understand? Like, is he really saying something that stupid? Like,
Yes, yes, heretic. Yes, you're so right. Like,
Oh,
that's why I'll stay in chat sometimes because I'm like, I don't know if I'm missing something or if he's just really saying something that's stupid.
I went and saw the Foucault pendulum, therefore globe, guaranteed, 100%. I saw it with my own.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. That Scott guy, right?
Yeah,
Gosh.
I was there for like a half an hour, and I saw it move. I mean, how can you defute that, man? I mean, come on.
How can you deny it?
Yeah, but that
You
what
guys
was that
lose,
girl's
man.
name?
Flat earthers lose. I went
Fox?
to the museum, saw the fucking Foucault pendulum. I saw it
Mm,
with my own 2 eyes.
But you guys, were you listening to that Fox girl? Oh my
Oh,
god.
that was where I actually kind of hit my limit, and I was like, I really need to take a break from this now. She was like, I don't know, just a really annoying sophist.
Yes, and it was easy for some of us to pick up on, but she was appealing to a certain subject that I guess Drace was tuned to for a minute, and then he saw the way it devolved and the way her mind worked from that point. He was like, "Oh no."
Yeah, oh no. We get to the point of, oh no. Not really? Oh, okay. Damn. You had to go
I was
there.
already to that point before Drace. Like I was already in the chat like, "Please say less things."
Yeah, that's the kind of person I don't like to talk to at all. Like the very first time I heard her, like I just checked right out, tuned
Yeah,
out, let Spank talk to her. Like it was just
you
in one ear out the other. It's like, oh, it's one of these types of waffling types. I'm out of here.
you did chime in and it was
Please.
priceless, dude. Hold on. Sorry. You chimed in and you were like, "Are you just like uh giving questions that you're going to answer?" I was like, "That is
Right.
exactly what he's doing."
Well, everybody else was still kind of humoring her at that point, so I did feel like kind of a dick, but
No, no, no.
I was like, come on.
You were spot on. I could tell around I think that maybe if you were paying attention to chat, that's why you chimed in the way you did. Cause I was already like, say less things.
What up? What up?
Hey, hey.
Hey, Beasticles.
Ho ho. What up, bro?
Yo, man. Am I a boomer or no?
You're a late boomer.
I'm a late boomer. I like it. Love
What's
that
up,
term.
Beasticles?
I'm gonna use
What's
it.
up,
Late boomer.
bro?
Yeah, bro.
Who's Kiwi Buzz? I want to talk to him.
I don't know, man, but he came in for a second and he bailed. He bounced.
He's another one that's saying that I'm some other fucking guy.
That's the second time I've heard this today, man.
Bro.
No. What? Who are they calling you? Wait a minute.
Some dude named Jesse. I heard like
Jesse's girl. I wish I had Jesse's globe. That guy. Jesse's. No, you're not Jesse's globe, dude. I know Jesse. Big time. I think I checked him in here the first time, actually.
I know,
He
but I was
lives in
just
U-
like insulted. He was just like, okay, Jesse.
He
I'm
lives
like,
in Utah,
no.
man. He's a Mormon.
I'm not that white. Come on.
No, he's a Mormon.
I know.
But
I'm just fine.
anyway, there's somebody in VC check-in, man.
Ooh, let's bring him down. Or her down. Courtney G.
Somebody want to check him in?
Latsy got it.
Latsy's got it. Okay.
Yo,
Cool.
Root popped in. Northern Rebellion, TW.
Dude, man, we got a
Everyone's
nice
in.
house here tonight, man. Thank you guys for showing up. We got grass up in here.
It's time to like relax, just kick it.
Time to relax and kick it, man.
I feel that. Just got home.
Mornings.
Do you guys know about lies on TV and truth in the movies? Have you ever heard that term? Ever?
Lies on TV and truth in the movies.
Family Guy.
Oh yeah, we've heard that. We've heard
Yeah,
that one
I've heard
many
that term.
times.
Okay, just checking. I'm just, feeling out the room, man. I'm just making sure.
Is that
I
kind of
got-
like the same thing about like the truth is stranger in fiction or stranger than fiction or something like that?
I do like that term too.
Is that
The
where you're
truth
kind of
is
going with it?
stranger than fiction because, wow, we've been down some truth holes. I don't know about you guys, but I've been down a couple. I wish I had never had to go down, but I'm kind of glad I ended up going down them. But it's wicked, man. There's some stuff going on, man. I'm like, really? You're gonna pull that shit, huh? You're gonna fake a moon landing, really? Oh my god, that's amazing.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Timbo.
Timbo.
Oh, excuse me.
No, T-Dub Timbo. You guys are his name.
T-Dub Slice.
See how they never talk at the same time? It's weird. That's all I'm saying. It's because they're upside down.
Yeah,
That's
all our
what.
voices sound the
Oh,
same when we're upside down.
everybody upside down does sound the same. I got it now. Fuck. Took me a minute. Sorry about that.
Timbo.
What's been happening? Yo.
Dude,
Did you
I'll
see
tell you what's
Shane
happening,
Gillis
man.
with the Australian Goths? You seen
I
that?
see what?
What?
Shane Gillis, this comedian, he has a bit about Australian Goths, and like, dude, you can't be goth. You guys sound funny. Like, oh, I'm actually quite dark and twisted. Yeah. All
Oh,
day
yeah,
I think about death.
That's hilarious. Bro.
I remember that. Yeah, I watched that with him. That was funny.
It was so funny.
There's I'm trying to think of that Aussie comedian with the long hair. He's like a heavy metal
Mitch
dude.
Hedberg.
Oh, he's funny too, but no, there's an Aussie guy.
Fuck.
An Aussie guy?
Yeah, I'll look him up. But yeah. Let me look him up.
Aussie as in like Australian.
Yeah.
Okay. Not like
Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne fan.
Let me just quickly look.
What's up, everybody? Who else we got in here? Batman, Heretic. Yeah, kind of popped in when you guys were talking about Allison.
But Steve Hughes.
Steve Hughes.
Yeah, he's hilarious. He takes the piss out of everyone.
Look at a little snippet. Steve Hughes. I'm listening to him.
He's better, like, if you listen to a long form kind of one of him, because he kind of rolls into from joke to joke, and then he brings it back.
Kind of like what's his name? Hicks. Fuck's his name? David Hicks.
Oh, the Irish American guy from Boston.
Bill
Hicks.
Bill.
Thank you. I like his style already.
Hughes?
Yeah. I like slow comedians. That means they're brave, you know. They can bathe in the silence, you know.
We've got a few good slow ones like that. There's another guy called Carl Barron. It's hilarious. He's probably the funniest Australian comedian. What's so what were you guys talking about? Saying about Allison? She's been over on the other channel.
Yeah, I couldn't really respond, but it was just like,
Yeah, he's not a Glober. I had already checked him in and stuff. I was just looking for a VC verify for him, but now he's talking to Flat Earth Professor dude.
Flat
He's good to go.
decline.
Who said that?
Your friend from Alabama.
That's pretty good.
Who said that?
Don't you know who I am?
Timbo, that was pretty good.
What's happening?
Not much.
It's time to get 24/7 kicking again, isn't it?
Oh yeah. It'll naturally come back. Don't even trip.
Yeah, everyone will get bored over there and come back. It's that you know, because we run low on Globers sometimes. Everyone's like, "Ooh, Globers."
I want us to advertise this server more over there.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to, but
what do they do?
Yeah, we are. Because we're partnered with them.
You do. You just hop into any channel. You hop into any channel you want to hop into, and you witness. That's all you got to do, man.
And you go 24/7 Flat Earth.
You know, I got an idea. I got an idea.
I saw Hank
Alright.
doing it in the gaming channel, so Hank was doing it there. And he was
We should-
streaming his game when he was doing stuff.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
think
he's always doing that.
quite an objective to get the #1 spot on their Discord channel. So
I mean,
Yeah, what are
naturally,
we up
it's
to
happening.
now? We were
We're
at
in 7th
23 now.
place.
Seventh.
7th, and that's after just a little more than a week and a half.
It's awesome. But here's
It's
my idea,
exhausting.
right? Let me know if you guys think this would be a good idea, right? So like every day we go in the weeds over there, right? Hearing all the different points, blah blah blah. And then all the main guys will meet up here like around this time because this like we got a good mix of people here. And just kind of like switch the vibes, you know what I mean? Like just come over here and just like bring your best globers, you know, whatever. Let's see. You know what I mean? Kind of like you warm up the crowds over there, come see us over here. Cuz like
Put it on
usually
that
when you guys advertise the server, they come to the server and they see nothing going on, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's what I've been worried about. So I popped back here a few times and no one in the live stream, just the bot playing. Maybe a few people in the live stream bot play,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
everyone
I've
in
tried
chill
that.
chat. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I've tried that with them, but they're scared because they know we're on our game. They know it. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've said to them so many times, they know the Earth is flat. They know it. Their intellect betrays them.
Yeah.
Silly.
Or they're scared to
Yeah,
let
it's true.
themselves realize it, you know?
Yeah, but they know it. The ones who own the servers, like the Gem Pandas, and who's the other Wallies that own the other servers, they know that their game is up. They know it. That's why they
Yeah.
don't come here.
Right.
I think you're right, Jin.
I think you're right too.
We're going to be quiet. We have to advertise on the YouTube, and we have to go to the TikTok and get the new people that haven't heard of 24/7. That's what we've got to do. Got to go out there, push it out beyond this thing. That's what we've got to do.
They've lost the argument so much that now they
Yes.
they go to, oh, how do you know that reality is even reality? What?
Well, you know what? When they do that to me, I said, you've just lost your debate. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just thrown in the towel. When you start asking why is what is up, and why is down, and why sideways is sideways, ladies and gentlemen, and what is reality, that's when they have thrown in the towel. I'm not going to
because
debate.
now you can't. Yeah, now you can't argue from a place of knowledge because nothing's real.
exactly, that's what I was trying to tell that girl, Fox.
Oh yeah, she's as
Yeah,
annoying
I
as
said the
Allison.
same to her. I was like, you just lost all your credibility to even be a contender in this argument. It wasn't necessarily that, but it was along those lines, not
It's
verbatim.
99%.
Exactly. They
I've
have
only
no right to speak anymore.
I only heard her interact like one time during a conversation, but I like people like her who are just trying to be fair to the conversation when they see the globers frothing at the mouth, and she's just like, whoa, this is not productive. You know what I mean? Like just to have that middle person like be like, yo,
She'd be a good flat earther, but she waffles way too much.
She's a waffler, and I think it's
Yeah.
selfish. To me, it comes off as a tactic.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
That's correct. The person who said that is correct. It's a tactic. That's all it is. They know it's flat. They know.
She's got this way about her where she can appeal to the room though and capture the room, and she really exploits that ability. So it was really a tactic, and
You're not
it's
talking
hard
about
to see that.
Allison.
Huh?
no, someone like
another
her
one.
though.
Someone like
Another one.
Allison. Allison loved her when she came in because she came in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She goes, oh my god. When I heard her, she goes, when I heard you speaking, I just thought, oh my god, this girl's so good.
You know what
And I
it
went,
is?
oh fuck, here we go.
You think it's an attention thing? Like they don't even care if it's flat Earth or fucking Bigfoot.
It's
They just-
narcissism.
They just want all the attention. Right.
Yeah, it's narcissism for sure.
That makes sense. That's why it's so waffly, because it's just like I want everybody's attention. I can't pick one side or the other. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one. That's a small percentage of people who do that. But the ones that are in the servers that are arguing and every day like agents, they're the ones who are being paid. We know that.
I've seen that get
paid
shut
to do
down.
what they do.
Yeah, sorry, Jin.
I don't know. I think those two are agents too. Those two females.
I've seen
her
that get
name's
shut
Allison,
down.
you know?
I've seen it get
Sorry.
shut down a lot faster.
Ally, son.
Yeah,
No,
I've
no,
seen
like
that get shut
Alice in
down a
Wonderland.
lot faster when it's
Yeah, that too.
a guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Test.
Yeah.
Check. Mic check.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Heretic, we need to get you
It's
a better
like,
mic, dude. God damn.
like
God damn it! Something wrong with it? That sucks. I'll go listen back.
That's why I went off at Allison that night.
Yeah.
I just thought, no, I'm sick of all this fucking cucking over her, Like, yeah, all right, whatever, guys. If you want to fuck her, go and send her a DM or something. But she's running interference, and she's an idiot. So you might as well just fuck off.
Yeah, like, do you see like the sophistry going to that extent when it's a dude? I don't think
No.
I do.
Shut down straight away.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Sorry for being so crude. Well,
Nah, we're chilling. We're just examining the real shit. I mean, whether
With
they're agents or not, or like if they're doing it unconsciously or consciously, it is a problem.
Yeah, they don't even need to be agents because these people come in and defend it themselves. Like, she had that other one, that Fox other one. When flat earthers are talking, she argues with the flat earthers. And then globers come in, she starts arguing with the globers, asking them for evidence of what the claim is. You go, what? What's going on here?
It's interesting. Oh yeah, you were there for that. Oh look, let me take a picture.
I was there for that too.
So, no, like I was at my friend's house, like listening to the conversation, having a cigarette outside, playing with his new dog, and I didn't realize my left earbud popped out. And like, I'm just listening, smoking, and like I was like, oh, where's my left earbud? And I hear the dog going, like I thought she ate it, like swallowed it totally. But I happened to find it, and it's kind of fucked up. Let me put a picture here. I'm just happy that the dog didn't have to go to the vet. But no, I ended up finding it. Here.
You just tie a plastic bag to the dog's ass and wait till it comes out.
No, I'd rather just buy a new pair at that point.
Wait's not whatnot.
Ether, what up, bro? How are you healing? Literally.
I'm hanging in there.
The show, brother. Has the swelling went down? Have you iced it?
It is what it is. Yeah, I put ice on it. It's good.
Mic check.
It'll be all right.
Mic check. Yeah, we can hear you.
Mic check. Mic check. Cool. Thank you.
It's
What's up?
Timbo Slice.
T-Dub Slice.
Yeah.
Did you guys all come back over here because those guys over there were talking about Russia and shit? Did you hear that?
No. I just got home.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking
was
go back over there. I
was
wanted to chill
exhausting.
with the boys, chill with the peeps.
Yeah, Vlad's at it again.
Yeah, yeah. I heard his voice and I went, maybe it's time for me to check out.
Like I said, the only reason why I like going
Arguing
over
in
there
Russian.
right now. Seriously?
Yeah, because Vlad was going off, and he said, and then the Glover piped up. He said, "Oh, you're not fucking Russian or something." Then Vlad started speaking in Russian, and then the other guy started speaking Russian. It was like Russian for like 5 minutes, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Hey, that's not bad.
I played a lot of Call of Duty. Just kidding. No, but I like going over there because even though for you guys, most of you guys, it's like the same old fucking arguments. For me, it's the first time hearing it. So like
Repeatedly?
articulated. No, well, articulated on from our side, because like before I found the server, I kind of felt like I was on my own. You know what I mean? Just trying to convince people that I love, about Flat Earth, look into it, stuff like that. The ostracization, like finding this place was freaking awesome because it's just like I feel like I got a team of really genuine people. It's awesome. It's a nice feeling.
I remember when you first came in and like you were being really nice to them, and now do you see why we're not that nice to them?
Yes, I am learning. The calluses are forming.
Except for Larry, he's not.
If we have a quiet moment, got no Globus, that's because you've destroyed them all. They know the game. They know the jig is up. They're not coming in here because they're scared. That's why. So you've got to look to past green, look for some new meat, new people to bring them in and educate them. Yeah.
Big distraction going on too at the moment in the world, so kind of taking the back seat.
Do you find Larry's style kind of hilarious, where he'll just sit there and let them ramble their entire monologue, go through all their sophistry, totally patient, and then he responds?
I love it.
Yeah, he's great. And he's playing Starfield while he's doing it. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never heard anyone take so many insults and not respond to the insults.
Yeah, just completely unfazed.
I think I put in the chat, it was like Larry, and I put a big red love heart.
He's an ascended master.
No, I can't be that. I can't be that loving. Sorry.
No, he's got that ability.
I'm more reactional. I can be in the middle of an argument, and then someone says something, and I'll react to that. What they just said, I'm like, oh fuck, he got me.
Yeah, I got a bit of
Got me
both in that area.
That's natural. That's natural. Natural reflexes.
You know what's funny though? I've noticed, right? Everyone has different levels of in terms of like nomenclature to use in arguments, right? And probably 90% of the words that people use, like atmospheric refraction or the inverse square law, you start throwing terms at them and their brain is just like, duh. Like they just can't handle it, right?
I've tried to avoid saying any sort of technical term if I can.
Right, layman terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You got to keep it basic because they can't prove the basics as it is. So when you go technical, it's no good. But it's when they start lying, like when someone just mentioned atmospheric refraction, right? And they're trying to tell you they've got all measurements for that. They can predict that. They've got measurements, data they can use to predict. I laugh at them. You can't predict shit. What? You know what I mean? The weather is like human being fingerprints. Everybody's different. Get out of here. You ain't predicting niche.
Yeah.
What about the raw data? The raw data from the ISS photos or videos. Yeah, we got raw data from the ISS videos. Oh yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, it shows curvature.
I like Heretic style though.
Haven't confirmed. Yes, showing the globe that they haven't confirmed to exist. Really?
Yeah,
getting a little bit more wound up as the weeks have gone by. Like I said, time for a breather.
But you're questioning though. But see, the thing is, when you lure them in, right? Like when they say like atmospheric refraction, it's almost like you put it back in their hands. Oh, what is that? Could you explain what atmospheric refraction is?
I love it when he does that stuff. I love it.
Yeah, and they just sound so stupid monologuing over something they don't really know about.
He sounds kind of humorously snarky when he does it too.
It's like
I love it.
If it's atmospheric refraction, then what's it refracting around? Have you got a measurement for that? Yeah, that's
such a simple thing. Yeah.
And then you
so
do
how
those
about the
shorts.
thing that you say is refracted? How do you know that's there?
those short little comebacks you do, Heretic. Those two.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks.
so not a Severin reference frame.
Oh, well, that's the thing, because they just throw stuff like that out there, like Coriolis, like just a single word that they think they can just use to shut everything down. But then when you actually know about it, it's a problem for them because they don't.
I like AI's tactic too, because it's just like he is being cordial in every way and extremely accurate with his terms and like trying to like frame the question that's being asked and being courteous to be like, okay, give me that data. And like probably 98% of the time they're like they don't even know what the fuck he just said. You know, like it's great.
Courteous
And they don't produce any
condescending.
data either.
Right.
Yeah. Courteous and condescending at the same time.
Yeah, I love it.
And then Jedi's tactic is great too.
It never goes
You know?
away.
Awesome, my friend. Okay. Awesome. So
Do you know what a fucking triangle is? Do you know what a fucking triangle is?
You know, it's just so funny though.
Yeah.
Go
You
ahead,
know what a
Jen.
fucking
Actually, go
triangle
ahead.
is?
What'd
No,
you
that's
say?
what he says.
Heretic?
That's what he says. Yeah.
It's so hilarious though to ask them any questions about basically anything they claim. Like Cavendish, just ask them what the observed phenomenon is. The answer is going to be hilarious when you try to tie it back to whatever it was they were going to try to prove.
Yeah. But can you explain the Selenian eclipse? Yeah. But can you explain the Selenian eclipse? That's another one of his favourites. Jedi's favourite one.
Yeah.
Okay? The Selenian eclipse.
Yeah, because he's
he
got
gets them going by saying, yeah. Getting them all comfortable. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. But
Yeah,
can you
awesome.
explain the
Awesome.
fucking
Right.
Selenian eclipse?
You heard of celestial navigation, my friend.
Yeah. How you get a fucking triangle off a curved surface?
What's another
Yeah.
style I like? Let's see. I like Lou. Honestly, I like Lou's style the best in terms of like
What, before he gets drunk, or?
all of it. I love it because he humanizes flat earthers. You know what I mean?
I like Indio. Like he'll come in hot,
Indio's fucking
and then
hilarious.
and then he'll go bang, 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 and then 10 minutes later, he's having a calm conversation with the person that they were yelling at.
Dude,
I mean, when
was at
Indio
my friend's
starts,
house
you
watching
just
that.
listen.
Yeah.
You got to just listen because I mean that's your chance to learn something every time.
Yeah, when he was talking with Neon Globe or whatever, that dude Neon, I was actually at my friend's house. My phone's dead, so I couldn't jump in. But I found the live stream from Tios, who was recording the politics live stream, and me and my friend were watching, listening to Indio describe celestial observations from two different points right on Earth, and it literally being the same thing that you're observing, like Mars, for example.
Yeah, the parallax, when they're talking about parallax.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
And then like Indio's like, "What are you spatially retarded?" I was fucking dying.
Well, that kid's been grasping at straws every time he's been in there. He's like a massive Dunning-Kruger case, calls himself globe champion. I guess he's just trying to win the fight by not understanding what he's fighting against. He never knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's him and Yakubian are bots, yeah.
Yeah, those are
Yakubian
agents
Knight's
in a
actually
sense.
a little bit better at it, I think. Didn't
That's their
seem so
current
at first. They
champions?
both seemed like abject idiots at first to me, but Neon is definitely worse in my opinion.
I think they're like frat boys. Think about it, right? There's probably like some big globies, right? Like Professor Dave type people, you know what I mean? Who are just like, yo, this is like recruitment. This is like your initiation. Go, let's see how you handle yourself in there. You could become one of us, kind of thing. Like, I don't know. It seems very weird. It's just like every day they come back, and it's just like this. They're just not, but they're not giving up either. So like, where's that incentive? Call yourself globe champion, you know, trying to build yourself a personality. It's ridiculous.
It's laughable, that stuff. Globe champion. character that went back to the Globe recently. His name is Kelly. Reckoned he was a flat earther, and he had an interview on the Medicinal Mass Media channel, MMM, last week or the week before last. Did you hear about that?
Wait, what'd you say, Jin?
Haven't heard of
God.
him.
I said there's
Yeah.
a character by the name of Kelly. Yeah, there's
Kelly?
a guy by the name of Kelly who reckoned he was a flat earther, and he went back to the Globe.
He's
What?
famous.
Well,
Before that, nobody gave a shit.
yeah. Well, interesting.
Right?
You say
Yeah. What
that.
a lot of
Remember
bollocks.
we
And then
had a guy who was in here like maybe a year or so ago, and he ended up over at Tartaria, and then he came back in one day. Remember that heretic?
Hmm.
What was his name? Jesse.
What was that
Jesse?
again? Jesse Gordon?
Jesse,
No.
That's the guy
rings a
that someone
bell.
said I'm fucking Jesse. That's what Kiwi Buzz was saying, that I'm
I
that
don't.
guy.
I don't hear that.
No. So remember, there was a guy who came in around the about a year ago, and then he went over to Tartaria, and he was a flat earther, and he was debating Globers in the Tartaria, and then he came back in just maybe a month ago and he was arguing whether it was about a drop angle over the
Right. A different
What was
Jesse.
his?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
What a
was like a
retard.
flat earther admin in Tartaria at first,
But
I listened to
supposedly.
him.
because he was here, and he was like he didn't know anything. And
Didn't
then
know
all of a
anything.
sudden he went over to Tartaria and he became this like a mod, yeah?
Yeah, he
I don't
was
know.
one of like the founders or admins or something like that. He was right in there in the inner circle. But he was constant drama the whole time. He's always starting like these huge
Yeah,
dumpster
it
fires
was
of people.
drama
And,
because he was
yeah,
with Jason Walker.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm just
Jason
mad he
Walcott
sounds
was
like a
the
bitch. You know what I mean? That means I
administrator
sound
of
like a
that.
bitch.
I'd
He
float
went
down
he
and
went
work on a
back
globe.
he went back to the globe, yeah? But he was never a flat earther in the first place, so
Couldn't have been, didn't know anything about the arguments at all. He's just one of those guys who comes in and says the Black Swan is just fucking stupid. It's just a fucking stupid argument. Oh, okay, well, what is it? It's just fucking stupid. Can't tell you what it is.
an hour and he still didn't know what the argument was.
Yeah, I gave it to him like 20 times. Like, well, can you tell me
Yeah.
what it
So
is?
now can you tell us? Oh yeah, Bendy Cranes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't tell me what it is, but you know for sure it's stupid. Yeah, it checks out.
Yeah. They have the same.
And then I asked them, and then you ask them the question, what was it that brought you back to the globe? What evidence was it that made you leave, that got you to leave the flat earth? I mean, there's no evidence. What evidence? And they can't bring it forward, can they? They cannot bring it
Never
forward
can.
at all.
They don't even know what they're looking for evidence for. Like, they don't even understand the argument or what they need to prove. Like, they're just going off of a script.
It's
Not a
almost
very
like
good one.
someone that likes a girl, right? And just like, oh fuck, what does she like? Okay, she likes this. I got to learn something about it. And it's just like that half-ass research, and then they don't realize, oh crap, we don't know shit about this. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna use these talking points that I learned from some douchebag on Instagram.
When you break down for them what it is that they're actually like trying to argue or should be arguing for the globe, like they don't even recognize it.
Yeah, they have nothing to back it up. They're like, oh shit, that was my talking point. I don't
Like,
have anything else.
Well, like you give them what their argument is supposed to be. Like, well, you're saying that there is a geometric horizon there, but like refraction makes it not appear, makes it look flat or whatever instead, right? And you say that to them, and they're just like, no. And then they'll start arguing with what their claim is supposed to be. Like they just don't know anything about this stuff.
Well,
Not even
his
their own
argument
position.
against the Black Swan was you haven't done a dip angle correction.
Oh yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, it's got nothing
I
to do with
remember that.
dips. Just like, yeah, the argument isn't about that, dude. But it does take out their dip angle arguments, though, because if they're going to say that there's a dip angle because of the geometry of the horizon, then it would have to be at that geometric distance and all of that, right?
Yeah.
That's just
I like
so stupid.
Jedi's new one. He goes, okay, well, let's put the fucking sextant on the ground.
Yeah,
No need
yeah,
to
that's
do
like,
angle correction.
yeah, I've heard Kiwi use
Yeah.
that one too, the rubber ducky argument.
What was Ruhif had a rebuttal to that, and I can't remember what it is now.
What
I was
argument?
gonna say that the horizon is like at it's 0, right? It's just right where you are if you're right down at the surface level.
Well,
Yeah, I
Ruhif
think
was saying that you're not take. Yeah, he says that you're not minusing the height. You just use the height above sea level to figure out the angle that you'd be taking off.
Yeah, was he talking
So-
about slicing through the water hills to where it should be? That will be a dip angle correction?
Why don't we let Root tell us? Root, if you're driving, I know you're driving probably.
Not Root, no, Ruhif.
I was going to say that.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, don't get those two confused.
What's your Aussie accent, man? I'm
bastard.
sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Say Root. It's almost like Root.
I thought you knew me, dude.
I know you. I know you would never be a Ruhiv. I apologize.
Yeah, we were talking about you with your dip angle corrections, Root.
I thought you said
I've argued with Ruhif many times on this piece. I don't know how you managed to get that one.
right. See, I thought you
Ruhif said
said
something.
Root had an argument in response to, or had a way to respond to it. But now I get what you're saying.
That was Ruhif, yeah.
Gotcha.
Ruhif really wrecked himself that one night where he said that even on a flat Earth, if you have
You
a
shouldn't
horizon
see
that
a
dips
curve.
below eye level, there will still be like a subtle left to right curvature of it visually, right?
Yeah.
He said it wouldn't not a physical curve, obviously, because it's a flat Earth, but he just said that in your perspective, visually, it's going to curve if it's not exactly at the eye level, right?
Yeah, well, that
It's like,
just
well,
goes
it's
towards
not. So there you go. You took care of Mr. Sensible's balloon thing, and yeah.
circular dome of vision.
Did he just compare peripherals to that? Like, did he really use that? Well, see, you could see the curve if you use your peripherals and you make your eyes really wide.
He was just saying that there's going to be like a visual distortion to it, right? Anything that's not exactly at the eye level is going to be curved either up or down, depending on whether it's above or below eye level.
Yeah, but
Isn't
that's what he was saying.
Isn't that just your azimuthal grid of vision due to the convergence point?
Well, I don't know, but it was his claim, so I just used it against him. It's like, all right, well, that explains away all these high altitude pictures where you claim we're seeing left to right curvature, because according to you, this is what we should see on the flat Earth. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, he's a dick. I had a half-hour debate with him about terrestrial refraction. He said because the light comes in from space and then enters the atmosphere, which is a new medium, that refractive, that basically allows the light to curve all the way around a ball. I was just like, wow.
Okay. Then there would be sunlight all the time, according to him.
Right, it's like the light just hits the atmosphere and then just creates a parabella and just goes around. It's crazy.
And then on refracting.
Yeah. Would that mean there has to be a refraction point where it's just like, oh, you won't be able to, like, I don't even want to try and defend that argument. That's stupid.
I think he claims something like there is a curvature to light that's got nothing to do with the radius of Earth. It's got to do with the radius of the arc of the light.
Right.
Yeah, he says light always bends down because of the light entering the atmosphere. So once it hits the atmosphere, it's always bending down. So he's basically saying it's just constant. Light's always curving. It's crazy.
Yeah,
because there's a gradient.
Pressure gradient. Yeah.
Well, he's assuming those curved density layers of the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
When we do,
it's curved density layers. Did you say?
Can we do an experiment with lights?
Yeah, the
though?
whole thing is curving, right?
In different pressures, like different pressure gradients? Just curious. You know what I mean? But
I don't know
you
how
can't.
you do that.
I don't know how
I
you
don't
do
think
that.
you can
Yeah,
do it.
because like
'Cause
that's
it would,
saying that you can harness the sun's light outside of the atmosphere. That's like you can't get past the refraction point to what do you call isolate it? You know what I mean?
well, and the only way you're going to be able to do it is in a laboratory conditions. And how do you set up density layers that would
Exactly.
occur in the natural atmosphere? You know, like
Without
just
knowing
pressure
the
gradients
dimensions,
without. Yeah, because
right?
the only way you'd be able to do it is with different types of gases that are heavier and lighter, and that's not what's happening. So he's talking about temperature and pressure gradients. So
Density.
you can't really control it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way because you would need to know the dimensions of the Earth to have a scaled down experiment, which we
Yeah.
don't know. Not to mention, if you're doing a laboratory experiment, right, with artificial light, like
Yeah.
what's to say that that's the same properties of the sun? There's no way.
No.
Even though indoor grow houses work, just saying. Checkmate.
Yeah. Also, we don't see light just always continuously bending downwards. Crazy.
That's stupid. What was another one? Another weird argument. Oh, about what was it about? It was about gas pressure in a container versus no or gas pressure without a container. And someone was saying how like gravity pulls the gas molecules down, which is so stupid. I brought that back up again. I was like, if I fart in your face, which way is it gonna go? Is it gonna be pulled down?
Your
The fuck?
face. You just said you already explained it. You said in their face, so it's gonna go in their face.
It's gonna disperse from my butthole all over in
Smell all over the freaking room.
yeah.
Use it better one next time. Don't use that.
So
It's so funny because I'll literally say that to them and they'll be like, down. Oh, okay, so I could fart in your face, no problem. Don't worry about it.
if they're talking about
That's funny though.
like light bending light bending towards a pressure gradient, then or density gradient, then there are days when there's no cloud down near the water, and then you've got this fog that's sitting up off the water. So wouldn't the light like up refract towards the fog layer?
I don't even know, bro. But yeah, that's another
So you
variable to
see-
consider.
You see like a shorter distance, you know what I mean? Because it would just make it disappear around the globe. Because it would go straight up and then keep going up. So you wouldn't even be able to see like 100 meters because it would be refracting up away from your eyesight. So there's no instances of that happening. But if it's the pressure gradient, the density gradient, then that would happen in those conditions, you know?
Yeah, I mean, just the simple fact that to have gradients of pressure, you have to have pressure. You have to have. So, oh, that's what someone said. Someone said that air has no psi. I remember that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking
hell?
about? That's what a barometer's for, bro. Air
What
pressure.
the hell?
And someone was just like totally dead serious about that, and I was just like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I may not know the exact the numbers and actual measured things like
Well, they weren't trolling you, mate.
what was it 14.7 psi,
As soon as I know what an air compressor is.
the average air pressure or whatever that we experience on near sea level. What is it?
20.7 at sea level.
Yeah, right.
It's
So
it's just an average because it's continuously fluxing. You know, like it could be different like a few meters away.
That's what I was gonna ask.
And all sorts of shit going on. So
Isn't that why like pilots, right? They have like three different they need three different readings, right? Because like they need to know from base camp, like, oh, you're at this height and there's this amount of pressure in the air. I can't remember what the numbers are called, like a QNE and a H, like the three different things, because then that determines, you know,
Altitude.
Right, determines like how fast they have to accelerate or put their throttle. You know what I mean? Because if it's like less pressure, they don't need they need more thrust, and if it's like it's more pressure, they can glide on that shit or something like that. But I don't know. I'm a layman still. I don't claim to be fucking academic nerd, even though I am one in my heart. I don't know. I always have questions though about this stuff. Like, one thing that got me was the moon, about like why it looks so red and big at certain points, like when it's low towards the horizon. And ironically, Alex Jones kind of put that thought in my head about like, well, because you're seeing through miles of fucking shit, right? Like all that dust and debris and shit. And then and why it's smaller and white when it goes towards the top of the sky is because you're seeing through less shit. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, and then you got like why it looks bigger. I know people say it's like it's an optical illusion because you've got something to compare it to. I reckon it's atmospheric magnification. You know, you got moisture in the
It
air.
looks small.
It's creating a magnifying glass. You know, so it's making it look bigger.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that
what I
makes
think.
sense. Wouldn't it, if what they're saying is true, wouldn't it look smaller because you're seeing like a lot of area compared to this small thing in the sky, like this relatively smaller thing in the sky? I mean,
Oh, you
wouldn't
mean
it
in
seem
comparison?
small?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you
because they're
mean?
trying to say that. Yeah, because they say, like you said, it's an optical illusion. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got something to compare it to, then it should look smaller, yeah?
Yeah, what have you got to compare it to when it's near the horizon? Like your whole field of view of every, you know, like a huge area of matter, you know, like it looks big, you know.
Well, I think it's the same thing as like when things actually do look like they're over a curve. Like what it does when you're looking through the atmosphere, it creates like a magnification, and it brings that it's like stacked, and it brings the where the angular resolution becomes so small that you can't see that point. It actually brings that closer. So the
bottom
steps
up,
towards that, instead of it looking like all in a row, as it gets through the thicker atmosphere, it gets more and more magnified. So it brings it closer and closer and closer, and it ends up making the surface look like a curve. Do you know what I mean? Like a front-on curve. Like in those black swan photos, you got the flat where it's 10 miles, we call it, and then they bring another one and they go, oh, what about this one? That's what I think's happening there. It could be wrong, but it makes sense to me.
Well, I've seen that one where they try to debunk the black swan, right? with a different photo.
Yeah, it's still too far anyway. So
still too far, but they never actually show observer height or anything like. You know what I mean? They don't show any of the measurements that were taken.
They're trying to debunk a black swan with another black swan.
It's hilarious. Yeah, exactly.
Those are both taken by the same guy, both 1 foot elevation. The horizon's almost at that. The one where it's closer, it's almost up to that first rig, which is 6.2 miles. Supposed to be 1.2, so it's way further than it's even supposed to be.
Right.
Like just using it on their part is like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of forget too that about the whole analogy of it being a black swan. I mean, they could show what seems to be a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But if we have one example where it's not that, all right, we've got our black swan.
Exactly, it's all you need. Yeah, because all the horizons have to be geometric, or else none of them are.
Right.
So, I mean, all they would be doing is just affirming the consequent with their 1.2 mile horizon. It wouldn't actually be a geometric horizon because it would have to be there all the time, everywhere. or else it's got nothing to do with curvature. It's just, I don't know, weather and stuff that varies. Curvature wouldn't vary. Be fixed in place. It'd be permanent, geometric. Be a hard limit.
You know what I'm curious about? I wonder if there's a correlation between propagation of radio waves, right? Like, because when it's nighttime, I guess because it's less heat, the air is more condensed. I guess it's a better medium for the signals to travel through. But you know how like you have better signals at night? You know, there's a bunch of variables for it, but like one of them being like, oh, there's just less people on. You know, not much bandwidth being used in your area. But also like, you know, when Ether was driving around, he had his camera on at night, driving around his property, and like it was clear connection compared to the daytime. It was really strange because it's like, oh wow, it's like actually a phenomenon. I wonder what that is.
Refraction.
What is it?
Refraction.
Refraction.
Is it actually refraction?
I don't know.
Oh.
Refraction. It's either refraction or gravity. That's it.
No. I'm just saying in general, just us talking.
I'm joking, man.
Yeah. But you guys know about that, right?
I wish Hamish was here. He knows a little bit about
You know
frequency
what's
and wavelength and bandwidth.
right? You know what I find quite funny is they say that the black swan is an anomaly, but they can't show a single picture of it being at that 1.2 mile distance.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about? Like, your geometric horizon would be the anomaly, or, well, a horizon that matches it. We don't have any examples of that.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'll show you
they
this
wanna
one.
make
It's curved. And
Like,
it's
the
not
best
curved in the
picture-
right place.
Yeah, like the best picture they come up with, that same one over and over again, that's actually kind of an anomaly. Most of them don't look like that. I've never seen really any others on BMLSB's channel that do. And it's still a black swan.
Well, that's what they want to do. They don't. They want to make it not about the distance to the road. They just want it to be an apparent obstruction of view of an object, right? So that they can just declare that it has to be because of curvature, right? And then they can just explain it away with their refraction, like it
Right.
not being the right distance.
You ever think they would update the circumference of the Earth just to make that argument? You ever think?
No,
Oh, we've
they
actually
can't.
measured. They can't.
No, because the
Never worked.
planets, the orbits, the sun, the moon,
All their other
everything
layers
relies
of
on
lies, right?
Hey, Beasticles. They're
What up?
depending on Venus to have the same radius as Earth too. So what are you gonna do there?
Yeah.
It would change the distance to the sun.
Well, here's I think the biggest
The house
problem
of
is that
cards would come
latitudes,
tumbling down.
none of the latitudes would make any sense because they got
Yeah.
them, right, from Polaris.
Right.
If Polaris is
Right.
vanishing because the Earth is curved, it has to be the size that they said it is. If they go with something way bigger, it's not going to be making any sense because it's going to be vanishing at some northern latitude when it should be at that ball's equator, but you're going to be nowhere near that, right? So, like, none of the stuff that they try to use the globe to explain with like regards to the sky is going to work out if they go bigger.
Too many layers of lies. Beautiful.
Great point. Yeah.
Beautiful.
They're stuck with it.
'Cause I-
Locked in. That's their price is right.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, what could they actually do, right? Because the Black Swan is like, no, it's a nuke to their arguments. It really is. Like, it really, really is. It's just like,
Well, they just claim extreme refraction.
That's why it becomes a sliding bar where you just increase or decrease the radius value. That's what that's all their refraction is. They can go on about Snell's law all they like, but at the end of the day, their equation for it is simply a sliding bar which increases the radius value.
So in any situation, any observation, They increase that sliding bar, and they go, "Oh, look, it must have been this refraction on that day."
Then they say it matches
That had to have
perfectly.
been. It had to have
Yeah,
been. You don't need
matches
to measure
perfectly.
it.
The math
We know we're
works.
on a ball.
Yeah, because the radius is this size. If we put in this sliding scale, then look what we get.
Yeah, it's
Because
literally.
the
Yeah.
Earth is this size.
I love how they flip flop too between it being geometric and it not. Like they'll show you
Right.
a picture of a tower where it's stooping or something is going on, right? It looks like it's below eye level. And they're like, explain that. Well, is that evidence of the curve? Yeah, that's the curve. It's got to be the curve. Okay, how come there's no curve over here? Oh, that's refraction.
yeah. So which one's refraction and which one's curve?
But
Yeah, I know.
But back in the day when we tried to use refraction as an excuse for the apparent obstruction of objects at distance, appearing behind the horizon. Oh no, you don't. And that refraction didn't come into play with them. Then it was a geometric obstruction, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like how they just pick and choose. It's like, okay,
Right,
if
before
that's
the
the
black
curve,
side.
yeah, I mean, then it's got to be like omnipresent, right? Every point on the surface, it's going to be curving away in all directions by the same amount. But obviously,
Question.
they know that we're not going to see that, so it becomes a mess for them really quick when they try to do that. It's hilarious.
Question. Infrared, right? That requires line of sight, doesn't it?
Yep.
Right.
So
The
if the globe
wavelength.
were real, then infrared would make long distance observations less
Right.
than what we see, because the curve would be blocking without refraction.
Right. There'd be no point to using infrared if it would be blocked by the curve. But
Yep.
yet, isn't that like the standard for long distance
Well,
observation?
we see further, and we shouldn't see further.
Right.
We
So I'm
should
saying
see less.
infrared's like the epitome
Yeah.
of long distance observations that you can measure, right? No other thing. Infrared.
You get the best clarity from it.
Best clarity. Okay. I'm just trying to
It
think
cuts
what
out all
else
the.
you
It's
can
less
use.
refracted.
Mm.
It's
Yeah, and
less
it cuts out the
refracted.
haze. Yeah.
Why is that? Because it's
Right.
is it more focused, like a focal point kind of thing? Higher energy in a sense, in the singular point, bust through that
I
reflection.
actually don't know why.
It's
I'd
interesting.
be lying if I could tell you why.
That's what I want to know. I want to know about infrared and stuff like that.
It's in the is it in the higher
Is it one of the
higher
additional information?
wavelength? Is it high wavelength?
I mean, if
Or
it's more focused, right? Infrared has a higher frequency, I believe. Let me see here. Electromagnetic spectrum. Doo-doo-doo. Let's see here. Oh no, actually,
Lower.
less frequency. Like it's a
Lower
bigger wave,
wavelength.
lower wavelength, right?
Yeah.
Which is
So is that
interesting.
longer? Yeah, longer wavelength. Yeah.
Right. Radio waves, microwaves, infrared. I've been really studying
the
terahertz.
microwaves. Look into your microwaves. That they are like, I think they suffer the least amount of refractive effects of all. I think I'm pretty sure, and that's why they're looking into it as like as a preferred form of communication over long distances.
Oh, they already do that for
And
sure.
they've set up, they've done it, and they've done it across I think hundreds of kilometers.
I'm pretty sure
over
5G and
water.
6G technology coming out is going to be all microwave, millimeter technology. Pretty sure. Let me see, microwave communications.
And it requires direct line of sight.
Line of sight. Yep. That's what like fixed wireless uses. You know what I mean? For like internet. Like not like HughesNet, but like something similar where it has to have a line of sight. That's microwave. Let's see here. What's the problem with microwaves? Oh, there is a problem. Can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but I remember learning about this. Yeah, this is the interesting thing, right? So, this is really interesting. The first experiments with radio repeater stations to relay radio signals were done in 1899. However, the low frequency and medium frequency radio waves used during the first 40 years of radio proved to be able to travel long distances by ground wave and skywave propagation. Now, working at Dish Network, they would claim it's skywave communications, but it is skywave communications, it's skywave propagation, but they claim that it's a geocentric or geosynchronous orbit, right, with EcoStar satellites and stuff like that. But I know that's bullshit. Like, actually. But skywave is what I really wanted to understand how they're able to do that so accurately. They're just bouncing off the ionosphere to certain points. Like, they figured out like these tensile points, you know what I mean, in the ionosphere. Like using it like a mirror in a sense to like bounce waves. Let's see here. Yeah, low angle skywaves. This is really interesting. The ionosphere is a region of the upper atmosphere from about 80 kilometers, 50 miles, to 600 miles in altitude. So that's a huge range. You know what I mean? It says where neutral air is ionized by solar photons, solar particles, and cosmic rays. When high frequency signals enter the ionosphere at a low angle, they are bent backwards towards the Earth by the ionized layer. If peak ionization is strong enough for the chosen frequency, a wave will exit the bottom of the layer earthwards, as if obliquely reflected from a mirror. It's pretty interesting. Earth's surface, ground, or water then reflects the descending wave back up again towards the ionosphere. When operating at frequencies just below the maximum usable frequency, the losses can be quite small, so the radio signal may effectively bounce, quote unquote, or skip, quote unquote, between the Earth and ionosphere 2 or more times, multi-hop propagation. And it says even following the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, no way. There's no way. They wouldn't bounce like a mirror then. You know what I mean? There's no way. Consequently, even signals of only a few watts can sometimes be received many thousands of miles away. This is what enables shortwave broadcasts to travel all over the world. If the ionization is not great enough, the wave only curves slightly downwards and subsequently upwards as the ionization peak is passed, so that it exits the top of the layer only slightly displaced. The wave is then lost in space. To prevent this, a lower frequency must be chosen. With a single hop, path distances up to 2,200 miles away may be reached. Longer transmissions can occur with 2 or more hops. That's with low angle sky waves. Then you have the near vertical sky waves, which is also crazy. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent, but this shit has always interested me. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Because the lower altitude layers the E layer in particular of the ionosphere, largely disappear at night. The refractive layer of the ionosphere is much higher above the surface of the Earth at night. This leads to an increase in the skip or hop distance of the skywave at night. So the ionosphere is higher above the surface at night. That's why you get better signals at night, I guess. That would make sense. This is crazy. Telling you guys, we're not going to be on Discord, always and forever. You got to figure out how to use these frickin' these waves, man, to talk to each other, man, like ham radio people.
Yeah, when it's colder, you can usually see farther, so there's a potential that the radio signals might be better, but I can't confirm it. I would say it's because more people are sleeping, so you get better service. But I can see further when it's minus 30 Celsius outside. I can see further than when it's plus 30 Celsius.
Right. Just interesting, though, that they say the ionosphere is higher in altitude when the sun's not there. Strange.
I would never say that word.
What?
Ionos something, but I'd never say ionosphere.
Oh,
but
sorry. Yeah. Ionos plane.
Ionos sky, or yeah.
I'll call it the E layer. I like that little nickname.
It takes years or months to to not say those things, but
no, it is important though. That neuro-linguistic programming. Yeah.
Sometimes I might say it with a glober just to humor them so they know what I'm talking about. But if you say Atmo, then they get triggered. But it's a good habit not to say the glober bullshit terms, but it happens.
Wait, folks, we have a Globe King in the chat. Never mind, he left. He just left as soon as I spoke about him.
Globe King?
There was a brand new account, and he types and writes sentences a lot like this repeat troll that we have a lot in the lobby. So, pretty sure that's what it is.
The one I'm thinking of, Heretic. The one.
No, it's
Not
he
that
came
guy.
in before as fact check Pat. Had a whole bunch of different alts and just says the same stupid stuff every time. Inevitably, he gets sent to Helio Cult. That usually lasts a few weeks before someone gets sick of him completely.
Yeah, brand new account, politics server. Yep.
Yeah, he does this often. I'm pretty sure it's him just by the way he's arguing. That's where you do the voice verification checkpoint, and then they run away. Yeah, I've never gotten him into voice. Well, I have, but he only plays clips and stuff. He doesn't show his voice, so would probably know who he is if he actually did. One of our super fans.
Just quickly on that, basically. What is an ion?
I don't know. Let me look it up. I know I drink alkalized water that was, ionized, but I really don't know.
Supposed to be an atom that's either missing or has an extra electron, right?
An atom or molecule with a net electric charge due to the loss or gain of one or more electrons. Yep. Interesting.
So, what are they doing up there?
Yeah, exactly, right? And yeah, it's interesting.
And do you know that there's allegedly ions right throughout the whole quote atmosphere, right? From ground up. So why are they all of a sudden all collected up there to form some sort of little barrier that we can bounce signals off?
I don't know.
Why
But I
they
know
why are they dense? Why have they formed some sort of density layer? Dense layer at at 80. What did you say? 80 miles, 80 kilometers, something like that.
so skywave, right? So the low angle skywaves, basically, yeah. They do. So it doesn't necessarily say where in the Ionis plane. God, I got to work on that. Because it says 50 miles to 600 miles. That's the range of that part of the Atmos, right? But it doesn't say which part of that range is where they aim. You know what I mean? It just says that when high frequency signals enter the ionosphere at a low angle, they are bent backwards towards the Earth by the ionized layer. Almost like rejecting it, like, get that little shit out of here. You know what I mean? Kind of. So that's why they do. Oh, that's so weird. It's like the high frequency signals, so it's high frequency, at a low angle are bent backwards. So I wonder if it was a low frequency signal, would it just kind of like get lost in space? Oh yeah, yep, a lower but okay, so this is the confusing part, right? It says the wave is then lost in space. To prevent this, a lower frequency must be chosen. So I don't get the delineation between using one or the other. It doesn't make sense to me. It's
Yeah, I would say it's all bullshit. It's line of sight. The radio hits the tower, the signal sends out and hits the tower on the flat Earth. There is no ionosphere. It's not bouncing off anything. What are they talking? What are you talking about?
No, they are using skywave technology. Like that's for sure. That's why like the line of sight for satellite dishes, right? Like Dish Network or DirecTV, they have to be facing a certain like 45-degree angle facing towards that radio tower. But because not all the radio towers have the line of sight, they are bouncing it like from EcoStar headquarters. Like they're bouncing it off of. This is what I speculated when I first heard about this, that it was bouncing off the firmament. They're just bouncing it off of that, and then I find out, oh, it's the ionosphere. They actually have a term for it, but no, they're using that. They're definitely using.
You're talking about ham radio.
Yeah, shortwave, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
It's definitely there.
Yeah, I thought of that. I
Sorry,
thought of that as well. No, I'm just saying because I missed the start of what you were saying. But when I heard what you said, that came to my conclusion as well. Maybe they're hitting some sort of barrier out there.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes so much more sense to me.
Yep. Well, I can't think of another explanation, to be honest.
I mean, it also kind of highlights Operation Starfish Prime. Why were they detonating hydrogen bombs? You know what I mean? In the Atmos? Almost like they were creating the ionization kind of thing to like have like little signals. Sorry.
They were allegedly studying the Van Allen belts, weren't they?
Allegedly. But think about it, right? Over 200 hydrogen bombs, right? Russia and the USA, right? And then all of a sudden we get satellite technology, quote unquote. Because if you flipped your satellite dish, right, in the exact opposite direction of where you're getting your signals from like DirecTV or Dish, right, you would actually pick up Russian signals. So it's almost like they created it in a sense for this kind of communication. That's what now I'm speculating totally, but now it's like starting to click. Like I'm dot connecting a little bit. That would make a lot of sense. I don't know. Am I crazy?
Well, yeah, I have satellite internet. If I turn my satellite, it's facing south right now. If I turn it to the north, I would get no signal because my satellite internet is depending on ground towers.
Right.
They even
That's
called
line of sight, right?
me and said, "You want to upgrade your satellite internet? We're building a tower closer by." it's going to cost you $20 extra a month. So I didn't question them on it because they're not going to know anything about the globe or flat Earth. So, but
See, that's different though. That's different. That's because that's different type of data. Because radio waves, right? Broadcasting signals. It's a different frequency altogether. Like
Yeah. I
like for
thought the
example,
Globers only
go ahead.
claimed that satellite phones were actually satellites, but they claim that phone and internet is tower based and the internet is cable based, isn't it?
Yeah, so like the line of sight communications that Northern Rebellion is talking about, it's called fixed wireless, right? It's not like HughesNet. It literally requires line of sight communication, right? That's where you're doing repeating towers, right? And depending on how much bandwidth they have in the area, because you're dealing with telecommunication companies, so like there's contracts and you can't go in my neighborhood. I already own this part of the neighborhood, that kind of stuff. But what I'm talking about, because there is a difference, because like the broadcast signals that you're picking up, like everybody is picking it up, whether or not you have the right encryption to decrypt that channel that you paid for, right? Like with Dish or DirecTV. That's like a different story, you know what I mean? But like it's all being broadcasted all at once, and I think it's literally using skywaves. Like I have no idea. I don't have anything to verify that, but I know it's not some geostationary or geocentric orbit that's on the equator. That's so stupid.
so I have a story of a local fire. It was a brush fire, forest fire. Firefighters were forced to break into people's houses and use the landlines because there was no cell service. There was no satellites. There was nothing. It was a dead zone. So then the municipality said, we have to build more ground towers because we can't have firefighters breaking into people's houses to communicate with other firefighters. So they ended up building more ground towers. But
Right.
if they're bouncing signals off the ionosphere, if there's satellites, why would they need to build more ground towers?
Right. That's a good point. Very good point. See, the thing is, it's just the amount of data, though, too. That's all. It's like the amount of data compared to 1900s versus like our types of data that we need now. That would kind of make sense. Oh crap! I thought I was in the live stream. Sorry, Heretic.
Yeah, like I would say it'd be difficult for anybody to prove that something is bouncing off the firmament. Although, like, I'm a firmament believer, and maybe it's possible, but it's hard to verify. Like,
Yeah,
I can
definitely hard
verify.
to verify.
I get stations that are like 200 kilometers away, like American stations, and I'm in Canada. So it just depends on how far the different signals reach. But I can't see them bouncing off something, but maybe they do. But because like Marconi, wasn't it 10,000 miles? Like, was that line of sight or was that bouncing off the firmament? Like, or bouncing off something?
Well, that's kind of like why, I've brought up infrared, right? In terms of long distance measurements, right? Infrared being very low wavelength, like it's very it's not a high frequency. What the hell is that called? Like it's a low band, like it's a low wave, kind of like 2.4G and 5G in a sense. Like 2.4G travels further, but it's not as fast. And then like 5G travels further in terms of like your router because it's higher frequency, but it doesn't go as far. Like there's not enough range. So radio waves go pretty damn far, like really far, with such a low frequency. But yeah, like with data encapsulation in terms of like packets, frames, stuff like that. When you're translating like internet data, like like a text message or like a picture, right? If you're sending that, that all has to be encapsulated on that wavelength, and then de-encapsulated through whatever type of encryption you have, IP, TCP/IP, or UDP, whatever. And yeah, that comes in through lines. You know what I mean? That's not really line of sight communication. That's why, like, I bet you with your internet, right? When you download a movie or something like that, or you're trying to stream, it's god awful, I bet.
I can't
Right.
download. I can't even have. I don't have hardline internet because my fake satellite internet is so weak.
Right.
I don't download movies. I can't. So
Right. Just to think about that, right? So that's the reason why that's so shit line of sight is because of you would need to repeat that signal over and over, like through a bunch of ground-based towers. So it's not actually beneficial for terms of like informational data like that, like streaming. Like that's a lot of data. You know what I mean? That's a lot of data you're streaming. So the thing that I don't understand, right? I think this is what I don't understand, is that with Dish Network, DirecTV, they all come in through coax. It is coax still, right? That's the hard line right there. Because without coax from, however they do it, it's like you still need the coax going to the cable box because that's how it's translating the signal, and how it's picking it up. It is line of sight, but it's not necessarily line of sight because of the angle of these satellite dishes. Like if you walked outside, like I'm not sure where you're at, but I'm in Vegas, so if I walked outside of my neighborhood and looked at all the satellite dishes, they're all facing the exact same way. And that's just because, that is where they have to get their line of sight. And if just doing the math, like if like from my neighborhood, right? Like, because I was supposed to get Dish Network for free because I worked for them, right? But I couldn't get it because in my apartment's my balcony, I wasn't facing the correct direction. I was pissed. I was trying to get it from my dad.
well, yeah, all the dishes are facing the ground tower.
Exactly. And here's the thing, right? It's facing at a 45-degree angle, and like I've seen where the ground tower is, and like just using angles and shit, like that would be a perfect bounce. You know what I mean? Like boom, boom, right there, type shit. You know what I mean? Like it is bouncing off of it. I don't know.
Well,
Yes.
Here they build the towers 200, 300 feet. So obviously the 45 degrees right in the middle of the 90s. So that's going to be usually the best to harness it. Right in the middle. Maybe if you're closer to the tower, it's got to be higher, or further away, it's got to be a bit lower. But
so like, okay, so let me see here. I'm going to show you this little video real quick, or at least a clip of it, because this is fascinating to me, because it's like, how does it work? Dish Network tech install. Here we go. So I'm going to skip this right here. Let's see.
yeah, because to me, there's no way that a signal is going to bounce off oxygen or ionosphere or whatever they call it. Like it could bounce off the firmament, but to claim it's an ionosphere underneath,
Right. That's a
it's
cover. That's a
how you
cover
gonna-
for it, for sure.
yeah,
That's
how
what
you-
I think.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Well, for sure.
But I think it is bouncing off of something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think it really is the firmament, whatever you want to call it. And like, I didn't put two and two together till now about like why they detonated, over 100 hydrogen bombs. It's almost like they were creating their network. I don't know. Am I crazy? to speculate on that? I don't know. Because it is only Russian and
but how are they
US.
going to predict the? How are they going to predict the bounce off? Like I don't know. It's just
tests, bro. That's why they chose EcoStar in a
Well,
certain
they-
location. You know, it's like right off of
they-
like. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say they do, like when they came to like gauge my satellite internet, they had like a signal strength. They're like, you're at 50%, so I'm gonna go up there and move it. Well, you're at 85%, so I mean that's the highest I can get it. So like they
So here, let me see if I can find you this. So they call it arcs. They call them different arcs, like literally, like Western arcs and Eastern arcs. So I'm going to show you this real quick.
You know what has arcs? A dome.
True. Check this out here. I hope it skips it to the part in the video. I think I put the timestamp there.
yeah, it's
So watch when he goes through it, right? Now watch when he does search LNB. So like,
I'm just loading the 30 seconds of commercials here.
oh,
Yeah, it's on now.
you know what's crazy about LNBs, right? They talk about LNBs. So I was also in retention because I did dish shales, right? And one of the things was they were so peculiar about their LNB modules. Like they needed that shit back, or you're gonna pay a big fee, like a huge fee. And they actually started to say that no, the technician will grab the LNB. Don't worry about it. Don't even try and pack it in there. Don't try and uninstall it yourself. It's pretty wild. Like that type of proprietary technology for them is like their closed secret, whatever's in that LNB. And I think it's the locations of these different zones that they bounce off of. My theory. Because I did retention, so like, you know, about people canceling their shit, so I had to convince him not to.
Yeah, like to me, he's just lining up the signal to the ground tower. That's all he's doing in my mind. So I mean,
But I mean, if you look at the angle, though, right?
well, yeah, there's 300-foot towers
Mm-hmm.
shooting a signal out in all directions at full strength.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
Beast, are you debating whether they're bouncing off the ionosphere or going straight to a ground tower from the dish?
That is the question, because both are in use. Well, one's in use for sure. Line of sight communication, ground tower based, 100%. My question would be, if they are using Skywave technology, right? And they use the ionosphere as like a cover up in terms of like what it's actually being bounced off of. That would make a lot of sense in my mind into why they keep that kind of technology in such a tight kept secret, because that means we can use it as well. like we would be able to do that Skywave technology. Like I can literally set up angles. Like we could set up angles, right? If we can figure out these I call them hot spots, but like these different spots in the sky where I can be like sending messages to ether or something like that. You know what I mean? Hit the angle just right. Boom.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they do claim. Obviously, we've got the ham radio, but we've also got other examples.
Shortwave.
Where they say it bounces off the ionosphere. But when it comes to these satellites, when I had my Sky TV installed, which wasn't that long ago, I asked him a bunch of questions as a flat earther, as you can imagine.
Right.
And he basically admitted straight away, yes, we line up your dish with ground-based towers.
Mhm.
He claimed that the satellite feed went to the ground-based tower, but he did say that to get into your homes, you will line up with the ground-based tower.
Right. No, and that's exactly what they said to me in Dish. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're still, you're just questioning what they're being taught, whether they even fucking know. You know what I mean?
Because here's the thing, there is a ground-based tower, like 100%. Like that's exactly what the signal is being propagated from, because this individual LMB modules, right, are specific to the customer, because you're not buying all these other channels, right? You know what I mean? You only subscribe to a couple of channels.
That's right. Yeah.
So the delineation comes from that LMB, which means that ground tower is picking up everything that's being broadcasted. Everything.
Yeah, 100%. That's why you can. We used to have these little cards that used to give your box. Yeah, I don't know if they still have them now, but you could actually chip your card and pick up and unlock all the other channels.
Yep. My dad did it when I was like a kid back in the day. He had a black box friend.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that, dude. The dude's name was Eddie, and he had an orange cat. And I was like petting this cat when my dad was just like 9,999 channels. All right, let's do it.
The day your life changed.
Actually, yeah, because that was the first time I seen naughty material by accident. Just trying to find Cartoon Network, bro.
There should have been a pin code on that. What the fuck?
It was black box, bro. You know what I mean?
I've got a black box now, yeah, and then I have an adult section, and I click it, and I have to put in a password, and then boom, I've got every live stream of every smutty channel you could ever imagine. It's crazy.
Right. And see, that's the thing. There is a difference in terms of propagation, right? That's the contention point for me, because if I'm a telecommunications company, right, I need to make money. I need to make as much money as possible. The reason why coax is still the most commonly used is because it's so easy to deprioritize certain areas and certain times of the day. You know what I mean? Like you can really be cheap in terms of like selling internet. Like for example, in my apartments, right? It's all Cox Communications. Like there's no other. You could get 5G wireless and all that, but no, it's all Cox Communications, right? And what they do is they'll say, oh, you get 1,000 gigabytes, right? Download speed. What they don't tell you is that you're sharing it with whoever's on your
right
on your
street
end
or block.
between like 4 other people, or sometimes even 6 if they have a splitter, but like it's usually 4. It's usually split up with 4 different people before it gets to lossless, or it's not lossless, but there's a lot of packet loss at that point. So, you know, in conjunction with like these apartment condos being built everywhere, right? Which is why they have like the 4 stack, because it literally fits perfectly with ISPs. Like it's 4, 4, 4. That's why townhouses came out. Like Vegas is a great petri dish for all these new types of developmental experiments that, you know, these real estate moguls wanted to experiment with, because it's such a bit, you know, growing city. It's a tourist town. Like you go different parts of Vegas, it's like a different city. Like North Las Vegas, Henderson, Summerlin.
Yeah, I can imagine with being built in a desert. I bet there's some really derelict parts as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's tunnel people. down here. I don't know if you knew that. Like legit, like a whole, yeah, like a whole community of people. I think there's like 200 to 300, maybe more, of people living in the storm drain tunnels. Yep.
What? It sounds like a TV show. The Tunnel People of Las Vegas.
No bullshit. Because there's giant tunnels underneath the entire city because of past flooding. I mapped them all out, by the way. I'm such a nerd.
Yeah,
Um,
I hope you said past flooding in quotation marks.
Past, like because of past flooding.
No, I mean, for all we know, those caves could be ancient. You know, like they could have been something completely different.
Possibly, there are some weird things about Vegas, like on the outskirts in Red Rock, but no, these tunnels were all man-made. Like it was crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. I find it hard to believe that any of the tunnel systems are not man-made from the history that I'm starting to piece together.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as if we build on top of the old cities. I've noticed.
Yep. New York, right? New York, or whatever, from Futurama. Same kind of little hint.
And then we're like, oh, every city's got underground tunnels. No, motherfucker, you just built on the old city.
But see, Vegas is unique in that because it's a basin. It's legit a basin here. Like it's a bowl. And like, I remember when I was a kid, like 3-4 years old in the 90s, where it was like extreme flooding. And like, I think it was fucking Mayor Goodman or somebody who was just like, we're going to have to build the storm drain tunnel. And like, there's construction from like when I was like 4 to like 15, 16, going into high school, when they were like, yeah, we finally finished the storm drain system to its completion. Like they already had certain areas for it, but like they really built into it. And I think that's kind of why Elon Musk chose Vegas for his Boring Company. You know what I mean? Because of all the experience here with tunnel building.
Oh, really? Oh. What's his Boring Company?
Never heard of Elon Musk's mining company? It's called the Boring Company.
No, didn't know. Fucking has anything this guy doesn't do.
I mean, he's just a government subsidized shill. But, yeah, he's making a tunnel from LA to Vegas, supposedly, quote unquote. Where it's gonna have those cars that are just like on track systems. You know what I mean? You never seen that route? I'm surprised.
No, I'm not a big fan of him, to be honest.
Me either.
Well, isn't there military tunnels in New Mexico that supposedly connect to Vegas and LA, which helps them in their mischievous endeavors of
100% true. No bullshit.
trafficking certain individuals
Mhm.
and their rituals and stuff?
There's a Hadron Collider literally underneath the Atomic Testing Museum in Vegas by the Desert Research Institute. It's literally underneath the city. It's a
Oh
mini
my
one.
god. I found out recently that there are like hundreds of Hadron Colliders around the world. Did you know that?
Little portals everywhere, yeah.
Hundreds of them. I thought there was one.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. Why do we need so many Hadron Colliders, and who built them all, and how long have they been in operation? I find that very mysterious.
I mean, I think they're literally portals. That's just my speculation, but like.
But why do we need hundreds? Why do we need so many? I don't get it.
Points?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about from the mainstream narrative. Like, why do we need to be smashing this many particles together in different parts of the world? Can't we just do all of our research in one place? Why do we need so many? I don't know.
Well, what they'll tell you, the mainstream reason, is that they have these giant quote unquote neutrino
tunnels.
The neutrino capture, like they capture neutrinos or whatever, and they want to study those particles and break those apart and stuff like that. But to be honest, I personally think that different parts of the world are probably better for propagating different types of particles to smash, like having different types of particles to smash in certain environments. I mean,
Really? Okay.
Why are they all underground is a better question.
Well, I assume that was to get the space they need, because they need miles of space, right, for their tunnels.
Yeah, but it is interesting, right?
I suppose you could build it overground. Yeah. Why do
Why
you need
wouldn't
to
you?
build it underground? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to derail, I've just noticed we have Sabi336 who has no roles. So
up,
Sabi,
Sabby?
you won't be able to talk in here, Sabi, but if you do want to have a chat, we'd love to hear from you. Pop yourself up to the VC check-in 1 or 2, and one of us will come over and give you your role. And I think we also have another person here, Whisper Jack, who is VC verified and has one tag, the 3-point participant. I'm not actually sure what that means. Hi, Whisper Jack, are you there? And Sabi, if you want to have a chat, pop yourself up to VC check-in 1 or 2, and one of us will give you a role.
Whisper Jack.
Hey, there he is.
Can barely hear you.
A little bit quiet, yeah.
It's like a whisper. Sorry.
Is that better?
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, it is better. How are you, mate?
Life's good.
Good. And I noticed you don't have a flat Earth tag, but you have a 3 points participant tag. I'm not sure how you've managed to get that tag without the flat Earth tag.
You did participate, the 3 questions. Did anyone measure the radius of Earth? Did have anyone?
Oh, I get it. Somebody's been through the
axis?
3
No.
points with him.
Axis rotation, and can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I've been around for a little while. Mostly just kind of like listen. I mean, I'm fully on board with it, but I guess I haven't participated enough to earn whatever the tags are.
Ah, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Normally, if you partake in the 3 points and you pass, you're normally just given the sort of flat Earth tag. How did you find that sort of 3 point process? And do you agree that there is pretty much no evidence of a globe, or are you somewhat on the fence?
No, I fully agree. That model just seems pretty ridiculous to me now.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, what was the thing that turned you? What was it that made you think, yes, this is complete poppycock?
A lot of it was the NASA fakery. The obscene number of times when they've been filmed with a harness on, or the various lies that they would tell, and just the obvious green screening, or when things glitch out. To me, that was the biggest eye opener.
Right, so it was actually the dodgy behavior of NASA that was more compelling rather than the scientific arguments that got you.
Yeah. At first, that's what drew me in initially, was the NASA stuff. Since then, there's been a number of things. A lot of it centered around the way we see, and the way we see things too far, and just our perspective of it. That's irrefutable to me.
Yep. No, good points. And what if I said to you, oh, things only disappear in the distance due to angular size? What would you say to me then?
So is that are you a question, or?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that's I guess without a camera with a very strong zoom lens, it'd be hard to demonstrate.
Right.
But I understand the angular, the resolution, and the limitations of our own eyes. I'm not sure if I could, prove that to someone else without, some visual stuff. But
we can't see forever. You insane? Crazy flat earthers.
Yeah, and the distance of the sun is preposterous. you know, a lot of that stuff. When you really break it down and look at it, how far away they say that some of the stars are, and it's just it's unfathomable that we could see remotely, even remotely, that distance. I mean, we're talking about trillions of miles. I guess.
Yeah, great response. Yeah, because they'll try and claim that we can't see things due to angular size after a few miles, but then they want to claim we can see the light from a star that's millions of miles away. So, yeah, good answer. It's very hypocritical, isn't it? Some of the global arguments.
Yeah, and I think the majority of people that haven't even really looked at it with the sort of curiosity. I think they just sort of accept it. But it's not uncommon for me to just show someone, you know, a friend, just an official NASA footage, whatever it is, and they're sort of like, "Are you shitting me? That's real?" You know, it's just a lot of people don't take the time to actually look at it and think about what they're being taught. They just sort of trust the system still. And for me, that trust was eroded a long time ago, so it was a lot easier for me to just say, like, well, all right, so all these other things are a lie. Like, what else? You know, and now I'm kind of a pretty cynical person when it comes to challenging the official narrative.
So, who introduced you to the idea that the Earth was flat originally?
Who introduced me to it? You know, it's something that I kind of, in the back of my, you know, sort of looming on the horizon, like, excuse like the pun, but, you know, out there, I knew that one day it was something I was going to have to take a hard look at. Because there was a lot of other things that I just knew were experiencing through life that I was seeing that were not true, that were inaccurate, and one by one these dominoes kind of start to fall of the institutions that you suddenly realize are just a sham at best, you know, and a like a conniving sort of evil plan, you know, at worst. And so I knew that one day I'd have to kind of get around to that. And then I was on actually a weird place. I was on Spotify, and I just randomly was looking for a podcast, and I searched for it, the term flat Earth, and I found like there's like a best of Discord, a best of this channel. There's a few episodes uploaded to Spotify of all places.
Yeah.
And that sort of triggered it, and I just listened to a few of those, and then had to check it out for myself.
Amazing. It's good to know, actually, because I knew we had clips on Spotify. I didn't know whether anyone was finding them, and you're actually the first person I've spoke to who found them, and you know, our channel was one of the first channels they found, so that's actually really cool. And then obviously you followed the link over, and yeah, you've got involved that way.
Seen a few people. I've heard a few people,
great.
mainly people from South America find us on Spotify for some reason. I don't know. That's a bit weird. You're not from? Are you from South?
No,
America?
I'm in Phoenix.
Cool.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Go ahead, Beast.
Sorry, no, I'm going on the rabbit hole. You know me. Just want to show you this picture real quick. This guy just made a whole
It just takes that one person to say, "Hey, did you know Earth is flat?" And you're like, "Huh, I never thought of it." And then you become a flat earther once you try to verify the globe model.
Right.
Unless you're an atheist and you just continue believing the bullshit lies, and then
yeah, nihilism's hell of a drug, right? Bury your head in the sand.
yeah, there's no coincidence that 90 to 98% of the globers and anti-flat earthers are atheist, nihilist, materialist Marxists.
Is it unfair to call them liberal feminists as well, or am I going too far?
I would have added that in if I thought of it.
Probably going too far, yeah.
So let me just give you guys an example of what these guys do. So I'm basically like going down this rabbit hole of bootleg and satellite. Just trying to see like what they're doing, right? And the thing is, and this is why I think the Skywave has some more meat to it. is because in different parts of the world, it's not just a 45-degree angle. You know what I mean? Which would make sense if it's a 300-foot tower, 45-degree angle. That's your best. I get that. But some of them are like 17 degrees, 7 degrees, 9 degrees, and it's all different spots and frequencies that you have to hit. So it's just really strange. You know what I mean? It's just like they're definitely using something up there. Whatever it is, the ionosphere, the firmament, whatever you want to call it, there's something going on up there where the main stations, right, these broadcast stations, they're just popping it up there, right? Their ground towers are picking it up, and then probably more likely than not is like with major cities, they're probably all just aiming towards that ground tower. That makes a lot of sense. But some of these like really third world countries, that don't have ground towers like that, it just they literally have to find the exact position of I guess of they call them satellites, but it's just like I don't even think it's satellites because like how are they just
They have a
stationary?
Satelloon up.
Or
They have a
that.
Satelloon floating there, and then
Right.
your dish is going to be pointed 90 degrees or 85 degrees because you don't have a ground tower. You just have a Satelloon.
Interesting.
Right. I was going to say, let's not discount the idea that they do have things that they can keep aloft for lengthy periods of time, and they can pretty much know how long they've got until they need to get something up there that's going to replace it instantly. So bang, like they've already got a second one up there before the next one comes down, and it could be just look up Atmosats or pseudo satellites that they've definitely got shit up there that isn't in like in orbiting around a spherical Earth.
But just think about the simple fact, right? The very simple fact that it's in a specific position. Isn't it supposed to be orbiting?
Oh well, yeah. When
You know
because
what I
they say
mean?
that they've got the geostationary satellites. So, but you'll notice that even when you send your amateur weather balloons up, they're not moving that very far, are they? They're pretty sitting pretty still before they pop and then come back down.
Yeah.
There's not much wind at extreme altitude.
But see, that's the thing that made me question the geostationary satellites in general before Flat Earth was because it's just like, then why aren't satellites all facing the same way? You know what I mean? Aiming at the same geostationary like that same direction. Because if it's on the equator, it's like you have to aim towards the equator from wherever you are in the world, right? But that's not the case. It's really not the case. Which made me lean towards more Northern Rebellion's thing about it being ground towers. And it's just like now I'm kind of thinking it's both, where it's just like they're doing something up there, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm starting to piece together things that I've always had questions about. Sorry, I know it was random.
Yeah, like what if they're trying to bounce it off the Ionis or whatever, or the dome or firmament, but there's a blizzard or a rainstorm? Wouldn't that block it?
It's exactly right, and that's why they have ground towers as backup. But think about it, right?
Yeah, it could be both.
Shortwave propagation would be so cheap, dude. If you're a telecommunications company, that could also be the reason too.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter cheap. Everything they do is to make sure that we're paying bills, monthly bills, and any technology that's going to prevent us from having bills is going to be hidden from us.
Right.
So,
That's
cheaper.
what I'm saying. Yeah. Right. That's why they would hide the Skywave technology part, because literally any one of us could do that. Then we can piggyback off of those hotspots.
It's sort of like you get a satellite and you could get all 400 channels, but they're only going to give you the 100 channels that you pay for. It doesn't cost them anything more or less. You're getting that signal. They just say that if you're not paying that $300, we're not going to send that signal through. So it's just everything's just for money. But
no, I understand, but that type of encryption, right? That is where they make their money with the cards, right? Their LMB modules. That's why they keep those so guardly, so secret, because that's where all their codes are. But broadcasting in general, right? If I had to create a fucking line of ground towers just to broadcast signals from where I'm broadcasting, right? That would be super expensive, and also it wouldn't make sense to have satellite technology. You might as well just use coax or hardline. There's no point to it. So I think there's something going on with that Skywave thing. It's like they are hiding it because they know that if we can have access to that, we could just be like fucking pew, send Big Root a message, be like, ding, all right, I'm gonna send you over here. Here's that angle, pick that up, bro. We can have our own encryption. That'd be tight.
You could have a competition, see how many bounces off the iosphere you can get before it comes back down.
Hey, they say 200 multi-hop distances, 2,200 miles. It's pretty fucking far. So Whisperjack, you said you found us through Spotify? Hello?
That's correct.
That's wild. How?
Well, I just put, I think, in the search engine, just Flat Earth, just looking for random podcasts. And it was one of the only channels, I think, that dared to name itself that, but it's probably the truth. There are other episodes of people talking about it, but it's the first one that it's just one of the first results that came up. And I was familiar with Discord already, so I just checked it out, and it was there was some guy named Bill on there, Professor Bill. So like English students just getting tore up.
Let me see. I'm gonna
Professor
do that myself.
Phil?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Phil.
Because you search
Phil
Flat
Bell,
Earth
yeah.
on Discord browser, right? You cannot find the server.
Oh yeah, on Discord, yeah, probably not.
So on Spotify, the Flat Earth Files. Welcome to Flat Earth with David Weiss. Which one did you click?
Like I searched for the name for just a podcast, like not the name of an episode, but actual name of a podcast.
Right.
So how long ago was this, Whisperjack? How long have you been a flat earther?
I want a couple years maybe since I found the channel.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe shorter than that. Maybe a year and a half.
Couple years. Okay. Oh yeah, it's right there. Boom. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's not actually that bad of a search. Who made this?
I think it's
So
Helio.
you're saying you saw government
India.
lies and government hypocrisy and made you question your reality.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was kind of the real deal breaker. I guess. I mean, I've always had some level of distrust, but the events that went into motion like around 2016 really kind of startled me into taking more of an active role.
2016. I'm trying to think what happened in 2016.
There's an election or something, but
Oh yeah. Okay. I remember.
there's probably many psyops in 2016. It was just those
It's
are
only
like
11 search results away. Interesting. It's not bad.
but that is how I attack the new person or the Glober, where I attack if the trust in government, where you bring up the past government war crimes, and if they still believe the government after all these war crimes that you're telling them about and declassified, then I mean, like, how are you going to trust NASA, a government agency, and the government and the
Anyways,
government
That's
narrative?
something. that's something that's really interesting over at the politics server, right? So you've got they'll come in, right, and the Globers, well, NASA wouldn't be lying. Why would they lie? Rah, rah, rah. And then you go to some of their other channels, their text channels, and they're posting all these memes, anti-government. Oh, the government's shit. Oh, freedom from government tyranny, and it's like, okay, you guys. Double speaking, yeah, like you
Yeah, they
freaking
just haven't
hypocrites.
they haven't taken it far enough. They haven't realized that it's even bigger than that. That they still think that the education system is different than the government, and the media is different from it's weird when you realize, oh, you guys are all on the same team.
Bro, you know what it is too? They have that skewed view of like, oh, our government is the one that's corrupt, but Switzerland? You know what I mean? Like they have that notion that our country is fucked up, or you know what I mean? But like other countries, they govern way better. It's like they're it's like sports teams. It's just like, dude, they're all owned by the
Halfway.
same people.
Yeah, halfway houses. They've not really connected dots, right?
Right.
Right.
That disconnect.
Every
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
every country is just a slave plantation. So yeah, they're friends in space, but they're enemies on Earth. Doesn't make just to
It's a great way to
expose their
put it.
hypocrisy. They trust the government sometimes, but the government lies sometimes, but they tell the truth sometimes, and it's like they're just
Right.
I think they're being conditioned to accept new alien overlords. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I think that's the new sort of leader that they're waiting for. Like this fake Jesus, alien creator of man, sort of, it's like they really want someone to come in and save the world.
These governments are corrupted right
progenitors?
down to a local level, because my last business, I did a lot of work with our local government and council, and very corrupt.
Oh, you're not kidding, bro.
Yeah. It's pretty wild.
It's at the grassroots.
Yeah. I won't talk about it on the live stream, but if anyone ever wants to know, hit me up in the chill chat.
I mean, I don't know. Well, actually, if you're saying that, AJ, yeah, for sure. No, but yeah, it's really, the mind is a very interesting thing, especially when you're like, that's why the politics server is so popular. Again, because you guys have the, like everyone who's been in this argument for years has that nostalgic feeling of going back to 2016, 2017, 2018 arguments, as you guys would put it.
I think the arguments have come forward. I think, it's not like going back in time, but I do think that entertainment value that you get out of a debate or listening to a debate is kind of unmatched when it comes to learning.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so easy to listen to the debate rather than a teacher or whatever.
I think we've listened to too many anti-flat earther debates over the years, and then, when you get back to some of their weak arguments that they're dying on the hill for, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's one thing. You probably are right in some respects, Beasticles, because when I've been in there, I have noticed it does feel a bit 2016-y in the sense that there's a lot of people who have never been around the arguments. And actually, it is mainly anti-flat earthers who we debate. So it is refreshing to kind of see these newbies come in, and it does have a bit of a flat smacking feel to it, doesn't it? Like in 2016.
See, I don't know though. I don't have that nostalgia. Because I never even heard of flat smacking till I got in the server. Like, I had no idea this world was here.
Bro, after the Black Swan, man, shit got like vicious. Like Globers didn't know what to do for about 6 months. All they could shout was refraction. Like literally, they were fucked for about 6 months.
Wild. See, I just
they're still fucked now.
Still shout.
Yeah, I gotta say they're still fucked now, but they've thrown a few more paradoxes into the argument to get out of it.
Oh yeah, they've been fucked ever since fluid dynamics was a thing.
Right.
I mean, for me, I just kept flat Earth as like, very like almost like someone would keep their political views or religious views close at hand. You know what I mean? Because I just saw how triggering it was to bring this topic up, even to your loved ones. So, I just learned on my own. Just watching Eric Dubay, mostly just all Eric Dubay, pretty much, and a couple of allegedly Dave videos and Dave Murphy. I just really like them, especially their other topics and stuff. And I just happened to see Flat Lloyd Wright in his interview, and he was like, "There's a Discord server." I was just like, "Wait, what?" Let me see what the fuck's going on here. And yeah, pretty much every day I've been in here because, all you people, everybody in here, I freaking love. Just we're all different in our own ways, but like we all have that like super nerd infinite curiosity, and that also that like passionate justice you feel, like where you're just like, I know this is the truth, and it's like I know who's lying, and it's like it's that camaraderie in a sense that like you feel. I don't know.
I think it's to do with logical thinking. I think we're all logical thinkers, so it's not very often we'll disagree, and if we do, it's usually a perspective thing. Because that's my argument is once you become a flat earther, you now are a logical thinker 90% of the way, like unless you've just changed your belief to another belief. But I'd say the majority of flat earthers are logical thinkers, and that's something that is so rare in this day and age that when you sit with a couple of logical thinkers, my God, life gets better, don't you think?
Yeah.
They can
It
have a
only
real
gets better.
conversation.
Right. When you
Take
can
all your
feel
emotions
comfortable
out.
saying I don't know,
Yep.
right? And then someone gladly explain it, or without the condescending kind of tone, like to someone genuine. Like, I don't know. There's so much information in here. I learn something every day.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I heard a flat earther in here arguing from a fallacious point, which means we're on the same side always. Even if I don't agree with, if you qualify your statement with, okay, I'm speculating here, these are the kind of things that flat earthers do, so we don't, piss each other off. But I think that's why we connect, really.
Yeah.
And then you got Globers coming in here saying triggering things like, of course it's a globe, everybody knows that. I'm like, fuck
Bro,
you.
Check this out. Okay. This is what I mean by EcoStar so weird, all right? Just take all this with a grain of salt, obviously. But this is what I mean right here. So, right there, that second one. Oh God, why is it so small? Hold on. Yeah. Get a better image there. You see those little red transmit and receive little bubbles?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, this is just the EcoStar 9, quote unquote, with that spot beams. The first one, right? It doesn't explain. Yeah, they don't really use the EcoStar 121. They don't really use that one. The EcoStar 9 and the 105 though. And oh yeah, here's the 105, the one right here. Let me just put this out here because I really want to get to the bottom of this for some reason. I want to know what the fuck they're hiding there. So different decibels, right? 48, 46, 48.
Yeah.
What's that? Decibel watts or something?
Let me see here.
Yeah, dBW.
dBW. So watts, decibel wattage, yeah. And the thing is, that's what it was that's what the Skyway was talking about when it comes to certain frequencies. So like you're hitting the certain amount of watts, and then that amount of wattage would essentially bounce a certain way, I guess, or reflect from a certain way. So if you get what I mean, like you could send signals 48 watts, right? All in that little yellow area. And then 44 all in that area. And then what they do is they have these little transmit and receive hotspots, which are so interesting to me because it doesn't make sense that you would only have them like transmit and receive and then only receive in those areas. And if you look at the different areas, right, that's only received, you can kind of correlate them to where they did those hydrogen bomb tests. Like it was off the coast of Hawaii, off of Alaska, off of not exactly Newark, but Teterboro, New Jersey, and then like it's
When did they do these hydrogen tests?
right after
Paperclip.
1962, I believe. Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl.
I can see why you're chasing it up because potentially. I just don't understand enough about it to help you figure this out.
No, I know,
I
me
wish I
either,
could.
dude. Me either. I'm just trying to like break it down, digest it. But there's got to be something there. Starfish Prime. Yeah. So
There's also got to be someone else who's looked into it and put something together.
I know. I'm trying to find something. Okay, so let's see here.
Yeah, just Bill. Decibel wattage. So the theory is that they are Beasticle's theory is that they're actually bouncing the signals off the ionosphere or the dome, and then we're looking if there's a correlation between the location on the Earth to what wattage that comes back. That's about as much as I understand.
Well said. That's a good question. There's a correlation.
So here's the weird part, right? So I'm gonna read this I'll post it too.
I was trying to be fun. I was trying to be punny, right? What is we
I only
talking
just got
about?
it.
Red circle. Yeah.
Dude, I missed it totally. I'm in,
I missed
I'm in
it.
rabbit hole mode, bro. So this is the interesting part.
We
They did
thought you was
not
as sucked into this as we are.
They did not disappear, but persisted in a state of frozen stillness. All this occurred, I would judge, within 45 seconds as the purplish light turned to magenta and began to fade at the point of burst. A bright red glow began to envelop the horizon, a direction of 50 degrees northeast and simultaneously 50 degrees south of east, expanding inward and upward until the whole eastern sky was a dull burning red semicircle 100 degrees north to south and halfway to the zenith, obliterating some of the lesser stars. This condition interspersed with the tremendous white rainbows persisted no less than 90 minutes. Let's see here.
Just quickly, I
Are
just
we
want to.
talking about technology, right? This is all technology. Correct.
Well, this is Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl. They're real operations, like they're real documented military operations that the U.S. and then the USSR at the time started doing. And it was all around the same time that NASA was formed and after Richard E. Byrd's expeditions, which is very peculiar, like, because it's like, oh, let's create NASA and then start blowing up nukes in the atmosphere. Like, what the hell? You know what I mean? It's so strange. And I'm having this like kind of like in like different connecting, like dot connecting now, where it's like, what if they were creating the ionosphere in a sense? I don't know what it's called. I don't know. You know, you can call it whatever you want. But they were creating pockets, like abilities to basically communicate through skywave technology. Because I mean, it all
What
came around the
What
same
is
time.
skywave technology? Because I don't know what that is. What are you talking about?
Check it out. Boom.
Listen, guys, don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to say hi to Santic Quinn, who is verified but doesn't have a role. Just wanted to say hi, Santic. Feel free to jump in whenever you're ready. We'd love to have a chat with you.
Yeah, tell us what you think. Did they create something with an explosion
Dude,
a
I
long
don't
time ago?
know.
What do you think, Santic?
I'm in the weeds.
He's probably busy. Don't be
Yeah,
shy.
they don't have a mic or something.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, they said like an hour ago that they can't VC tonight. So
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I just don't want to miss out on new people coming in or people who want to have a discussion.
you know that's
Whisper was cool, man. That was a good
back
discussion.
back a couple of years ago. That's how it always. There's a couple of people who do it where, like, despite whatever conversation you're having, when there's a new person, you interrupt, you introduce the new person, and if they want to talk, then you start that conversation. It's that's what we're here for.
Right. Yep. To make people feel welcome.
And people
Yeah.
can get butthurt and be like, "You interrupted me. I was in the middle." Well, we're here. When new people come in, stop what you're saying and go talk to the new people. That's the main priority.
Who are these butthurt people?
That's what it used to be like a couple years ago, and so it still is, hopefully. But
Oh yeah, nothing's changed. There's nothing new under the sun. Good to see everybody. I hope you and yours are well. Man, this place sounds good tonight. A lot of great
You too, Bill.
conversations. Somebody mentioned something about hundreds of hadron colliders. Is that for the rituals? What are we talking? Are we speculating?
Let me Google.
Hadron collider?
I'm sure I've read there was like hundreds, so I'm going to tell you how many there's officially supposed to be.
I think there's thousands of them.
Okay.
Allegedly.
So, check this out. This is wild. I found this thing called PSK Reporter, and it's what is it exactly? Let me make sure I get this right. PSK Reporter is an amateur radio signal reporting and spotting network and website. Started in 2014, which allows operators to see where their radio signals are being received. Yeah, this is so crazy. Okay.
Yeah, Bill, there is apparently more than 30,000 accelerators in operation around the world.
Wow.
30,000. I thought
Is
there
that
was
for
one.
like one? Is it for one ritual or many? Oh
Hey,
man.
they're probably fucking what they called stargates. Can jump from place to place. You can
There's
jump from
probably
pond to
we're
pond.
probably right.
I think
Yeah,
there's
this
one
is
in
a green
California.
screen
It's like
joke.
2 miles long.
There's one in California.
What was that?
There's a bunch
Are
in
there
California.
Are there any here in Houston?
There's one underneath
Oh
Cornell.
yeah. There's definitely some in Texas. There's a place.
There's one underneath Cornell. There's one that's near San Francisco. That's the I think it's the biggest on the planet. It's like 2 miles long.
Wow. What a world, man.
Holy crap! I
What's
knew I'd find it.
fascinating?
I knew I'd find it, Root. I found the link.
What?
Project Westford. Project Westford, also known as Westford Needles and Project Needles, was a test carried out by Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Lincoln Laboratory on behalf of the United States military in 1961 and 1963 to create an artificial ionosphere above the Earth. Boom.
Oh, share that, mate. Well done. Share that.
Fucking dot connecting. Lightning coming out my fingers, bro. Fucking this shit's wild.
Interesting, bro.
But
Very
do
good
we
find.
believe it? I mean, do they really
The
exist?
time frame, bro. The time frame, Whisperjack. That is where I'm getting close. Like, it's all in the same time frame.
But do we believe
Beats
there's
close,
actually
really close to
30,000
the
of these
raindrops.
things?
Huh? Wait, what? What'd you both say?
I said you're reading the raindrops. I don't know what my man says. It's like you're looking at the Matrix there, buddy.
I know.
So I don't know. They claim they can create artificial suns as well. So I don't know what it means when it says artificial. Does it say ionosphere? I mean, there's doublespeak in all of this. It sounds like it's I guess what I'm trying to get to.
Well, have you ever seen a sundog where you can get 4 suns in the sky at the same time?
I've seen, not personally, but of course I've seen pictures.
Yeah, it's a natural phenomenon where you can get 2, 3, even 4. I've seen before in the sky.
I've seen people point to it, but I've never seen one.
I'm going to post a good one.
You gotta like how some particles are named Masons. Like, come on, man.
What's a particle?
I like good questions.
Some theoretical item.
Theoretical item. I like that.
Does
I like to
gas
call
have
it.
mass?
I like to call a particle a node. A nodal point of energy. Yeah, I've posted a cool sundog in Sweden. Look at that. Tell me there isn't a dome, boys.
Very nice.
Sundog. Oh, whoa. That's so wild.
There is absolutely no way this could be a thing without a reflective dome.
What the fuck is... Like, what do they say that is in mainstream explanation?
What a sundog is, they're trying to claim a bit like a rainbow. It's the reflectiveness of the atmosphere, but rainbows don't make sense either. I think that's interacting with the dome as well. It's like a prism.
Now, have you ever seen double rainbows and triple rainbows?
Yep.
Those
I mean,
are
explain
cool.
that. How do
Yeah.
you explain that on a heliocentric model? You know what I mean? And there's no interference between the particles in the atmosphere, so it creates perfect rainbows. Come on, it's just a joke.
Bro, this Project Westford is fucking wild. There's a lot of BS in it, I can tell, but like their idea of it, that's pretty crazy. I just picture this with balloons instead of it being satellites. You know, just satelloons instead. And like basically imagine 480 million tiny copper needles that briefly created a ring encircling the entire quote unquote globe. But project itself was a virtually unqualified success. Needles were packed densely together in blocks made of naphthalene gel. This entire package of needles weighed only 20 kilograms. After being released, the hundreds of millions of copper needles gradually spread throughout their entire quote-unquote orbit over a period of 2 months. Final donut-shaped cloud was 15 kilometers wide and 30 kilometers thick and encircled the globe at an altitude of 3,700 kilometers. The Westford copper needles were each 1.8 centimeters long and 0.0018 centimeters in diameter and weighed only 40 micrograms. They were designed to be exactly half of the wavelength of 8,000 megahertz microwaves. This length would create strong reflections when the microwaves struck the copper needles, in effect making them tiny dipole antennae, each repeating in all directions the exact same signal they received. That's how big they were. Apparently, and this is 1963. It says the voice connection was described as intelligible, quote unquote, and was transmitted at a data rate of approximately 20,000 bits per second, about the speed of a 1992 era telephone modem. But as the needles continued to disperse to their final cloud, the data rate dropped off significantly, so much so that by June 18th, so a year later, basically. Oh no, a month later. Yeah, a month later, only 400 bits per second could be transmitted. On July 2nd, the experiment was terminated, and at this time, the tiny needles were spaced about 400 meters from each other. That shit's wild, though. Never even heard of this. And apparently, it only... Yeah, it says, however, the Westford engineers remained convinced of the feasibility of their endeavor and largely blamed the end of the program on the opposing scientists rather than flaws in their own technology.
Well, that's suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
None of this is science.
Whoever
Well
asked if there
said.
was one in Texas, there's one at Texas A&M.
Oh, wow.
Of course there is. They speak Bigfoot there. Whoop!
It's called the Cyclotron Institute.
That's at Texas A&M. That's what they do, man. They go whoop. So that's why Bear Bryant
Are you
left.
talking Bigfoot again?
Yeah, they speak Bigfoot there. It doesn't surprise me. What's in the basement? That's strange. Project
One in
Needle.
Stephenville. At Tarleton State University, if I'm saying that right.
Wonderful.
Oh, well, there's a bit of dead air. Has anybody got some good footage of either tankers or really big ocean liners disappearing beyond the horizon? Because I'm struggling to find big ships.
It'd be a lot cooler if I did.
Yeah, it would. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, no worries. Just in case anyone had one, I'm struggling to find the big ships.
I was working offshore. We had a rig come out, and it was very tall. And you could see. I wish I had video of that. It took it probably 12 hours to get to us. Once you could see the
What, you
top
could
of the
see it
ring.
on the horizon for that long?
Well, it took days to get to us, but when you could
Oh, you
see
just
it took hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wish I had the footage of it actually. If I could show you the picture in my mind of what I saw.
Yeah, I have a folder on YouTube of all different examples, like, you know, for example, elevation angles, blah, blah, blah. But the one thing I can't find is a really good, massive ship going over there, like a tanker or something going over a horizon. I need to finish my collection.
Sorry
Well,
for the dead
I
air.
need a
I'm
boat.
just researching.
I'll need a boat.
A big one.
A Noah's Ark?
Yo, lunatic.
Sup, Luna?
I've been here for a little while. I just haven't spoken.
Oh.
Need a Luna's Ark.
Hello, lunatic.
Hello, Governor.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Governor.
Ahoy.
Hello, Governor.
Step
in time.
Just taking notes
Step in
on I was taking notes on my microgreens and stuff and doing lots of research and
Hey, yo.
getting into it, you know what I mean?
Oh, have you got a garden yet?
Yeah, so I have to get up startup costs, so right now I have to figure out how to get the money to start the business. You know, if you need any art, I do art. Taking commissions, anything you want, logos, business cards.
Are you on
random
Fiverr?
shit. I am on Fiverr, but I actually took my post off of Fiverr because it was inactive.
Oh. I was going to say,
So I
drop
guess
your
no
link.
longer. Drop my link.
Drop your
Yeah, I was
digits, girl.
Yeah.
I can reactivate the thing if you want. Here, let's see. Can I do that?
Sorry, Bill, what was you saying, mate?
No, I was interested. Since she makes art, paintings, or whatever. I didn't know if she had a channel or what. You know what I mean?
I
Drop
can
a
link
link.
you my Instagram. Sure, yeah.
Oh, I don't have Instagram. No worries. You can link everyone else.
All right, never mind.
Yeah, you insta-normie, Luna.
I don't really use Instagram, to be honest. But you know, a lot of people that I interacted with did. Let's see.
Quick. Pop quiz. Who can tell me the difference between a satellite and an artificial satellite?
Natural and supposedly man-made.
The moon.
Okay.
A balloon.
I just find it interesting that they talk about artificial satellites like that back in the early days.
Moon balloon.
They literally say it right here, yeah.
Every
Project Echo. Let's see here. Let's see, where was it?
I just think that was propaganda to reclassify the moon as an object to a satellite. Like, they just introduced that word.
Is this active?
Just.
No, I don't believe there is such thing as a natural satellite. I'm sure we all don't.
This is work?
Whoa, yeah. I guess you're talking about the physicality. Yeah.
Don't mind the propaganda, but I'm reading between the lines, y'all. Although Project Needles created an artificial ionosphere, it was not placed in orbit, quote unquote, until 1963, 3 years after the launch of the first Echo balloon. As of passive relay, then Echo continued past practice, but as an artificial satellite. So they kept the balloon, basically. And it would symbolize the future of space communications. Right. We got our balloons. We got our sataloons, guys. But it's just weird how they just kind of skip over this Project Needles. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they created an artificial ionosphere. It was dope. We still use it from time to time. Anyway, back to space exploration. Like, that's how they're kind of like going about it, trying to find more information. Sorry. I know this is wild, but
The only thing I got is derogatory statements for Abraham Lincoln. That's when I knew Project Needles was suspect.
oh, I don't even know why they use that stamp. I think just to show how like small the needles were.
That was the Lincoln Institute, yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah. We ain't got to go into that. We know. We know. Okay, this is wild. So there is this massive experiment in social engineering. It was called SITE. It was in India. SITE was a massive experiment in social engineering. It involved placing televisions in 5,000 remote villages, some of which lacked electricity. One of the major challenges to making the experiment work was to create 6 hours of programming every day. SITE also proved vital in inculcating technical and managerial expertise necessary for India to create its own domestic satellite system known as INSAT. The system was geared to serve rural India. A weather system was added specifically to aid farmers, but that's a pretty interesting thing right there, though. It's a little tidbit.
Side note, links have been dropped.
What is that? Were you promoting your stuff?
Hey, you said drop links. I dropped 2 links, alright?
Oh yeah, you're
Or
definitely
shameless plug.
doxxed already.
I don't give a shit. This is my public domain. I don't this is supposed to be interacted with.
You made this website?
Yes, I did.
I freaking like it. It is nice.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I do.
You do?
I do this, but I didn't get any business, so I was really just depressed about it.
I hope you do have like a relay number, and that's not like your actual number.
Yeah, it's Google.
Okay, good.
Don't worry, I am aware.
Mm-hmm. What'd you use to make your website? What is this, WordPress?
Nope. It's my favorite. It's Wix.
Ah.
But you can customize it. So.
Oh yeah, it is Wix.
Anyways, don't mind me. Continue on with the discussion. My bad.
No, you're good.
I like comfortable silences, honestly. What about you guys?
I do thrive in comfortable silence. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I like uncomfortable screaming. Just kidding. I was just trying to think of the opposite, but no, I'm just going deep in this Project Needles. It's so strange. I keep seeing references to it as it's like, oh, it was like the most important, project for telecommunications, and in the same breath say that like, oh, but now we have satellites now, it's not important. By the way, if you're missing out, this is look at up a bit in the stream, Lunatic. Project Westford.
Have you ever seen a sundog?
Interesting. No.
Well, that's pretty crazy too. Yeah, look at that. Root posted it.
What the fuck? What is this?
Good question. Root, you there? Oh, he's deafened.
This looks like you're in like a box, like a square box.
It's something. Anyone else that knows more about sundogs want to explain?
This is
They were just
incredible.
talking about reflections, right? Same thing. Have you ever seen a double rainbow or a triple rainbow, Lunatic?
Yes, I have.
It's like the same. It's got the same effect. Yeah, reflective surfaces.
I don't know. I've just now seen a sundog for the first time, so I'm with you.
Well, I mean, I've seen a double rainbow before. I thought it was incredible, but I never really knew how that process worked. Rainbows in general are really interesting.
Did you happen to notice the colors of the second rainbow were inverted?
Yes.
Isn't that cool?
That is
Like
amazing.
A mirror image of the first rainbow.
I wonder how that happens. Kitty, please.
Yeah, it's awesome to work there together.
Okay, so this is interesting. So I'm finding some old school IEEE documents right now from this project. What? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like on a nerd spree, but they're talking about solid state physics here. So this is big about semiconductors and stuff like that. No, this does have something to do with our firmament or container, whatever you want to call it. So check this out.
This is a lot to read.
When you click on it, does it show you that first little chapter 1? Just that chapter 1.
Yeah, well, I think it takes a little second. I see. What is this?
You can read it with your beautiful voice. Do it.
No, it took me to somewhere else in the page completely. Is it figure 1, rotation of the external form of crystals? Is that what we're looking at?
Chapter 1, crystal structure?
Nope. It took me to, I don't think it says a page at the top, is it?
Page 3.
Page 2. Page 3?
Mm-hmm. If you click...
Chapter 1, crystal structures, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Just read that first paragraph. It's interesting.
The series study of solid... Or the series? I'm over here fucking up. The series study of solid state physics began with the discovery of X-ray diffraction by crystals and the publication of a series of simple and calculations of the properties of crystals and of electrons in crystals. Why are crystalline solids rather than... Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
Non-crystalline.
Non-crystalline solids, the important electron properties of solids are best expressed in crystals. Thus, the properties of the most important semiconductors depend on the crystalline structures of the host. Essentially, because electrons have short wavelength components that respond dramatically to the regular periodic atom order
Atomic.
of this. Oh my god. Break down what is happening.
Okay,
You're
here,
using all types
got
of
you.
good words here.
Thus, the properties of the most important semiconductors depend on the crystalline structure of the host, essentially because electrons have short wavelength components that respond dramatically to the regular periodic atomic order of the specimen. Non-crystalline or crystalline materials, notably glasses, are important for optical propagation because light waves have a longer wavelength than electrons, and see an average over the order and not the less regular local order itself.
So wait, before you continue on, let's break down this paragraph.
Okay.
Basically, he just cast a spell on us all.
So the electrons in the crystals
So basically, solid state physics, which is like the fundamental building blocks of how we have our microprocessors today, in a sense. This is like where semiconductors came from.
Okay.
Now, I think his name was William Shockley or something like that. Shockley basically created a system called doping, where you add a certain material to the semiconductor, and then its vacant electron, its valence electron is the on or off. So this is how they're able to have transistors so small, was because of semiconductors, where they were literally using the properties of crystal, in a sense, and that propagation of electrons, being absent or it's not absent. It's like the on or off, essentially, but it's just using an electron. Imagine a light switch, but it's on a molecular level, in a sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is crazy to figure out. But what I'm seeing here is that this all has to do with the same project, Westford, because I'm looking at the IEEE documents from it and all the references to it. They were going deep into Earth's magnetosphere. Has anyone heard of that? I don't even know.
I have, yeah.
What is that? Let me look.
Magnetosphere.
Is that a fake thing? What is that?
I believe that's the magnetic pool that Earth has. Am I correct? Hold on.
I don't know.
I think so. All these science videos do me right. Magnetosphere. Is that the magnetic pool of Earth?
This looks like pseudoscience.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
It's just technology, beastles. I'm looking at John Young and his this guy John Young. He did the double slit experiment. That's kind of where all the microprocessors and prep get its genesis.
It is just very interesting to me. I've always found it interesting, these. I mean, they're phones. Everyone's got a phone in their pocket. You know what I mean? What is this really doing in my pocket? What's going on with this?
Radiating you slowly.
Oh my god.
Was it Thomas Young?
You know that already.
This is hang tight. Let me see. Measured physical characteristics of the Westford Belt. There we go. I like seeing that word measured.
I'm not sure who just tried to link the double split experiment to this, but I'd love to hear more. I don't really see the connection.
That was just Bill.
About microprocessors and the age of technology or era that we're in. And this guy Thomas Young, he mentioned what type of physics? Physical? What'd you say?
Solid state physics.
Yeah, solid state physics and all this. And I think Thomas Young, with his double slit, was like the origin of our use of the light in these microprocessors and things.
You're talking about to measure the which path of the particle?
Yeah. Oh, that came after Thomas Young. It came like 100 years later.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm with you now. Okay. You think they're using this technology in the sensors?
Yes.
This is like non sequitur to the conversation, but there was a guy that I saw that got cancer from using his phone too much. Like actual cancer.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's not even funny. Ugh.
I laugh at everything, sorry.
No, I didn't mean to shut you down, but ugh, I hate that story.
You
Yeah.
shouldn't, by the way. You shouldn't.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I
Not
well,
a
I
good
mean,
habit. Not a good habit.
That's I don't
I
even
know you, but like anybody else who doesn't know you and just like, why are you laughing at this tragic event? Oh, jeez.
I did. Well, that's their problem, not mine. That
was
sounds like
funny.
a personal problem.
Fair enough.
Super fair enough. So, check this out real quick. If you can kind of breeze through this big root.
Oh, we got to circle back to the Sun Dogs while Big Root is back.
Oh yeah. Can you explain sundogs more efficient? Like I don't even know what they are.
Phenomenon. One sec. Yeah, they're just a phenomenon that we see occasionally. Tends to be in the southern hemisphere a lot. And they say it is the reflective nature of the atmosphere. When the conditions are correct, it can give you the image of several suns. In reality, I call that a flat Earth proof and potentially evidence of a firmament.
I wonder if we can replicate that.
Yes, let me see if I can find a link. I have seen a sundog in a lab before. Yeah.
I'd like to see that. That's if we have like a dome and then we have a source of light, and I wonder if that's possible at a certain angle in the dome. Please stop eating that.
Found a new word, by the way, in my research route. A macro ion. What? There's a lot of etymological connections between ions and crystals for some reason too. I'm looking at.
Also, crystals and snowflakes have very similar, varying similarities as well, and water.
So I really like Christmas. Good morning.
Max, what are you doing
Hey,
up?
what's up, Max?
You work
Hey,
out early, bro.
yeah, let's get it in.
I love it. We're going some deep waters, man.
Yeah, I heard ions, crystals, snowflakes. I jumped in with Christmas. Maybe Santa Claus could come in. I don't know, but no, I'm only messing with you guys. Go on with the ions and the crystals. I'm listening.
Well, let me ask you something real quick. Do you know about Operation Starfish Prime and Operation Dominic?
Operation Starfish. I know about Operation Dominic and Fishbowl, and
Same
yeah,
thing,
when they
right?
shot the missiles,
Yeah,
yeah, in the
yeah.
50s, straight up in the air, uh,
Right.
and they noticed that it exploded on impact of something. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm aware of that. But what you called the starfish? I wasn't aware of that term. Okay,
Just another name for the same kind of project.
okay.
But they were hydrogen bombs. That's the interesting part, right? Making the dot connection, right, between the quote unquote ionosphere, where all our radio waves and communications get bounced down, through skywave propagate. I'm trying to make the connection here. Like, what if the ionosphere is an artificial man-made creation for communications?
Well, I'm not so sure about the spheres, the ionosphere, the stratosphere, and
Right.
all of those
Could be a
properties.
cover. Could be a
Right.
cover for
I'm
the
not
firmament.
familiar with the properties. I know that there's like wind currents and things up like that. I know that there's some electromagnetic currents up there, but I'm not that familiar with that.
Well, it's just kind of interesting to me how all this sprouted around the same time, 1962, like 1961 to like 1963.
Did they
NASA
drop
was
an H
formed.
bomb on? Did they drop an H bomb in Nagasaki?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Wasn't those H bombs?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think so. But again, that's also a questionable thing. But hear me out, right? So actually, Root and Luna, you could kind of provide more little background to it. But like, think about how you alkalize water, right? You hydrogenize it or
Yep.
hydronize it. How do you say it?
You alkaline it, but
But like, you can use a technique where like you can ionize the water, right?
Yeah, ionized water is considered alkaline. Yeah.
Right. And that's where like the pH comes from, like parts hydrogenized or whatever, or hydronized.
Yep. Right.
Okay. So what I'm kind of thinking, right, is like they detonated over like 100 to 200 hydrogen bombs in the atmosphere in different parts of the world, in Hawaii, in Russia, in Alaska, over Newark, and I'm making the correlation with these EcoStar satellites and their quote unquote hotspots for when they basically use it's called skywave technology, where you send it into the quote unquote ionosphere and it bounces back. It's called a single hop relay, and that's where you can do long distance communications. Again, in Northern Rebellion's point, that could easily just be line of sight communication, ground tower based, and I could totally be off base here. But the thing is, you look at these little hot spots that they created, and it's like it correlates with where they detonated these hydrogen bombs. And in the middle of this research just now, Max, I found this project called Project Westford, which is another type of project trying to create an artificial ionosphere, quote unquote, where they use like 500 million of these like copper needles that were super thin, like hair thin, and try to create a ring around Earth in terms of like creating like dipole communications.
You buy into that?
What do you think, Max?
I'm not so sure. I think it's line of sight communication that they're trying to explain away. Ions has to do with electrical charges. So, I mean, we use and throw around the term, but do we understand what it means? Ion is ionized water, ionized air. It just means something to do with an electrical charge, right?
I mean, we're all
That
electricity.
that I
We have
mean,
free
that goes
energy in our
into
ground.
that goes into my supposition that we're electrical beings in an electrical world, and we need electricity, and all of the energy that we convert into electricity. That's how it's most efficiently used, right? So that goes into some of my sort of ideas. As far as communication, I mean, that's trippy, right? What made Alexander Graham Bell say, "I'd like to speak to somebody over there," and he's over here. Where did that process come from, right?
Beast left. I think his Discord got messed up.
Oh no. Well,
Did I hear
it's a
you?
little trippy when you think about these things sometimes. Like I said, I'm not that familiar
Okay.
with all of the ionized things, but I know it has to do with electrical charges.
Bro, my whole internet just crashed.
Because you was figuring out the truth, man. They taking you down, bro.
Holy shit, bro. As if like what the fuck, bro? I'm down. Like it's down. I'm on my phone right. I was smoking a cigarette outside explaining this. What was the last thing you guys heard?
Max. That's the last thing
Yeah,
I
Max
heard.
was talking.
I was trying to follow up on your ionosphere and how you think that communications are bounced off of there and the hotspots you were speaking about. I'm not really sure what you were speaking about when you was talking about hotspots.
Like they created their own like communications network, completely, unabetted to the consumer. Like we don't have access to this shit, but like
It's
that would make
isolated?
yeah, like that would make sense, like for especially military as a form of communications, long distance communications that didn't rely on ground based towers and shit. But literally, I was explaining that and it fucking disconnected me. So what does
How
that
do
say?
sat phones work, right? How do the original sat phones work? Right, I'm not really sure. The big sat phones that they used to use in the 70s and 80s.
Those things.
That's exactly right. Like that's exactly what was like. All of that was starting to come to like fruition in terms of like what's the best way to propagate signals, basically. And there was a huge competition in that time frame, and then it was all abruptly ended, and everyone decided to go to satellite communications, right? Balloons, basically sataloons, right? Which is still easily could be the things that they're bouncing off of. Who knows, right? But something about it, I don't know. It just seems kind of strange to me that you have all these different hotspots, and like we also get like crazy type of events in these spots, throughout time. Like think about Maui, not to bring that up too crazily, but it's literally right there. And there's like some weird shit going on there with the ionization and stuff like that. Like who knows?
You say hotspot though, Beast. What do you mean? Because I'm a little bit confused when you say hotspot. I'm still not clear on that part.
So like if you look at like I'm going by EcoStar's website, right? So when it comes to satellite TV, for example, right? There's certain wattages that you have to use in order to gain access to that band, like 48, 46, etc. And EcoStar has like this kind of map about what it covers and shit. Now the weird one is the EcoStar 9, which is only for DoD communications, has different hotspots. Hotspots meaning certain spots, like literally they look like little circles if you look up in the live stream. and like the purple ones are for receive and transmit, and then the yellow ones are only for receive. What, and it's just like and it doesn't look like it's there's no like pattern to it that looks like it doesn't make sense logistically. But I'm kind of correlating these spots with like nuclear bomb testing and shit like that. And it's like Hawaii, it's parts of Nevada, like in that area, California, and then Teterboro, New Jersey, Mexico, like all these places are like bomb, testing sites too. Like it's kind of weird. I don't know. I really don't know, honestly. All I know is my internet fucking crapped out trying to explain this shit to you, which is kind of creepy.
For clarity, are you talking about the other side of a coin that may or may not exist? And also, are you talking about skip? Because they skipped radio like a long time ago.
What do you mean skip?
Skip radio. You keep talking about radio?
Yeah, skip wave. Yes. Skywave, yeah.
So they did that pre any type of, well, I guess they didn't do it pre hydrogen bomb. But they may have. They may have.
But my point is though, is like this short wave technology, like ham radios and shit like that, has always been on the kind of like independent side because it's completely untapped. Like there's no way to control it because you're literally bouncing off of the ionosphere, quote unquote. And whatever the ionosphere may be, I'm not saying it's one way or the other. It could be just the firmament itself. Who knows? But my point is like they're scared of shortwave technology, like because they can't control it. The FCC cannot control it. It's out of their spectrum. Like there's too many different wavelengths. It just doesn't. So what I'm correlating.
Guy's flat.
What's up?
I think you're gonna use this and prove that the sky is flat.
I hope so. Maybe that'd be one way.
This is awesome.
But it'd also be a dope way to communicate with each other. I could just fucking bounce my fucking message to Max all the way in New York, totally unabated. No way. Make my own encryption. You just fucking send messages and shit to each other. Have our own communications network. That'd be tight.
Yep.
I don't want to rely on Cox Communications. I mean, I'm literally still down right now. Like, what the fuck?
You said Cox Communications?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I know.
I'm such a juvenile.
Trust me, I know. Cox. Bunch of dicks, literally.
Comcast is the worst.
That's essentially Cox, too.
Do they own it? Or partner
Well, the telecommunications companies, and the reason why I'm kind of like versed in it is because, I used to work at Dish Networks for sales, you know what I mean? So I had to know my competition too. But it always interested me, and it doesn't make sense. First of all, satellite technology never made sense to me. It's like, how can you have a geostationary orbit, right? And that's where you're aiming all the satellites to. Yet at the same time, in different parts of the world where people are like hijacking these signals, in a sense, bootlegging, they're all at like crazy different angles. It's like they're like 17 degrees and like 9 degrees. I was looking at all of these, and it's just like, what if it's both? Like, what if it is completely ground based because of the the actual natural electronic superstorms and shit that we experience, that fuck up communication. So it's almost like the skywave technology works for sure, but it's not 100% reliable. So they had to like build the backbone of this ground-based technology. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking military-wise, because speed of relevance is everything to them. Where
Don't all of
action.
your direct signals come from towers, though?
Yeah,
Aren't
exactly.
all of the direct signals from towers?
100%. Yep.
So why do we think that direct signals are coming from a satellite out of space when we know that the direct signal comes from a tower?
Not saying.
I know that they tell you that satellites is connected to the towers somehow, or that the towers are receiving the information from satellites, but I don't really know about that part because I know that it comes from towers.
Right, and it does come from towers, 100%. Like that, I couldn't get
And
satellite.
there is no geosynchronicity. I don't believe in that either. I don't believe that you can have a satellite that's geosynchronous and all of this other jazz.
Exactly.
It's not something I subscribe to.
No, exactly. I'm 100% with you, brother. What I'm saying is this technology that's under lock and key, because they do treat it like lock and key with the LMB modules on all these satellite dishes. Like, it's one thing to hide, what kind of satellites. You know what I mean? Because they could just literally be satelloons in different spots, and they just don't move for a long time. That makes sense. That's why you always aim at that spot, and it's like, oh yeah, that's where I'm getting my signal from. And these ground-based towers, like these giant radio towers, like 300-foot towers, that is what it's picking up, like the broadcast signals from HQ, like in EcoStar headquarters. So like how it works is like all these stations, right, channels, right, ABC, NBC, Fox, whatever, they all have licensing, right? And if you're Dish Network or if you're DirecTV, you're paying for that licensing to be able to broadcast it, right? Now, the thing is, I'm speculating here totally, but I never understood how you could like broadcast all of these different signals and they all get like received by the ground-based tower. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's why like you have different encryption cards in your cable box where like, oh yeah, you didn't pay for this channel, that's why you're not able to see it. You know what I mean? But it's still being broadcasted towards you. You're just not able to access it. Now, I'm kind of losing my train of thought, but
I don't know. But do you know the story of Aaron Schwartz, the boy who knew too much? Anybody ever heard of his kid, Aaron Schwartz?
Tell us more.
Yes, I do know.
Aaron Schwartz was okay. So basically,
I don't know where he's at right now.
he's dead.
Go ahead, Mac. Yeah.
Aaron Schwartz was this young kid who happened to be a genius, and he had a couple of little brothers, and the kid would come home from second and third grade, teach his brothers and sisters, teach his parents. By the time he was like 12 or 13 years old, he was in internet chat rooms solving great problems in these groups. Now, the people in the groups thought that he was an adult because of the way that he addressed and solved the problems, and they wanted to meet face to face. And that's when, he was like, well, I can't. I got to get permission from my parents. And, so they were amazed by what this kid could do. Later on in life, he thought that the information that the Americans had bought from the government, from institutions, should be free and accessible to Americans. He said, we've already paid for it. Why do we have to pay for it again when we want to use it? We want access to it, and why don't we have access to it? So he started back channeling all of these institutions and downloading all of their information.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went on to the government, started downloading their information. Now, the government became aware of it, and they let him continue for a while because they wanted to use him. They wanted to bring him into the fold. He was resistant. He didn't want any parts of it. He was a freedom fighter. And then he shows up suicided.
Mm-hmm.
And, his parents and his brothers and sisters never really speak about it too much. But they certainly didn't buy the fact that he committed suicide. But he was a freedom fighter who thought that information should be free. He was one of the most premier geniuses in academia, and I'm not really sure where his genius would really lie, but it was certainly in academia. And it was just a terrific story. I think he died before he was 30.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they've done a couple of
Are you trying to tell me to chill, Max? What are you doing?
No. Yes, Beast, you're a genius. You are a genius.
No. But you forgot a very important part though.
Go on. Fill in.
Why did he get suicided? Right? Well, when was it? What time was it around? In a sense. Well, it was when Obama was in office, and literally he, I think it was the Medicare website or something like that. The $5 billion that they needed to make this, universal healthcare website, right? And he investigated into it and was like, this should have been fixed overnight. And he did. He fixed it overnight. And what do you think happened after that? Next couple of days. So, yeah, that's the
It's a very interesting story, and I'm leaving out a lot of details. So
Me too. Yeah, I'm being careful.
I would encourage you to check it out.
Does it say Schultz?
Schwartz.
Yeah, he was a big factor in WikiLeaks and Julian Assange helping him out and stuff. There's a ton of people like that. Most people never even hear about to this day. Trust me, I know. I know, Max. Yeah, I'll chill.
No. Open it up, man. This is nothing. I mean, this is not anything that Schwartz is doing.
No,
He
no,
was way
I know,
beyond
but
this.
I read the signs, brother, and like I'm good. I don't need to fuck EcoStar. Eat my dick. I don't care. You know, I don't have to get that deep with that. Let's talk about other stuff. I'm good. That's not a hill I want to die on, is what I'm saying.
Or get suicided on.
Right.
Well, what kind of death was it? Like, y'all keep saying suicide. Did he overdose? Did he kill? Was he on drugs?
Hung himself.
No, he wasn't on drugs.
Wow, that's
Well, we all know someone who killed himself on drugs, right?
With a necktie, by the way.
Oh,
which is a symbol for you shouldn't have talked, son. There's a lot of people like that. Look at Avicii. Fucking. I don't want to. I don't know if we should get into this in live stream.
Probably,
I forgot
definitely
about live
not.
stream. Yeah.
100% not.
I'm down to go to chill chat though. But I do also want to keep the live stream active. But it is just us talking, so.
So cloud seeding?
Let's go down to the chill chat. All right.
That's chill chat?
It's good to hear you doing so well, Max Smart. I hope you and yours are well. And good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Timbo Slice. Root, Professor Dude. Chris.
Same to you now.
I know, buddy. Yep. You ever seen a double rainbow, Max? Or a triple rainbow?
I have.
Nice. Did you notice the inversion of the colors?
I talked to someone the other day.
Nice.
I hate that they took my rainbows away.
Yeah, I never gave up the rainbow. You know, don't let anybody take your rainbow. What do you mean, Max? That somebody took a rainbow away?
Yeah, man. Rainbows used to be fine and everybody can use them. Now it's like restricted usage.
Well, that's funny what people think they could do. You know, they used to think they could keep God out of schools. Can you believe that? You think
Well, you
God?
know they're doing that.
Yeah, but do you think they actually can? You think if you think you could keep God
How
out
can
of
you keep
school?
it out of schools when children are getting tests? Somebody's going to be saying a prayer.
I hear you. Got a
Try their
witness.
best to keep guys out of school. Matter of fact, there's some families that can't afford private schools, and they have their own values in their home. And they send their kids to these public schools, and these public schools corrupts your values and tries to tell you that your home values are incorrect. That's wrong, in my opinion. So, we can put God in school as far as I'm
Yeah.
concerned.
Hey, Max. You know what I
Yes.
find interesting?
Say again,
The,
Ethan?
I was just saying, hold on, let me check my mic, make sure it's straight.
It's that ankle, man. It's that heel.
Okay, there we go. One thing I find weird is a lot of people complain and be like, I don't want to homeschool my children. Like, I don't want them to be awkward. Oh, so you're basically saying you want them to be like the world? What the fuck?
So I guess when they say awkward, they mean that they're not getting the social connections that they need, right?
Yeah, but they want them to be like worldly people and think like the carnal, worldly folks. And like, okay, so I want you to be around folks who think they're monkeys and on a space ball floating in a void or whatever. That's what the idea is at that point, and there may or may not be a god, but don't pray about it. Like, what the fuck?
Listen, God is a parent. That's as obvious as the nose on your face. But if people want to deny it, then that's their choice. I'm not going to hold nobody. If you want to believe that you come from space monkeys and blew up from nothing, hey, look, that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
And as far as God in schools,
By the way, I fell asleep, so I look up and I'm like, all right, let me remember where I am. I'm in the live stream, so.
As far as
I bring it back to the. I still reiterate, like they teach a wonky, like a cartoon version of who a god is. So you've got like the cartoon god with a cartoon ball, with a cartoon Jesus and a cartoon hell, and everybody is afraid of pissing all of that off. Meanwhile, not being uncertain as to whether or not it all even exists.
Exactly. Exactly. I look, I don't even know, Ether. All I know is that people got to stop complaining and start doing, so,
Yeah.
you don't want your kids exposed to something, don't expose them to something. If you have values.
And if you really got a problem with it, I'd say if homeschooling's an issue, like, oh, well, we're both working, sacrifices must be made then. One of you is quit, then homeschool them.
Listen,
They do
and I
what
don't
they
even
do.
think that all parents are equipped to homeschool, right? I think that,
For sure not. If they don't have the patience to do it, they should not.
I don't think that most of them are equipped for it, right? I think that parents need to be home. Even if you're not homeschooling, I think that there should be a parent in the house. That's my belief. That's my idea, right? I think that they've broken down the family. They've got everybody going to work. They got the state taking care of your children and the state telling you what you can do with your children. It shouldn't be like that. The state should not be able to dictate what you do with your children.
Oh, they've got it to the point where if you don't, there's certain things, if you don't do it, like the children say, I want to do this, and you don't, the state will override anything you've got to say and be like, well, they have a right, you don't.
Right, and
Even though it's not a right type thing, it has nothing to do with rights, but they will.
yeah, they will take your children away from you if you don't play the game. Well, it's for the welfare of the child. We don't believe that you're working in the welfare of the child or the best interest, or you're putting the charms in harm's way by not doing whatever. I'm not for that.
Yep.
I'm for schools should be for academia. I'm under the impression that all of these businessmen from Edison to Vanderbilt to none of these guys went to college. You know, Alexander Graham Bell didn't go to college. These guys didn't stay in school till they were 30 years old. They was out there fixing the world, man.
Yeah.
They
say that what was it? Abraham Lincoln didn't go to. He was homeschooled in a cabin. He learned everything off of books and off of a bookshelf.
Your grandparents went to third grade and they smarter than you are. Right? And that's because the instruction that they got in those schools gave them a good understanding of the fundamentals, basics of arithmetic and reading and writing. That's what they got. They didn't get a bunch of history. They didn't get a bunch of science. They didn't get a bunch. No, they got a heavy dose of arithmetic and reading and writing. They got some.
Another thing is people can say what they want about the Bible, but as far as the original, like, Old English type, like, reading aloud and learning to read from one of those books, it certainly did teach an entire generation of people how to read and write properly. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. And they held you to those standards.
Yep.
So nowadays you can get through 6th grade and still not know your multiplication tables. Still not know how to do long division on paper. Still not know how to convert fractions into decimals. But yet and still you want to push these kids into algebra. Send them home with quadratic equations. And they can't even, do simple multiplication. What are you doing?
Yeah. But they'll expect a child to grow up into an adult capable of thinking critically, but instead they make adult who can't think worth a shit. They give them what they need to be good workers, though, but not to actually, take the reins of their own life and actually live mindless obedience.
Good workers, right? We used to have good workers. We used to need cobblers. We used to need more, hand, more.
You're right. It's moved from craftsmanship and artesian work to just mindless hive-type workers. Time to hop on the assembly line, 9 to 5.
Exactly.
Like that kind of shit.
And consumer.
Yeah.
You're in the era of consumerism, right? They've made you like one degree separated from these artists now, and you think that everybody on TV, you should have what they have. You should go where they go. Wait a minute. These guys are stars. These guys are millionaires. Why do you believe that you should have what they have and do what they do? Right? But that's what most people think now. Oh, Beyonce's doing it. Oh, Taylor Swift is doing it. Oh, Patrick Mahomes is doing. Look, you guys lost your mind if you think that you could do what they do. If you're going out there and spending money on things that they are enjoying, and you are living in the ghetto, you are living in the shack, you got a 2-family house and six people in it. I don't think you have those options to do what they're doing, but they have convinced you. Right, they've convinced you that that's the way you should live.
And if you can't live beyond your means, just get a credit card or take a loan. You'll be okay. Like, what the hell?
All brought to you by the presenters of the Flat Earth.
I get those envelopes with like the credit card things on it all the time. I thought it goes straight into the trash. I'm like, that looks like a trap.
Mm-hmm. And then they got you living on credit, right? They say, well, if you don't get good credit, then you ain't worthy. You're not worthy to, get a loan. You're not worthy to do this. So that you got to have good credit, right? So how do you get that? By getting a credit card, of course. So they put you in this bag, man.
Yep. They want to see you they want to see you paying all your debts on time and build up that, quote, good credit score. so that way they can try. Really, you're just a good consumer.
I know you're gonna pay me back. I know that you're gonna do whatever it takes to pay me back. I know that you're gonna starve your kids to pay me back. So yeah, I'll loan you the money.
And that's what they want is good, mindless consumers who stay right there on the brink of debt, but just enough where they can afford to be in debt.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't want anybody that has freedom of time to think, because when you do, that's when you're a dangerous mind, right?
You know, they keep them right there in the middle of that sweet spot on the treadmill, and they're not too in debt where they die, but they're not too free that they can do anything. That's the perfect slave. Free range, working because they want to, and they don't even know they're enslaved because they're building their own walls.
Work because they want to.
What's up, Max? What's going
Yeah.
on? What's up, Ether? Big Brute?
Hey, Kemba.
Mr. Mo?
Ether. What's up, boys?
Hey, man,
Morning.
but on some real shit, though. Like, if we, have all the free time, we're gonna start to think even deeper who's the real enemy. They don't want that.
You know who the real enemy is?
Exactly.
Ego. So, if you ever
Yeah, bro.
realize that you put yourself first, so your ego is the real enemy, and feeding that ego, the mindless consumption is what feeds it. So you basically starve your ego by not feeding it the entertainment and all that shit. You ever realize that that's what the problem is? Then you're not a mindless consumer anymore. That's the most dangerous thing to them because they just want you to buy. They want you to keep gobbling up their shit.
Get another credit card. Your credit is good. You paid back. I'm going to offer you a new one with lower rates. How about you get it? That's just a trick.
We're ego killers, and that beast system machine is an ego filler. It'll hyperinflate your own ego and cause you to kind of worship yourself. That's why I'm saying that is the true enemy, is people who put themselves first. And
Ether,
usually
I'm
they're
worshiping
mindless
myself
consumers.
right now. I've been up in the morning. I've been in the gym. I'm about to make me a shake. All I'm doing is worshiping myself.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, bro.
Yeah, but there's
When
nothing
you
wrong with
put
that.
yourself first, though, you're doing it so you can put your family first. Like you're making yourself strong so you can go be a man, do shit. And some of these kids out there, their idea of doing that is more like, I'm gonna sit on my ass and play fucking video games all day, and I'm gonna eat what I want, and I'm not gonna listen to anything anybody got. That kind of shit. The numero uno
And I think
mentality.
the Earth is the ball.
And they not only that, they think that everything revolves around them.
Yeah.
It's scary that these guys have no imagination or creativity because it's all been given to them, right? They need to turn up these video games and these movies, and they need to go outside and play and use their imagination. They need to find their cousins and their brothers and sisters. They need to get bullied. They need to bully some kids, and they need to deal with adversity. They need to be normal people, man, but we don't allow them to. We got them in bubble wraps. We don't have them focusing on their creativity. I don't know who's going to be the next musical genius. When are we going to get the next Bach or Mozart? Is that ever going to happen again?
I understand like protecting children from like torment, but a little bit of bullying is actually what makes folks strong. Like
Yeah.
if a tree doesn't have the resistance, like it doesn't have something to resist due to the weather, its roots will not grow strong, and it'll topple over the first storm that happens.
If you don't face adversity when you're young and you face it when you're older, you're not going to know how to deal with it. And this is why you have all of these responses from all of these young folk going off and losing their minds out here, responding in the ways that they shouldn't respond in because they're not used to adversity. They haven't been told no. They haven't been punched in the face when they were a kid for taking something that they shouldn't have taken. When you're
Right.
6 years old and you get punched in the face and you lose a tooth, that tooth will grow back. But when you're 17, you're losing teeth. You know what I'm saying? And those punches can kill you at that point. It's better to learn how to deal with these adversities when you're 4, 5, 6 years old, when you have cousins who bully you, when you have classmates who bully you, when you're bullying somebody and you have to get corrected, right? It's best to do it when you're young and to stop bubble wrapping these kids, man.
It's better, like it's better to get knocked the F out when you're in high school than to receive a haymaker as a grown ass man in the streets because it is not the same.
Well, look, Ether, even in high school, you're killing people. This is why I promote
That's
doing it
true
while you're
too.
younger, under 12, primary
Well, I
schools,
was speaking from
first,
personal
second, third
experience. I
grade.
know I got punched in the face once in high school. I'm like, well, I'm glad that happened then, and not when I'm like way older, out on the streets and stuff. That would have hurt.
Hey,
Uh,
I'm gonna tell you guys. Max used to go pocket check people for lunch money.
Oh, you're a punk, Kimbo.
Max, tell me you didn't do that. Tell me you didn't do that, bro. Tell me you didn't do
hey,
that. Tell
listen,
me you didn't do that. No, I
we all got
don't need to hear
we
that.
all got pocket checked, man. We all got
Yeah,
pocket checked at some point, right?
I
I
did,
got my
bro.
pockets ran through.
Me too, bro. Somebody used to pocket check me before, and I pocket checked them back. You know what I'm saying? Later on, bro. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's all funny. Hey, they took my lunch money. I take their lunch money too.
Right. You learn how to deal with it, right? Is what
Mhm.
happened is you said, well, I don't like that, so I'm going to learn how to deal with it. Whether it's you sneaking and taking it back, or whether you standing up to them, or whether you saying, no, I'm gonna shake down somebody else, or whether you saying, okay,
Or
well, I'm gonna
finding
use
a
my
route to
resources. I'm gonna go to the
rather
principal
finding
and
a route
tell.
to be able
Yeah.
to, bypass them, like navigate around, using intelligence to solve the problem, though, whether it
Right.
be one way or another.
You got to find out who you are when you're young. It's harder to do it when you're old.
You know what?
By the
You're
time
right.
you're old, there's this. Oh, sorry, Kimbo.
No, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say the way the brain works, though, man. Like you have the plasticity of the brain when you're younger. Everything's kind of elastic. You adapt really easily and you learn very fast. But things become more crystallized over time, and once you reach an old age, you are who you are, and there's not much you can do to change that. You can only add on to what's already there. But an old dog doesn't learn new tricks very well. So they've got these
Yeah.
people who know nothing at all. Once they reach that age, they're nobodies who know nothing. And they can't know anything. They're beyond the point of ever learning, and they know nothing at all. And they're set in their ways too, and that's what makes it horrifying. It's not like you have the opposite. You have this old head elder who's a genius, right? They just know some stuff. Talking to them is like their brain is a supercomputer, and they just remember shit because they've been paying attention. And then you have the engineered version of idiocracy, what the government's trying to create. Yep, that's exactly it. And you can see them. A lot of them are in nursing homes. Their health is very bad, and they don't know what's going on at all. That's part of deleting our history, man. They take them away, and they can't pass down that information to us, and it leaves us ignorant, and we can't listen to our elders speak. It really messes us up.
Yeah, well, that's part of my argument as well. The extended family, right? Everyone's trying to get back to the nuclear family, which is a failure to begin with. When you need the extended family, right? When I grew up, you had grandma in
Exactly.
the house. You had a grandpa in the house, right? Grandma and grandpa is going to correct everything, right? They're going to pass down the true history. They were there when things happened. They can actually contest some of the historical facts that a grandchild may learn, right? Because they were there. They can give them different perspectives, right? They
Yeah.
know moral value, right? They're more close
And
to
I agree. Even if
spirituality.
I want to yes and what you're saying. Even if your grandparents believe that the moon landing happened, like they saw it on TV and believe, okay. But there's other stuff that they do know for a fact that is true, and there's a lot of information you can learn from them. Like just because they think one thing doesn't mean that they're wrong about others. That's just a pro tip
Absolutely.
to the flat earthers out there who might hand wave away a family member. Don't do that. Some of them are awesome.
What, you think everybody's 100% accurate? No,
Yeah.
everybody's wrong about something. Jeez, man.
Hey, I want to touch up on this part when Max said, "Yeah, you go outside, use your imagination." You know what the problems with the globes? They use too much imagination, and that's why they think like we live on a spinning ball.
They used H.G. Wells' imagination. They didn't even use their own imagination.
Yeah.
Arthur C. Clarke's imagination.
Yeah.
Or Stanley Kubrick.
Exactly. Isaac Asimov. Yeah.
But yeah, man.
You're right though, because they watch a lot of TV, and it's not just it's all these different generations combined watching so much of the same programming. Of course, they're going to be programmed if they're watching the same programming.
Also, the video games, right? You're not being creative. You're not using your
Absolutely.
imagination. It's being given to you now.
Back in the day, the world was my video game. My cousin and I, we would suit up and just grab random things that would be our gear, right? Have like wooden swords and whatever, and just go out in the woods and pretend that that's the map. And we just make up whatever the hell we want to. I'm the character, and I'm doing. Here's what I'm doing, and then you're playing pretend, but you're actually in it.
Yep.
Like that's your game.
Exactly. You've used your imagination. You've made up a whole team of people. You've made your own fake weapons and
Yeah.
and battle strategies and plans and stuff like that. Absolutely.
And it wasn't to the extent of a live action role play with all the awesome ass equipment that some of the adults, some of the super nerds do. But we did have like random gear that people would make for us. Like our parents would make random stuff if we requested it. So he had a wooden sword that like his dad made for him. There's other just random things that we had, or like toy thing. We'd go with wood though, because it's more solid than this cheap foam thing.
Right. Exactly.
We'd be climbing, building forts, like following paths. It was awesome.
Mhm. It was great, man. It was great using your imagination, being a child, climbing a tree, all of those sorts of things that a lot of these kids are missing out on in big ways now, and it's just like a very peripheral part of their childhood now. Because technology is such a huge part of these kids' childhoods. And it's like, man.
Now it's like they're afraid of dirt particles, so they're afraid to go outside and breathe in real air or get any sunlight. They want to stay inside and stare at a screen.
It's their parents' fault to a large degree, unfortunately. And I understand that parents are distracted by what they need to do in this life, but the most important resource in this life are the children. I'm not sure when we forgot that, but at some
That's my
point we forgot
competition
that.
as a parent. Oh,
Say it again?
yeah, that's what Jeff Bill posted is kind of what I'm talking about. That people dressing up like that. That's funny. But no, like the internet's our competition, dude. Like as a parent, as a father, I have to compete with all of the entertainment and all the weird pseudo scientific sophistry of the internet. And look how entertaining it is, how random it is, all the animated shit. I'm just saying, you scroll through and it's a never-ending feed of what the fuck, and it's hard to compete with that sometimes.
Well, that's when you have to have the power of a parent, right? I mean, you tell your kid, give you the phone when you're in the house.
Put it down.
Yeah, you don't need that phone when you're in the house. You're in the house now. Get off of the social networks.
I tell them stay off the video games unless it's like they've already been playing all day, so it's night and it's about time to wind down, then go to bed. Or if it's raining and you literally can't go outside, okay, we can do something else then, because you literally cannot go outside.
This is why I promote having children while you're young, right? Because when you're young, you have the energy to keep up with the child. When you're over 35, you're 40-ish. You start to slow down. Things get slower for you. You don't want to chase the kids. You don't want to do those things. You don't want to play with the kids as much, So, but when you're 25, you're still basically a big kid growing up yourself. And, and it's a beautiful thing when you participate with your children like that and you're active and you're creative.
And people act like, oh, they're still a child. They're barely an adult. Exactly. They need to have a child while they're still closer mentally to their children in a way where they can keep up with them. Once they get older, it's kind of grandpa mode that they should be entering.
Right. Yeah, you can have anything you want.
At that point, you can say, okay, I'm done watching them. They're yours. You can take them back.
Hey Max, I've been raising kids for like almost 15 years now. I had my first one when I was like 20, and then I had another one like 7 years later, and then I've just had I've got like a 16-month-year-old, and I'm just exhausted. It's like all these years of raising kids, I'm so done with it that like I feel sorry for my youngest one, and I do try my hardest, but the interest is just gone. Like the energy is just not there anymore.
This one is going to be the most spoiled, probably.
Yeah, the little one gets away with murder because I've got more patience now, and I'm just allowing more. Well, he's going to be a little shit, I think.
Exactly. No, that's great, Root. That's awesome. And I encourage things like that, and I believe that you can have the best experiences when you're younger with your children, as opposed to being older. And I hear a lot of these young guys say, "Well, I don't have the money. I don't." Well, you know what? Children inspire you to make more money. You want to leave something for your children. You don't want to be a loser to your child, so they inspire you to be better.
Oh, you're
You know.
100% correct. Yeah. In fact, I would argue that without the wife and the kids and all that shit, you will never earn as much money because you just don't have the incentive.
I could not agree more. A lot of
Even
times you could be a little shit.
even if
Yeah.
you do, you're only going to earn all the money for what? So you can spend it on a bunch of fucking toys and then die. You can't take them with you. You earn a bunch of money that the government's going to end up getting because you have no heirs and you spent it on toys.
Yeah. It's also the internal sense of entitlement because when you're single and you've got enough money to get by, you do have this internal question of like, well, do I deserve more money? But then as soon as you have another kid and you're like, shit, my mortgage went up. I remember going to my boss and I was like, listen, you need to pay me more. Like this is not even a debate. Like I need more money. Simple. Do you know what I mean? And when your attitude's like that, it's different then. You get
It's
it.
a living.
But it's the kids that make you kind of serious like that.
That's the true form of the cost of living raise is you have a child and then you need more money to take care of your child. Your cost of living expenses have increased. And your value as a worker should also increase because you have more motive to work harder and maintain your position.
We're in a society now that kind of lends itself to not having children and not having families, right? They've taken away the nuclear family that used to be big in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, right? In the early 2000s, maybe the early 2000s, you still had some remnants of the nuclear family discussion, right? Where you had the mom, the dad, the two kids, the dog, and the fence, right? That's cute. But you need to have your family members close because your kids need to have other kids to be around so that they can learn the pecking order, as I heard recently. But or where they fit in and how they're going to fit in life. You need to have the elders around to give you guidance, especially when so much is placed on the parents to be good earners now. You know what I'm saying? And now with the breakdown of the family, and you don't have those things, now you have to dig in your pocket to pay somebody to watch your kids, as opposed to leaving them with grandma, who is going to take care of the kids, right? So now you pay these places with these people who you've never met, don't know, and you pay them a guap of money to take care of your children, and you don't know what they're doing with your children. So I mean, is that what we really want? I mean, it would be better just to do the extended family. Don't put grandma and grandpa in the shelter. Pool the money, get a bigger house. You know what I'm saying, and bring more people into the fold and have more success. You can start business, you can have a community, but for some reason society is moving all the way away from these ideas. And it
Instead
bothers
of building generational wealth, they divide everybody up into apartments or into their own mortgages and their own little bit of land that the government will likely take away because they'll never be able to afford paying it all off. And really, like you said, if they didn't break up the extended family like they do, there'd be a lot of powerful family units out there.
Yeah, I've got some Indian friends, quite a few actually in Birmingham, and one of the guys said to me once. He said, "You English are stupid," and I said, "Why?" And he says, "Well, you lot all go and get your own mortgages. You all go your own way, and you struggle." He says, "Literally, we move nan and granddad in. That's all the childcare covered. They have the babies, and then between them, they get a bigger house and they get one sports car. So they've got a few normal cars, and then they'll have one fancy sports car. So everywhere they go, they're balling. You know what I mean?"
Exactly.
That makes sense too. You kind of got your special vehicle to go out if the family needs to go on an event or something.
Yeah, they just share it.
The grandparents, I've seen so many selfish people argue with their children over the grandparents want to get paid to babysit. And I'm like, why do you want to get paid to have the ability to help raise and teach a child that should carry on your lineage? This is your chance. They're a little sponge right now. Take advantage of that and pour into them. What the hell?
Parents want to get paid for
I
being
get it, like throwing
grandparents.
somebody.
Wow.
Yeah. What the fuck? You should be happy you get to see the kids. Some grandparents never see their grandchildren ever.
And that's just the
And then it's
psychosis of
about
the
like
world that we live
encouraging a
in.
family to grow. Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
weird because they've disconnected the family into the point where everybody's strangers.
Yeah, because I
Grandma's
was
like,
thinking of what you said, Max, that they've killed the nuclear family, and I sat here and I thought, well, I'm not. I'm in a nuclear family, and I've got friends. Two of my best friends, they went the same route as well. But then what Ether just said kind of puts it into perspective. I think the point you're making is that it's no longer expected. The grandparents are expecting to be paid. You know what I mean? Like the expectations have changed. So I can agree with you. Yeah, like it is rare now to get that family unit pulling together. I agree.
oh yeah, definitely. They're doing everything they can to keep it apart and drive it apart. I mean, without a strong family unit, then you don't have strong communities. Everybody minds their business. Nobody knows who's who, and then you're not able to sustain as a community. You're not able to hold your assemblyman, your congressman, your sheriff, or whomever. You're not able to hold them to any standards because you have no unity in the community, right? And once you do that,
Well,
then apparently politics are not working for you, right? And they're supposed to work for you. Government is supposed to work on your behalf. You pay taxes. That resources is supposed to be directed in the ways that we should be able to want it directed in. Right? It's not supposed to go all the way up to the mayor and the governor before it gets out of our hands. We're supposed to be able to deal with it on our local level with our Congress people. But if we don't have good family structures to build good communities, we don't have ideas that are congruent with each other or similar to each other, and everybody wants to fly off their own way, and grandma wants to get paid for watching the kids and all this other nonsense that goes on. And and they do that. This is being done. This is being done. It's not natural. It's been done. It's been implemented in order to fragment you so that you cannot put up a good affront when things come through and you don't like them. You just got to roll with it now because you're on your own. You don't have so it's
They've turned families against each other, and now the loyalty is almost to the state. Like we're almost 1985 now, aren't we? Where the kids
yeah,
will
the
be
year after '84.
yeah,
I mean,
1984.
just the whole politics bullshit. It's fucking break up family and shit too. That's why when I hear fucking Republican or Democrats, I'm like, shit, left nut, right nut, they all nuts.
Hang on.
I thought you
Well,
were
if
gonna
you,
say
I was just going to say it goes even deeper because you've got left wing and right wing are of the same entity. You will always have a bird or a plane, that the both wings are connected to. But not just that, red and blue make purple, and purple is the color of royalty. So there's another sign that they're of the same ilk.
Wow, that's true.
well,
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
That's why they always pit red versus blue. Red versus blue is a sign that it's of the same system, the purple system, royalty. Yeah.
well, the mind control gets so much deeper too with just the color, shapes, and sounds. Remember when everybody was saying Orange Man bad, vote blue no matter who? On the spectrum of color, orange and blue are the opposite. Orange is the opposite of blue, not red.
Well, yeah, it's interesting they wouldn't call him red. They wouldn't call him a true Republican. They wanted to have a different colour for him because people fall for the red and blue. And if they don't fall within the red and blue, then, they can actually sort of fall out of favour because people are stuck into this red and blue two-party system.
Yeah. It's just interesting, like the opposite, the mind control aspect of it, using the opposition being the literal opposite color. So blue no matter who, and the opposite, the antithesis of blue would be Orange Man. It's just weird they painted that whole narrative for both sides like that. It's the Phoenix, man. It's two wings of the Phoenix. It's the Empire. It comes back, it reincarnates, but it's the Phoenix, and those wings are the wings of the Phoenix.
Yeah,
about civics.
politics.
We only know about it on a high level, right? We only know about it on the imagery level, on what we see on TV, what we read in the newspaper, but that very rarely affects us directly. What affects us directly are our local congressmen, right? Our local political people, right? These are the ones that, make sure the money gets to the school, or that, the slumlord doesn't continue to be a slumlord. That doesn't go to the mayor or the president. And because they don't teach us civics in school, we don't understand it. And we always shoot straight to the top, like that means something to us, like that affects us. That very rarely affects the average man who's in the White House on a major scale, right? Because it starts with our local leaders, and we have to start holding them accountable. These are the people that, get things done in your community, in your area, and make life better for you. And they don't teach us these things about civics. That, it's like, oh, the president, oh, the senator. What about your local folk, man?
Everybody wants to blame the president for this, that, or the other thing, but who's the one who's actually enforcing things on a local level? The local people, like you're saying. Those are the ones you need to talk to.
Yeah, it's like I live in Birmingham in the UK, and recently the council has declared bankruptcy, and it's like, how the fuck can the second biggest city in the whole of UK be bankrupt? And it's like it is the local people who get away with it, and they're able to implode it, and there's no repercussions for them because they're too small.
Right, and they generally fly under the radar.
But at the same time, I don't know my local MPs. In fact, I scoff when I see them put something through my door.
A lot of folks will they know about. There's a lot of folks who vote who know about as much as you do, but they're voting blindly, and that's exactly why those idiots have power.
Voting blindly, right? What they call them, low information voters.
Yeah, there's such a big swell of the population who make their decision based on, like, at the very last minute, based on sort of like what the news is saying, who's winning, who's not.
Or
There's
Google search or something.
Yeah, there's no thought behind it. It's like, okay, I'm just going to go with the majority, or
Hey Google, who do I vote for this year? Okay, that sounds good.
Right?
Google, who
Complete
should I vote
popularity
for?
contest.
Alexa, tell me who I need to vote for.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said, the popularity contest, that's all it is. Then when you factor in the electoral college type shit, it's like, oh, fuck. It's a high level of popularity.
It's like, what is that? What is that? The electoral college. Those are the ones who pick the people to put in power, not you.
Yeah. Your vote is a suggestion for them that they may or may not adhere to.
Exactly. Now, the electoral college is supposed to be made up of other people that you voted for previously, right? Senators and stuff like that. Is that how that works? The electoral college? It's like some electorates, right? Some people that we've previously
Series of
elected.
chosen ones. They get to select our fate.
It's crazy. Anyway, fellas, I do got to check out. My morning been started. I got to continue with it. It's always a blessing speaking with you, fellas. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah, dude.
All right, brother.
All
Hey,
right.
take care,
All
man.
right.
God bless.
Wish you well.
Be
God
safe.
bless. All right.
Yes, sir. Hit the
Check
lottery.
us out, fellas.
Stay blessed.
All right.
Soul love.
Yeah.
Y'all make me want to run for sheriff. I need a flat Earth sheriff.
Did you say
We're about
flat
to
Earth
keep it
sheriff?
level.
Yeah.
Just Bill's going to keep it level. You got to vote for him.
Mr. Bill, right? What's up, Bill?
Awesome. I like that.
What's up, Kimbo? Good to hear you, man. Good to
Bill,
hear
can
you.
hear you too, bro.
The flat Earth enforcer, please.
Say again. A flat Earth enforcer.
Yeah, flat Earth enforcement. I think you should start that.
We
What
need a
kind of
dual.
law? Hey, what kind of law we have today? We have flat law.
We have natural law. Natural law.
Hey, I think that'd be I wouldn't be surprised if there are some like fucking flat earth sheriffs out there that don't speak about it, that we don't know about. I'm pretty sure
What do you
there's
have to be a
somewhere in
part
some
of
town.
Illuminati, Sheriff?
They keep on sending the cops to talk to me. There's gonna be.
All you gotta tell them is like, oh, water, it's flat, level, horizontal. That's all you gotta say.
I tell you
Draw
what,
the
if they're not scientifically minded, I tell you a good argument for a layman. The aeroplane doesn't nose down when it goes around the ball. I've seen that really kind of stump people who are not scientifically minded.
Oh, you mean, yeah, the airplane's supposedly cruising around 35,000 to 50,000 up there, feet up there, right? And if you're flying on a ball, it means that maybe a couple minutes you have to dip the nose down a little bit, because if not, it would fly into space. But their claim, they said that, oh, it's all relative. The atmosphere, it's I guess it's curving. But then the
But it's not.
gyroscope that they
But
the
it's not.
gyroscope that they use. Go ahead.
Kembo, it's not though. It's not, because they've got two reference frames. If they've got Coriolis, they've got two reference frames. So the atmosphere is not spinning with the Earth. If it is, then the Coriolis doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They'll come up with some bullshit. They'll come up with some bullshit.
Yeah, but they can't just you can't just let them get away with that, because they are claiming they have the two reference frames. They are claiming that the Earth spins at a different rate from the atmosphere. So they can't be the atmosphere can't be curving at the same rate. Also, if you're flying straight and level with your gyroscope or whatever, and you're just flying flat and level, then you can't argue that you are going around a curve when you've got literal instruments that detect that.
Yeah, we know that the gyroscope itself is mechanical, right? The one that you use on the plane. And so obviously the gyroscope, it's level everything out, level the horizontal, so make sure your plane is not going, one to the left or one to the right, or tilted or anything. So you have to fly fucking kind of dead straight till you get to your landing spot. But for the most part, you fly fucking straight. Period.
Yeah, like I said though, this is a good argument for the non-scientific people, like your ma and your dad.
Yeah,
I'll get back.
And your
We'll see
buddy.
what happens.
It
Give it a
sounds like a
shot.
reduction to absurdity, but then when you take it up to some of these rocket type planes that can go incredibly fast, then it's like, okay, now what do you say about that? Like, why isn't it tilting the nose down?
Well, even with traditional planes, it still should be 8 inch per mile squared, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the amount of speed when you're going, like, so very freaking fast that you're covering miles, like, in a matter of seconds. And yeah, like, at that point, what do you do with that? Because people try and hand wave away the airplane one. Okay, let's increase the speed and the altitude. Well, what happens then?
Yeah, yeah, of course, if the ground and water has to be 8 inches per mile square, well, up there it has to be the same thing, because it
Yeah.
curved up there and is also curving down here.
And then you can segue to, why is it the drop over distance no matter how high you go?
Oh,
Yep.
because you're too small, you can't see it, bro.
You're so tiny. You're so big, yet you're so tiny. Like, they'll try and place both arguments. Like, you can see the curve, but you can't see the curve because Earth big and you not. Or whatever.
Earth big, you not.
My favorite thing is when they try and talk about surface tension to show you a drop of water on a piece of paper, not realizing that the water forms a fucking dome.
Oh god, that's ridiculous. I thought it was all relative. Arseholes.
The bottom of the droplet's flat. It's perfectly flat. And the top of the droplet forms a dome. So what the fuck are they trying to make a point with here? That's more flat Earth proof. Thank you. And I'm not even one who believes in the word dome, but it's obvious that's the shape it makes when you put a water droplet on paper or on a flat surface. It does kind of dome up. Yeah.
See, you know, I don't like when some of these idiots comes out and they said, "Oh, if you were an ant and stand up basketball, right, or maybe just crawl on a basketball, obviously you don't see the curve." And I'm like, bro, that's fucking ant. We are human. We fucking way smarter than that. We're not fucking ants. Ant can't think. Maybe they can think a little bit here and there, but they're not like human. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that,
We
they
way
can't
smarter. We
even see
we
the
be
same
able
way
to
we do.
fucking critical think for ourselves for the most part. Only your fucking dumbass people always talk about, oh, you're too small. We just like ant compared to the universe. It's fucking retarded, bro.
Part of their religion has to do with being insignificant.
Hey, but have you guys ever thought about this? I did brought it up the other day, right? So I brought it up the other day, but now like I want to say some other stuff, more about it. So they claim that the ISS it's going around 17,500 miles per hour, right? And the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Not only that, it's chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. Well, so the ISS supposedly in space, right? Well, if the sun, if the Earth is chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, well, how does the ISS didn't get left behind? You get what I'm saying? Because it's only going like 17,500 miles per hour, but they claim that it's all relative, right? Correct? Because the ISS has to go at least 3 or 4 times faster in order to catch up with the speed of the Earth chasing the sun. But they say it's all relative. Well, check this out. So how the fuck you get from? How does the rocket get from fucking the Earth to Mars? That's like over like 200 million miles away. Like how? Like it doesn't make sense. So obviously, so basically, they claim like as soon you leave, the low Earth orbit or whatever, it's a vacuum. But then it's all relative. But then how the hell you get from the Earth to to Mars? Because it has to be like, the Earth has gravity up there too. So obviously, somewhat it's pulling the fucking. I don't know, man. I think I'm confusing myself thinking about this shit.
Lots of math magics.
No, but the fucking claim is crazy. Like, so as soon the Earth move, right, 67,000 miles per hour. Well, the ISS only going like what, 17,500 miles per hour. Let's say 18,000 miles per hour, right? Let's not add the fucking 500. It sound confusing. So, like, it would mean it would get left behind. It's because the Earth is moving way faster, like 3 or 4 times faster than the ISS. So as soon the ISS leave the Earth orbit or low Earth orbit or whatever, it would get left behind. Period.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Yeah. You're talking about the Coriolis again, yeah?
I don't know, man. It just but some of these fucking claims, like, I don't know. Some of these claims piss me the fuck off.
It's good to go over them though, and to remember, all the numbers and facts and figures because you hear them enough from them. Yeah, my response would be, well, fucking prove that the ISS is actually the light in the sky is actually up there, But I hear what you're saying though. Yeah, I think you've got a more extreme version of the Coriolis effect to address, basically.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to put it that way, but I'm just curious. I just want to know what the fuck they're gonna have to say to that. So if somewhat is all relative, right? Like even you know the rocket leave um, Earth orbit or just go into low Earth orbit, right? It's all relative. So how the fuck are we gonna leave the solar system? Because the solar system is moving one direction at certain speed too. But how?
That's why they made up fucking Kepler's second law in orbital mechanics to give people the to give objects the ability to leave the obvious gravitational pull from one body. They start claiming two bodies or whatever. So it's their lies in the orbital mechanics. And they're trying to claim that you can yeah. I'm not even going to get into it. I'm no expert in orbital mechanics.
No. Go ahead. Like I want to know what you got to say. I want to know.
Well, for example, they say that you can have an object that orbits two bodies. You can have like longer orbits, elliptical orbits, stuff like that. So they're basically saying, right, we have these orbits in place based on the second law, which is, two close planets or two close objects with mass can create an object to orbit around the two of them rather than just the one. So you're starting to get like paths and ways to travel, and you can then start accounting for all of the orbits that don't match, because they had to introduce this because the orbits that they're telling us exist don't match, like the traditional science, i.e. a mass. When you've got a mass, then you'll get an orbit. But for something to orbit around, to get elliptical orbits, they had to introduce this second law of motion to show that, okay, to claim that objects can orbit around the two planets rather than the one. So that's where you get elliptical orbits from.
Okay.
But it's
And that's
bollocks.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, but it's all bollocks, mate. You can't like, it doesn't even match with the gravity model, and you can't obviously see this in nature at all. It's just their excuse for why we have orbits that don't match the traditional mass attracting mass gravity model.
Yeah.
Now you've got mass attracting mass, and then you've got another mass orbiting the two masses. It doesn't make sense, but Kepler's second law was released to sort of make that make sense or whatever. And that's probably not relevant to what you said, but I'm just saying, like, it's the orbits that they're using as the excuse.
Yeah. They use just to explain it away, but it don't make sense. It doesn't exist in reality. You're never gonna see it anywhere. Only fucking stories.
Yeah, we haven't even got mass attracting mass, which is Cavendish's experiment in a vacuum. We haven't even got mass attracting mass, So it's all built on a house of cards ready to fall.
See the thing is this, right? Like, okay, if the Earth chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, right? And 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 somehow the ISS leave like in space, but then it's also being pulled by the Earth, right? So the ISS is not going 17,500 miles per hour. The ISS, it is going fucking 67,000 miles per hour too.
Right. Yeah.
That's
Plus the 17,000. Yeah.
plus the 17,500. Yeah. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like these people, like they
Yeah, but
when
they
they come
claim
up
the
with this
orbit.
shit.
They're claiming that the orbit is giving the trajectory, so all that speed, it's going to claim an orbit. It's claiming that the orbit is giving it speed.
It's a fucking joke, bro.
Yeah, and then the orbit goes against the spin of the Earth. It's stupid. It's so
Fucking
stupid, bro.
retard.
How the fuck would how would the orbit go against the spin of the Earth if the spin of the Earth is being spun in that direction due to the gravity? So that's where the force is. The force is going in one direction. So their orbit, they're claiming, is going in the opposite direction to the force of the spin. It's a joke, isn't it? deeper you get into it, the more ridiculous it is.
Hey, you remember that one physicist came in here that one fucking day? You remember? He was talking about he started talking about, oh yeah, we know I forgot what the hell he was saying. He was saying something about, oh, as long we know the circumference of the earth and the radius and diameter, we can, we can measure some shit. He was saying something like that, like, oh, we all go around the orbit, blah blah blah. And I said that, well, let's apply the same logic. Let's use the same number that you said, right, to measure the curve of the earth right here on earth.
Yeah.
And I don't think he responded after that. He just kind of stayed quiet because he fucked up his logic on that part. Like, how the fuck you gonna throw the number out there, you know what I mean? Thinking like, oh yeah, we can do this, we can do that. Well, who cares about up there? Let's apply the same number, the same logic, and measure it down here.
They don't want to do that. They don't want to look at the earth, they want to look at the stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder why, yeah, exactly. It's a hard truth.
Okay. How can you prove the earth is a globe that is not flat? You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can look at the star. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they always point up as though the ground is in the sky.
Yeah.
The floor is not in the sky. Sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you out there, but the only person apart from Eratosthenes that the Globers have got that seems to have measured Earth curve is Jaren from the Netflix documentary, The Flat Earther, who they say measured it by mistake. Where's all the Globers that have measured it then? Like, that's the only person they've got. Like,
No,
between
they brought
yeah,
up
between
somebody else too. They brought up somebody else too. I think it was the French. The French took a crew and this is their claim. This is not my claim. Okay, I heard this argument before, and supposedly the document is in French. I can't fucking read French, but they said that people were from France. They took the crew, and then they went to Peru and came back, and that's how they measured the curvature of the earth. But this is the claim from Jim Panda. That was the claim from Jim Panda, server. I think I heard about a little bit, but then they keep muting me, so I left that day.
Yeah, I've never heard about that. Sounds like something that someone said.
Yeah, pretty much.
I believe it when I see it.
It was. I think they have every fucking thing on Wikipedia. You know what I'm saying? And this was on Wikipedia. It was only a little bit in English, but the rest, I guess, maybe all in French. Yeah. You remember Big Root?
Jim Panda
Remember that day?
I do remember, yeah. But I know Jim Panda has the wildest claims because he also claims that flat earthers have never brought a boat back into view once it's gone over the horizon. Like, he stands there defiantly and claims that flat earthers have never caught that footage. So, I don't know what you make of that, Super Monkey Ball, but he tries to use angular resolution and things disappear due to be in the distance, but we've never brought something back over the horizon.
Oh yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? Like, they're in denial so bad. Like, they deny angular resolution's a thing, a lot of them. And I found a question that completely blows their minds, and I've asked a couple of Globers this, and they've given me the craziest answers that they've just plucked from their imagination. So they say the horizon is a physical thing, right? It's Earth curve. It's not optical, it's physical. That's their claim, right? That's the globe proof boats going over the horizon. So ask them to imagine for a second if the Earth was flat and we looked out into the distance, would there be a horizon? Like, and they still say yeah. Like,
they know. They have to say yeah. Otherwise, that's a trap for them, isn't it?
Yeah, they still say yeah. One of them said to me, one of them actually said we'd see forever, right? Which is just
Oh, that
insane.
one. Yeah.
And another
Fucking
another
retard,
guy,
bro.
in fact, two of them, sorry, have both said there'd be a mist. Everything would just disappear into a mist. And they showed me a picture that they'd drawn, and they got a picture of the horizon. So there was still a horizon, and they just drew some like fog over the top of it, and they said that's what it would look like on a flat plane. Like,
But then when you tell them about the convergence point, then they have to back off and start addressing a different argument, because they can't deny that the convergence point phenomenon isn't a thing, and they can't deny that as you get to the convergence point, you get some curvature, at least, whether that's up from the horizon, from the sea level up into the convergence point, but also the air down into the convergence point. So as soon as you say that argument, they change then.
You remember Jim Panda was saying like, oh yeah, the reason why you can't see the boat anymore because it's too small. Bro, that's our argument. You know what I'm saying? It's not going over the curve. It just, you know what I mean? That's how, that's how perspective work, where the sky and the fucking floor or the ground or the water meet each other. We cannot.
Oh,
That's the reason why we cannot see, like forever. It's because the fucking perspective, angle resolution. But go ahead.
the
Sorry.
angle of resolution is different to the. I mean, yeah, you do have that phenomenon in the convergence point at the horizon, but like you can literally, if you raise your elevation angle, and this is what Gem Panda likes to do, get images from a high elevation angle, where the horizon is behind the boat, but actually the boat still disappears due to its angular size. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, remember that's the same video I point out. Remember I said, yo, the
Yeah,
elevation that
yeah,
they took the boat from is fucking way high, bro. It's not even
yeah.
close to the water. It was on a fucking hill. That's the reason why. And then he tries to say, see, the horizon is behind the boat. It's not in the front of the boat. The reason why you can't see the boat because it's too small. Obviously, motherfucker, because the footage was taken very fucking high, bro. Very tall. It was not even close
Right.
next to the beach or the water. It was on a hill, you know. But yeah,
Well, he thinks every bit of footage we've got of bringing boats over the horizon is that we're sneakily raising our elevation angle so that the boat becomes resolved, but it never came back over the horizon. That's his claim. I mean, I've sent millions of photos and videos, and he'll just deny it. I can't see a horizon behind there.
I
That's what he
I
says.
think Jim Panda, he came to a point that, remember we talked about this too. He came to the point that like it does not matter if it's flat, if it's a globe. He just know what the hell is he doing. He paying his bill. He got his what you call when people donate through super chat, right? He doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? It's become like a business to him. So being an anti-flat earther, remember I mentioned like, yeah, he pimping all them hoes in there. He is. Man, I gotta give up to him because those motherfuckers, they still gullible.
Right.
They pretty gullible.
He's a grifter.
Yeah, that's it. Bang on.
It's like they hate flat earthers so much they don't want us to be right. They don't want us to be right. Because a minute you take the fucking space away, right? For a second. Well, I learned this already. I mean, you guys went through it already. We used to believe in space. We used to believe in that fantasy ass fucking outer space because we thought we can travel from one planet to another planet. Even if we don't get to travel, as long as somebody go or telling us the fucking story, bro, we felt so good, right? But now, guess what? If you take the space away, there's no fucking space. You can't go up there anymore, bro. It's for these people are terrifying, bro. That's the reason why they don't want us to be fucking right, bro. They don't even want to listen to any information that coming out of flat Earth. So if you can't go up there, right? And if water is level, water is flat, what the fuck do you think we on?
Yeah, well said, Kemba. You know, and you know, space doesn't even work without 90% dark matter. So I think you're right. You know, it's that fear allows them to put all of their faith into something like dark matter. I mean, how unstable is that? You know.
I mean, you want to talk about dark matter? Every time you close your eyes, you see dark matter. Oh, you don't believe me? Go ahead, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, prove me wrong.
Yeah, close your eyes. You see dark matter, bro.
Like, yeah, we shouldn't even be talking about space. Like, space is literally like it needs
Fucking
so
joke.
much faith and belief that it shouldn't even be in a scientific discussion.
Yeah, it's like arguing about Star Trek. It doesn't fucking matter 'cause it's not real.
I know it's
Right.
it's not speculation Sunday, but shit, man, I still want to go to speculation Sunday.
What's crazy is though, like the Globers can say the most batshit crazy explanation, and none of them will tell the other one that that's stupid or that's wrong. They'll all go, yeah. Like they'll just agree with whatever they say as long as they're fighting against us, essentially.
Panda's channel, you start with the minions who don't have that much knowledge, and then when you prove one or two of them wrong a few times, the heavyweights tell them to shut the fuck up and let them take over.
Ah, okay, they're making us look stupid, yeah. Like the craziest thing I've ever heard a Glober say, and they've said a lot of stupid shit. And this guy was a professor, I don't know what in, right? And he said the reason babies can't walk until they're 1 year old is because they're getting used to the spin of the earth.
Oh my god!
That was his proof for Earth's motion. His babies can't walk.
What the fuck?
Is that because they feel the motion of the spin?
Yep, and they got to get used to it.
Bro, really?
Babies can feel the motion.
Somebody really said that to you?
Someone really said that. Yeah.
Oh my god, bro. I think every time we talk to the Globe Earther, bro, we should start recording. Just to get the the good part. You know what I'm saying? And just to replay it so just to keep laughing at it every time you play it. Every time you hear that shit.
A lot of people do. If you can, if you want to, everybody can record. I agree that everybody should.
That's a crazy claim too, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, bro, you may as well make some money off it. Start a YouTube channel.
Yeah, that too.
Flat
Like
versus globe.
like Jim Panda.
There was a guy called Chemo who used to go in Jim Panda's channel, and he started a channel called Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther? The channel's still up, so if you ever want to look at some of the 2015, 2016 arguments in Jim Panda's channel, they're all up there, all the best ones.
I have seen Chemo on TikTok not so long ago, actually. I didn't speak to him. He was doing a TikTok live discussion. I recognised his voice.
Oh wait, what's his channel name?
I don't know. I just came across it. He's on there somewhere doing something. There's another guy from there who's doing TikTok lives as well. He's doing them every day. Where he just puts a meme up of like all the different images of Earth and how they look completely different. And then obviously people attack him every day for being a flat earther. So he's a British guy as well, the other guy.
Yeah, Chemo used to get it bad. He used to get it bad because of his personality.
Oh, he handled it well, though. He handled those people at Jim Panda as well, didn't he?
Very well, mate. I actually liked his style and thought that he was able to reach a lot of people that some of our biggest flat earthers can't reach, just by having an open dialogue with people.
It's funny.
He was good.
I've always said this though, like the biggest enemy of flat earthers is being labelled flat earthers. Like, I'm nearly 100% sure the whole thing's just a controlled release. Like, instead of everybody figuring it out for themselves that the Earth's not a ball and coming to their own conclusions, we're all labeled in this group now, flat earthers, and then they can control the other side on how to think when they interact with a flat earth or the flat earth term gets mentioned. If everyone was just going, "Oh, the earth's not a ball, what is it?" It'd be so hard to control that, to control the narrative.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. I do agree with you on that part, because when they hear fucking flat earthers, they got this whole idea in their head already. Oh, flat earthers is a bunch of fucking religious people. They anti-science. They don't know shit. They dumb as fuck. You know, how could you think that the earth is flat, bro? We have images. We have satellite. We got footage from space. What do you mean?
Yeah, so whenever I talk to anybody like in person and they say, "Are you a flat earther?" I'll say, "No, I'm not a flat earther." Well, I'll just say, "But it's not a ball," and that's it. And then any like pre-programmed ammunition they've got targeted at the word flat earth is just gone now. It's like wipe the slate clean. You can just go, "Yeah, but I can prove it's not a ball. I don't know what shape it is, but it's not a ball."
I'm going to do the same. Because if somebody asks me, "Are you a flat earther?" and I sense any level of sarcasm or whatever, I will immediately say, "Well, flat's not a shape. You do know that." So I'm probably doing the same thing without realising it.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a flat earther. It's obviously flat and measures flat. Well, water's flat. It could be ball shaped. It could.
Yeah.
Upturned at the edges.
Well, I always say to Jem, if you want to, I'm happy to speculate.
But I mean, I looked it up recently. Between the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, so the deepest we can go in the ocean, is only a 20-kilometer difference. So that's over the whole Earth. So it's reasonably flat.
Can you just say those numbers again?
So from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, you know the Mariana Trench?
Yeah. 20 kilometers different.
20 kilometers difference. So they say.
That's good to know. That's good figures.
Where's that located? The trench. Where's
That's
it
a good
located?
point. You know, all I could
Is
tell
it
you is
somewhere
in the ocean.
Yeah, it is somewhere next to like Philippines, Indonesia, or some shit like that.
I'm not sure. I guess it's. In fact, I don't know. I'd just be guessing.
So, Monkey Ball, where do you hang out? Because I don't see you here all the time. Do you go elsewhere on Discord?
Recently, I've been going to the politics server. I've been away for a while, and I'm not working at the moment, so I've just been in a little bit more recently. I used to come here a lot, but it kind of died off. Occasionally, I'll have a listen in Gem Pandas, and then I can't bear the toxicity for more than like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and I leave. And that's it. The other server I was in that got deleted. So,
what do you think of their resident flat earthers, like Merle and Brian and them? Like,
which one? Sorry.
There's like 3 or 4 resident flat earthers who go there. So you've got Brian Mabbit, you've got you've got that Australian dude Merle, I think his name is, but I think he changed his name to "Are You a Mainstream Proponent?"
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Brian and mainly them two, I think, but you see Jin in there quite a bit as well.
Where's this? Gem Panda server.
Yeah, you're not come across Merle.
The Australian guy. Yeah, I've come across the Australian guy. He's funny as fuck. Absolutely destroys him. Doesn't lose his shit. Yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah, I do like him, but he's always pushing Dell's upward, the Earth is rising theory, and I'm always like, I can't get involved here because I don't really buy into all of that.
No.
But he does a good job, yeah.
Why did Dell ever say that? I mean, I didn't even watch Dell, but it's just so suspicious to say something like that.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in him not going to other people and talking about it behind the scenes first. He just come out with it. I thought that was a bit suspect.
Well, like I say, it's probably the whole flat Earth thing, a controlled release, and people like that. I'm not saying they are, but they've definitely got the potential to be agents of some sort. I know it sounds paranoid, but the modern day spies, these people, those influencers, like the army literally recruits these people to influence on social media and shit like that. Like, they're going to look as genuine as fuck. Like, also, just the police in this country, there was an article recently, they've got like 140 different undercover police officers in 140 different groups in the UK, just posing as members of that group, and that's just the police.
Yeah, but did you know the way I see it, Super? Is if the truth cannot be stopped, right? So if Dell wants to bring out theories that are not true, then they should be. We should address them, and like the truth will win the day. I'm a big believer in that.
Yeah, but what will happen is, and probably what's already evidently happening is, he's going to split up the unity between everyone, all the flat Earth people. Because now you're going to have people on Dell's side going, oh, it's go arguing with the other flat earthers, arguing with the other flat earthers about another thing. And it's kind of like they've split the community into like 6 YouTubers or whatever, 6 people that all have their own different followers. Now, if they all start posing their own views on their followers, it's kind of going to split up everything.
Do you not think that was inevitable? When we're being so strict with the scientific method, did you not see that happening anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have no opinion on where it was going to go. Well, not no opinion, but I didn't know where it was going to go. Definitely didn't see it happening. But it kind of feels obvious, though, in hindsight, that it is just a fucking big controlled release by about 6 or 10 YouTubers that came out around 2015. They just dropped to the flat Earth bombshell on everybody.
I feel like that 20.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Beast is back. How you doing, bro?
No, you good. We just went kind of deep dive down in chill chat, but what are you saying about influencers and stuff like that? It kind of came in late. My bad.
He said was, yeah. Go ahead, Monkey. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I was just saying, flat Earth came around, I think it was around 2014, 2015. It just felt like it appeared out of nowhere. And it was I think it was probably around 6, let's say maximum 20 influencers that just dropped to this flat Earth all of a sudden on YouTube. A lot of them have disappeared. A lot of them have gone on TV and done dumb shit. A lot of them others have changed into Globers, and others have been on Netflix and done dumb shit. So when they've got in front of an audience full of millions of people, all of a sudden their arguments aren't so strong anymore. It just feels controlled, one big controlled release under the term flat Earth.
What was Eric Dubay? He was the first.
Huh? Eric Dubay was the first. That's the one who got me.
That's the one who got me too. And all he did was like, yo, there's a book here called The 100 Proofs that we don't live on a globe, right? And he's like, fuck it, I'm going to make 200 and bring this to light. And that's what started the kettle, or start the fire, you know? And then, like you said, people different sprouting up from everywhere. Some are real, some are not. Either way, the information was monumental and substantiated through countless people and countless observations across the globe, quote unquote globe. You know,
even Eric Dubay supposedly was living on a military base in Thailand. So It's just
I did hear that.
Nah, his girlfriend was in the military. Remember, his girlfriend was like, connected, right? And was also batshit crazy. And her dad was like really well connected. So if he did anything bad to her, you know what I mean? He'd be like offed. That's it. Goodbye. You know what I mean? So the fact that even her family was like, yeah, she is kind of fucking crazy. So maybe he's a good dude. You know what I mean? Kind of like gave more leniency to the fact that like, yeah, his crazy ex-girlfriend was just absolutely nuts and did everything in her power to fucking tarnish his name.
Say about the uprising in 2015, 2014 is that I remember YouTube back then was very, very different. And it wasn't like it was pushed on us. It was just not censored. So yes, it was like a golden age or whatever. And I think Flat Earth became like the biggest hit at some point. And then all of a sudden, we started seeing the messages come up. They had a hearing in America, and all of a sudden they had the messages come up on every Flat Earth video. It's an archaic belief. But at that time in 2014, 2015, there was so many other subjects that were also coming up as well.
Yeah.
And I put that down to, I mean, YouTube isn't that old, It was like 2008, 2009. I don't know where it really actually took off. And I just think a lot of people, it's a natural sort of thing, you use it for entertainment. Then all of a sudden you realize you can find information. Then all of a sudden the conspiracy theories started popping up before 2012. And then when people started realizing, okay, some of these conspiracies are bullshit, people started getting really deep, and then, really profound conspiracy theories started coming up. So maybe I'm more innocent minded, but I could actually see the genuine sort of how that could all be genuine just to the nature of the internet.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like 2013, 14, 15 was like the golden age for all that information. It was like the internet was good enough to see everything properly and access everything properly, and the censorship wasn't there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think 10 years before that, the internet was still, it was all right, but it weren't great, back in like 2004 or whatever. And then 10 years after that, 2023, it's all censored.
You got to take into account something, though. Back in 2013, the NDAA, and I think 2012, the Smiths-Mundt Act. I can never say it right, but there's basically a constituent in the Smiths-Mundt Act, where it's literally legal for the media to completely lie to you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right. Combine that with the monopolization of social media platforms, right? All around the same time. You got Google buying YouTube, buying all different types of stuff. Same thing with the consolidation, right? That was the next part. Boom. Then you got algos. Beautiful, beautiful algos like Google Listen in 2011, right? And all of that also came to fruition around the same time. But Flat Earth was so powerful, and not just Flat Earth, but like all different types of videos and conspiracy theories and stuff that was just free-flowing information, right? Became the perfect test bed of curation to see if it would work. And it did. Congress supported it, subsidized it, even said in like one of their press conferences, like, no, I don't have much time. I want to know what you're doing about these conspiracy theories on your platform. And that lady, Juniper or something, was literally saying, well, we're going to demote low quality content, promote more authoritative content, and have context boxes underneath YouTube, right? It's like it literally laid it all out. And so it became harder to find the real information, but that wasn't the nail in the coffin. That actually trained us, in terms of having to dig through different sources and multiple Google pages just to find the real stuff, which kind of is a good thing in hindsight because it's like kind of trained us to cipher through information. You know what I mean? But the nail in the coffin was the purge, the QAnon, all that stuff. When that stuff popped out, It was literally anybody that could be associated with QAnon, right? All their channels got deleted, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, their entire lifeline, you know what I mean? All of these people got completely purged, and then that's when YouTube Partnership came out as well. All around the same time. So it was like a do or die for the controllers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and because it's a private company, they just say we can do what we want, use a different platform.
But I think they fucked up though, bro. I don't think their algos were ready. I think they had no choice. That's how powerful Flat Earth was becoming. Like, I literally think they rushed whatever that they were gonna have planned for the consolidation. Like, they had to rush it. Does that make sense? Like, it's kind of sloppy. Think about it. I don't know.
Well, they're dancing around our rights, our so-called rights that we have as well. So there's only so much they can do.
Right.
Do you know what they're purging at the moment?
What?
Apparently, at the moment, YouTube's getting purged of all the alternate medicine. You know, like natural health stuff and things like holistic medicines and stuff. All the old alternate healers and things, they're getting shut down.
Bro, they were already shut down.
I was actually just showing my son this. All the weeds that I have to spray on my property that are known as noxious weeds here are all actually natural remedies like mullein or Milan, St. John's wort. All these things here are noxious weeds that I've got to spray or I get a fine, and they're all natural herbs and remedies.
But you get a fine for not spraying the weeds.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah,
when you told me that, AJ. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got large property though. I got like 200 acres, so they come and, because it's rural, they come and do weed inspections every year. But all these weeds, they're all edible, they're natural medicines, and they're all classed as noxious weeds, and if I don't spray them, I get fined.
That's crazy, that is.
Yet they're
Is that
edible.
Australia?
Yeah, that's in Australia. I'm in New South Wales.
It feels like you guys have got like the strictest authoritarian rules over there. Like, it's illegal not to vote, isn't it, as well? You get a fine for not voting.
Yeah, you get fined for not voting as well. Well, the guy that I bought the property off originally, he hadn't actually sprayed for quite some time, and he was ignoring the council because he didn't live there. And when he went to sell it to me, they made him do a full weed spray, or they were going to give him $1 million fine.
Wow. You know, kind of makes sense why. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Root.
Say super. Do you know why you've probably not heard of this? Because you're in the UK with us, and our countryside was purged many years ago. But when you're in Australia and you're in mainly hotter countries, you will see these laws because these are the more natural soils. These are the more left habitats that have natural growing herbs that end up being alkaline, like mullein leaf, that can cure lung cancer. You know. But when it comes to the purge of the medical people online, that happened with Flat Earth because there's a guy called Dr. Sebi who's one of the most famous holistic doctors.
But Doctor, wait a minute. I'll have to slightly disagree with you there. Dr. Sebi, he got really famous in the last 3 years. Well after he died, like everyone's going on about Dr. Sebi and the alkaline diet, and they killed him at the airport and stuff.
Everybody's talking about it, but if you try and find Dr. Sebi's talks, his videos, his lectures, you won't find them online. Where before the purge of 2015, I was researching Dr. Sebi on YouTube, and I watched almost every single one of his lectures, interviews. There's loads, but if you go look now, you won't find any. So I'm saying, like even just with the Dr. Sebi example, this purge happened with Flat Earth as well in 2015. They're going even harder now.
No, they're not going harder. They're letting the algos do the work. That's going to be their downfall, though. I'll tell you guys about it later.
But do you know who I've been looking at, or it may be worth looking at for information on health, like you might not get anywhere else, is veterinarians. Because with vets, their animals get cancer. just like us, but they test loads of different stuff that we're not allowed to test or whatever because they're using it on animals. And vets have crazy stories about animals curing their own cancer or curing animals' cancers and things.
Oh, bro, I could talk to you
Like
about
natural
that
medicine.
but let's
Depends on the vet now, though, too, man. Because where I live, we've got a vet in our local town, and I've got another vet that's 150 kilometres away from me. The vets in my local town are a big flash vet thing, clinic and everything, and you take anything there, and they basically tell you to put it down. And I've got the vet that's in Cooma down the road from me. He's an old guy. He's about 80 years old. He's still working out of the back of his house. That dude can fix anything. He's the smartest dude I've ever met. And I just won't take any animal to the vet where I am now. I drive him an hour and a half to this other guy, and he's a legend.
Oh yeah, it's criminal what the vets are doing. When I mention vets in the country, I mean the guys that are doing like YouTube stuff and things like that. I don't mean your normal vet in your hometown or whatever, because all they're doing most of the time is just going, "Oh, your dog's hurt its leg and it's in pain. It's old now. Need to put it down. Charge you a certain amount of money." They must make hundreds of millions per year in putting animals down in the UK alone.
Yeah, I had a sheep with a broken leg recently, and the vet here said, "Nah, just put it down." I took it to the old bloke in Cooma. He's like, "Nah, man, I'll show you how to do the next ones. You just get this bit of poly pipe, strap it up here, do this, leave this for 6 weeks, it'll be good." Well, his leg's a bit crooked, but he's walking on it.
Yeah, a friend of mine took his family dog to the vet. I can't remember exactly what the problem was. It was something to do with its eyes. It was doing something weird with its eyes. I can't remember exactly right. He took it to the vet, family dog of like years, and the vet said, "Oh, it's got such and such problem. You should put it down." And the guy was so upset. He went, "No, I'm not having it." And he came home and he did loads of research on Google or whatever. I don't know where he searched. And he said, and he found out it might be this other problem. He fixed it himself at home. The dog lived for like another 4 or 5 years. Died of natural causes.
That's really normal, especially in the medical industry in general. Yeah,
we should be careful, right, about the live stream talking about this stuff.
Getting closer, aren't we?
Yeah, we're getting closer. Side note, though,
closer. We're still talking about animals. It's okay.
No, I know, but I want to protect the stream. But no, 100%, it's all connected. It's all captured industries. But
see, I call them weaponized do-gooders. So these vets, like, they think they're doing good, but they're just following orders. And the same with nurses and doctors and scientists and things like that. They don't have ill teachers. They don't have ill intentions. Well, most of them.
Well,
but they are weaponized.
Yeah, weaponized professions, I think, is clearer.
What you need to think about, right? And I'll end it on this kind of thing. I won't talk about any more medical stuff, but there's a human's rights activist, right? There's human's rights activism, and there's animal rights activism. And the legalese is when you're hybridized. Let me just leave that there. You do whatever you want.
The legalese is when you're hybridized. I don't know what you mean.
Well,
I do.
Okay, I think I missed some of what you said.
There's an animal rights activism group, right? Can't do certain things to animals. There's a humans rights activism group. Can't do certain things to humans. So what would be the gray? The in-between, right? If you get my drift without saying it.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's...
There's definitely a pathway with all this transgender shit and all this sexuality shit.
That's what it is. Hybridization. Chimera kind of things, you know? It's like literally you become testable.
Well, I believe that you can't get... I'm pretty sure that humans can't get animals pregnant, and I'm also pretty sure that you can't interspecies infect either. I don't want to go there, but I'm just saying I just don't think we're compatible.
Unless you have part of it. Unless you have, you know what I mean? It's not.
Aha! Unless our origins come from the same.
Not like that, but more like genetically
Oh.
modified. Like.
Oh, if we change.
No, like, you know, let's just fuck, dude. I want to be careful in the live stream, but I also want to talk about this stuff. But just think about lab grown meat. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, I kind of get you. If they're genetically modified, maybe they're. Yep, I get you. Their origin is from us, actually. The other way around. Yeah.
We're in the Bioethics Board, United Nations, right? Basically doesn't declare you a viable human, right? Unless the Bioethics Board says you're a viable human. So there is a legalese during that point. And a lot of stuff like that. Basically medical usurpation of the law. And there's
yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of wealthy doctors around, you know, within the special wards type stuff. But like bringing it back full circle here in terms of like what's censored, not censored, what are we allowed to talk about, not talk about, what are they actually doing? Listen, the fucking days of worrying about moderation are over. They've been over since 2015. Telling you, they've been training these algos for so long, and also ourselves psychologically to self-censor, like how we're doing right now, right? Protecting the live stream. Just that alone is enough, and it's going to be their downfall. I truly believe it, because if they're going to let algos run everything, there's ways around it. You know, you guys seen ChatGPT hacks and stuff? Right?
I think so, yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying is start liking Maroon 5 pages. Start liking George Bush's decision points. Start, shopping on Good Housekeeping. You know, like things you don't normally like, if you get my drift.
Man, you always gotta deep it, ain't you?
Well, I mean, it's how you survive, bro.
No, I'm
Hide in
joking.
plain sight.
No, I'm with you, bro. Dot connecting. It's the only way now.
Thing is, ever since I found this server, I feel exposed. I really do. Like, I really do. But I'm, like, not afraid anymore. Because it's like,
Not
it's time.
afraid anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really been afraid of that. I truly think that there's too many of us, you know, there's too many awake people who are just sort of shooting the shit online, you know, discussing with their buddies, and that's happening like on a grand scale. There's only a few people that have the guts to go public with it, i.e., create profiles and talk about it online and stuff. I agree, but I don't even think they're worried about those people either. I think the only people they're really worried about are the people who shoot up like your Andrew Tates and your people who just become extremely popular very quickly, and they even struggle to deal with them. You know what I mean?
Nah, they would not in today's day. Like maybe back when social media was just coming around, maybe. But Andrew Tate, all these people, they're completely manufactured.
Yeah,
Literally.
I agree. Yeah, I think Andrew Tate, you know, his dad was in the CIA.
Thank you. He knows.
Yeah, he was.
But like, check it out, right? Whether it's conscious or unconscious doesn't matter. There's handlers for those kinds of people, and not just handlers. Like they're literally like it's their job is to literally coerce them into exactly what narrative they want to provide. You know what I mean? It's just it's the fourth branch of government. It's called the fourth estate. You know, it's developed after fucking Operation Mockingbird was taken off. And when they said, "Oh, now it's voluntary," get the fuck out of here. It's still going on, but now it's, you know, you can literally make a living off of it, like being a handler. You know what I mean? These people, and that's why you have, you know, that's why public relations PR firms came around. PR firms, just think about it, an entire swath of people dedicated to your public image, right? Why wouldn't the military have something like that for other people? You know what I mean? Like, what? Of course they do. But it's like, oh, go
To be
ahead.
honest, I reckon blackmail is probably the thing that holds it all together. These handlers and these people, like money, it only motivates to a certain extent. Like you can pay someone now, and in 20 years they might come clean. Like blackmail lasts forever. If someone's done something atrocious,
Right.
that's it. You've got them.
And you know, ironically, I've always felt safe in that aspect because I've done so many different types of drugs in my life where they can easily dismiss me. Like, oh, he's just so safe there. Which is fine. I'll
You're
be
just gonna
there.
plead crazy.
Exactly. I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Root.
Yo, Luna.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
So random. Okay.
I'd say it's like a viral thing at the moment. How often the
I
guys
just need to know. No, I just need to know. Shush, shush. I just want to know an honest answer.
Why?
3 times a month.
Like, seriously, for real?
Yeah, I research the Roman Empire occasionally, and I'm digging in history a lot. So that's probably genuinely, yeah.
Okay, Beast, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Every damn day. I'm just kidding.
Seriously?
What do you mean, the Roman Empire? The one that supposedly collapsed, or the one that's still
Which one?
operating
Yeah.
today?
I mean, the one that supposedly collapsed.
You mean the one that did collapse? What do I think about it?
Yes.
How often do I think about it?
Yeah.
Not at all, because they didn't collapse.
I mean, okay. And how about you, Super Monkey Ball? Sorry, the background noise.
Probably a couple of times a year. I do think about how they came to England and left, and came to England and left.
You better be going somewhere good with this, Luna.
Well, I'm just curious because it's like I see it's kind of viral, yeah, and I just want to know why men have this like thought, like the unanimous thought of the Roman Empire and why. It's really interesting.
Did someone close to you bring that up randomly?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right.
What do you
No.
mean? Explain.
Yeah, what do you mean? I don't think about them.
Is this like a measure of masculinity or something?
No, I mean, I wanted to ask you
It's
guys
like a
because
viral thing.
yes, it's a viral video. But I was curious if it was true, like if dudes actually think about it or not, and like why. It's very interesting.
Because it's history. Huge part of history.
But like, I don't think women think about the Roman. Well, I mean, I guess I think about the Roman Empire, but I don't usually think women think about the Roman Empire.
Why are we separating it in like men and women though? Like, what are we talking about now? So confused.
I don't have no problem with that.
No, I'm just saying, like, where did this come from? Totally non sequitur. I don't know what we were talking about. I'm like,
Sorry,
women are just surprised by how often that men think about it. That's kind of the.
Yeah, I find that interesting. That you find that, Luna. That you find that interesting.
So why do you think that I find it interesting?
They're
Because
pretty
you never
gay.
think about the
too.
Roman Empire.
Just saying, they're pretty gay. Like,
I think people are trying to say like the Roman Empire is symbolic of masculinity and brotherhood and what men can achieve together and stuff like that. I think that's what they're trying to get at in the memes, and I don't think men think about it every day. That's bollocks. It's got to be bollocks.
Roman brother. What bot AI fucking YouTube channel have you been? What is this? What's going on?
This is a meme thing. This is a Chad meme joke.
No, I just was curious. I'm sorry I brought it to your attention. I know it's non sequitur. I just was interested to see if it
Get
was
off TikTok.
true. You know what? Fine. Fuck it.
Hey, leave her alone, Beastie. Leave her alone.
Get
mate.
off TikTok.
I was
doing a
just
thing,
curious.
man.
That's all.
I'm half serious. She knows I'm half
She's doing a thing.
I was just curious. I mean, if you.
I haven't
Whatever.
thought about it at all. Literally, never looked up at another group and said like, "That's the kind of man I want to be." Like, no.
I wasn't insinuating that the Roman Empire has anything to do with masculinity or anything like that. I was just curious of dudes just think about it or not. Because I know that my boyfriend, he talks about it a bunch of times. A lot.
Aha! There's the correlation. I was like, that
I
can't.
was so yes. My
So someone
boyfriend,
did
he
close
talks
to
about
you
it,
talks about it. All right, that makes
and I
sense
was
now.
curious if anybody else around me is interested in it. I mean, it's a big part of history, yeah, obviously,
I mean,
but
yeah,
how
I'm not
much?
gonna lie. I do like talking about it. So maybe you're right.
According to Shane Gillis, that's a sign of early onset Republican. Watch out.
That sounds like the most propaganda article ever.
I'm just kidding. Is it the Stoicism? Is that what's coming around the corner? Is that what's going on?
No, I mean, it's a thought experiment. Like, it's just, you know how, what's it called? People have the same thought all at the same time. What is that called?
Synchronicity.
Yeah, the synchronicity.
Well, what comes to everybody's mind when you say ancient Rome?
I think
Russell
it's
Crowe.
Caesar.
Russell Crowe.
Oh, you're not entertained.
For me, is soldiers. It's fighting. It's a masculine society. Yeah,
I think
probably.
of gay sex.
What really?
How's the Greeks?
Kinda.
No. It was both. The Greeks perfected it.
Oh, okay.
Think of royal orgies, yeah.
I think of Romulus and Regus.
Ooh.
Only joking.
Honestly, anytime I think about Rome, all roads lead to Rome. I think about money. That's what I think about. The papacy. You guys know about that, right? How the Vatican Bank literally just consolidated all of their funds in like September last year.
What the fuck?
Yeah, check that out. Pretty interesting. It's like they're preparing for something.
Didn't they call in some loans as well? Some debts?
Mm-hmm.
Basically,
that is a bit suspicious.
They're collecting. They're like, oh shit, we need to consolidate all of our funds to transfer into the CDBC that's coming out.
God. What do you guys think of this September 23 stuff? Because it's had me really paranoid. It's coming up soon.
The hell is that?
Like,
Another thing. What is this?
There's like hundreds of predictions and stuff saying that something crazy in the world is some end of world event or something that's going to change the world is going to start.
Man, I haven't heard that one before.
Start on a Friday, September 22nd, and finish on a Saturday, September 23rd. And this year it happens to be Friday and Saturday.
This is all fear porn, you guys.
I have a theory. I don't think everyone will die all at once or something like that, but I do feel like it's going to be a start of something. It's going to be a start of something maybe under the table, not fully seen to the public, but you never know.
You guys.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes from there's literally like up to 100 different movies and TV shows, dating back as far as the 80s.
Think about it, Monkey Ball. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, let me finish. Right, it's coming from TV and movies, right? But in each of these TV shows and movies, the end of world event always happens on September 23. That's why.
There's plenty of movies. There's plenty of things that show always 9, 20.
Bro, it's breaking up hard, dude.
You're breaking up pretty hard, brother.
Oh, sorry.
You might need to rejoin.
Whoa. Multiple people.
Let me rejoin. Hold on 1 second.
Please.
Oh,
holy shit.
I wanted to put a beat to that.
Dude, he was muted and it was like ba 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 ba.
I've never seen that before, ever.
Yeah, Discord's been getting wild. All right. Can I ask you guys 2 questions and I'll shut up? 1, this does happen on September 23, whatever the fuck, right? I've never heard of this thing till just now. So my question is, why is this being propagated now? What's the ulterior motive? And the second question is it even worth talking about? Fear porn.
Okay, first answer, it's not being propagated now. Most people, I'd say 99.999% of the world have never heard of this. It's just like if you go down the darkest, deepest rabbit holes on TikTok or wherever, you might find something about it. And I forgot the second question. Sorry.
Why is it like? Why should we talk about it? Why should we care about it? Isn't
I
it
don't
just fear
know.
porn?
I was just putting it out there.
So I want look. They
Dude, your mic.
Was he doing this before?
Bro.
He's
I
talking in tongues,
it's done
man.
in anything they do, as they say. So
He's
Dude,
muted. He's muted though. He's talking. Wow.
That's how bad the delay is, I think.
Yeah, check it out. Are you on a phone? If you are on a phone, restart your phone. If you're not on a phone, if you're on a computer, Control R. And here's the crazy part, bro. You're muted, but you're still coming through. This is how we know this is bad.
That's crazy.
This is wild. I've never seen this before.
This is kind of scary, not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Okay. Let's rewind here. What's the worst thing that's gonna happen on September 23?
Who knows? Some people reckon it might be a good thing that happens. Something that's good for the world.
But who is okay? I know you said no one's propagating it, but you found it somewhere, and now you are propagating it. Not saying you consciously.
I've come
but I'm
across
saying-
this. This is just popping around in the truth channels at the minute.
Okay.
My opinion is there has been so many dates since 2009 thrown out from different groups, whether it's the Planet X, the QAnon, the war, the people talking about World War III. There's so many dates thrown around that I just ignore all of them now. I just think they're all bullshit.
Yep. All obfuscation. I can't say it right, but this is what I think. This is what I truly think. People have known about certain dates for millennia, right? And the obfuscation of these dates would be something like that being propagated around, right? Where it's just like something's gonna happen 23rd, right? Get everyone's attention on it, right? And then maybe the actual day is actually the 24th or the 22nd or whatever. It's like the obfuscation of it. I don't trust it. And the reason why is because this is going to sound a little vague, but like, millionaires don't believe in astrology.
Actually, they do. Billionaires do. Yeah, billionaires.
See what I mean? Like, it's not millionaires, it's not these guys. It's the billionaires. So,
Yep, indeedy.
I think if you do want to do any type of, I guess you want to call it divination, which might be bad in some people's perspectives, including my own. Just be careful.
That's an abomination.
Ether, preach, brother. What'd you say?
Oh, why seek for? My question is, I would say divination's an abomination. Why seek answers from the outside when you can find them within?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Drop mic.
Also, Ether, you're breaking up. What's breaking up? This is wild.
I know the problem. I'll be right back.
Okay. But
bad satellites today.
Man.
Nah, I was in two places at once, and everybody's also waking up right now. It's 8:00 a.m. So all the workers and old people are checking their emails or whatever right now. They're on their Facebooks.
Wake and bake.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
I am about to have breakfast right now, actually.
Morning bong.
But what about second breakfast?
What about second breakfast?
He doesn't know that second breakfast. Let me go back to Bong. I'll be right back. I'd go get coffee, but I can't walk.
I'm sorry.
You'll have to hop.
You have to hobble.
Yeah. Hobble, hobble and
Hobbit.
hop.
Come
And
on,
stand
hop,
on one
hop
foot
to
and
it.
just stand on 1 foot and inchworm my foot across the floor. And then gradually, slowly, 1 inch at a time.
Do the robot at the same time. It'll look cool.
We just need to get you one rollerblade.
I need to just buy some drone parts and Buzz Lightyear that shit and just hover over. I could T-pose and just fly away.
You should, have you got a dog? Have you got a dog, Ethan? You can make a
Be
chariot.
the one rollerblade guy. Oh shit! Look out! It's Ether. Oh, he's skating
Yeah,
over here.
Wawas, I reckon I could get enough of them and be like, mush. We get like 12 of them. On Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer, on Vixen.
Hilarious. But yes. Screw the oh my god, this date is gonna be something because I lost faith after December 12th.
I think I might need more like 30 Wawas to move my ass. And wait, what's happening with this? Oh, yeah, y'all were talking about on the 23rd. There's a bunch of things supposedly going to happen. See, I was listening. I just wasn't talking.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, but Beast, you have to. You can't just completely rule it out because you have to pay attention to all of the shit that's happened in September. Like September as a month is a really like crazy month traditionally.
It is bizarre. It is bizarre how many like movies and things do that.
Check it out. Check it out. Right?
I personally believe that. It is my belief that that's actually the real time in which Jesus was crucified. Was around September. And born. Like crucified on his birthday, possibly even. Which also may be 9/11. But yeah, I'll drop that and digress away from it and see if that shit won't stink.
No, I get your point. I get your point though, bro. The point is they do like to have dates. They do like to synchronize things.
They love their dates.
Yeah, so this is why I can't completely ignore these dates.
My reasoning. Where do you think they got 33 from? It's all tied into a certain narrative from the Holy Roman Empire.
But how does it help us?
Human body.
I mean, their numerology is really cool.
But how does it help us if we don't know the method, the revelation of the method? You know what I mean? It's like that shit comes way before the actual events.
And yeah, like Big Root's got a part of it too. That's tied into it too. But yeah, I'm talking about all of that hidden knowledge and then the mixture of this, that, and the other thing until you have some kind of religious imagery that ends up being worshipped by people who don't really know how anything works.
Yeah.
They turn things into idols, is what they do. They basically, their family business is worshiping dead men's bones and building idols. Our family business is letting the dead bury the dead and smashing idols.
I have a thing. I want to know if you guys heard of egregores.
No, but I've heard of agoraphobia. What's egregores? Give me the etymology on that one.
Egregore. Etymology. First, give me that.
I like starting with the roots because then we have a foundation. Then we build up to what the modern meaning is, and we know where that meaning came from. That's why I like doing it. It gives us a foundation to build on.
Egregore means watchful, alert, spirit of a group.
Well, I've got here egregore as a noun, an angelic being from the Book of Enoch.
Mm-hmm. As well, true. Yeah.
So we're talking about watchers.
It means being wakeful, an egregore, but it also has a real-world connotation as well.
An egregore, it's a word. What is that?
So
it's an entity, a non-physical entity, isn't it? A god or whatever.
You got to look at egregore theory.
I've heard this before.
Egregore is an occult concept representing a quote-unquote thought form or collective group mind. An autonomous psychic entity made up of and influencing the thoughts of a group of people.
Oh, like Legion?
Legion, Democrats, Republicans.
Or demon rats and conservative Republicans?
The point is, if enough people have a collective conscious towards something, that manifestation, whether or not it's real, they'll make it real. They'll make it.
I have something in the Man, Myth, and Magic books. I got to find it, but there's an article in there that talks about psychic phenomenon and basically making things real. A group of kind of, I guess, paranormal researchers did an experiment on ghosts, and they all treated this imaginary entity that they created themselves as though it were real, and it started manifesting real world shit.
Yep.
Like freaking poltergeist stuff started happening.
Power of thought. It's the power of
Yeah.
manifestation.
Yeah.
So
Find that article, and we'll talk about it later. I'll give you a chance
What
to
do you
read
mean
it.
what do you mean though? Poltergeist stuff started happening. Like what?
Like just weird anything you would expect for like a haunting or like that type of stuff phenomenon started happening. I need to find the article on it though, because it's weird and I remember that, and since he brought that up about the group belief thing, that's on point with our conversation today. I'll find that by this afternoon.
Ether, real quick, or real quick, check it out. So you guys ever seen Goodfellas?
I found it now, but my books are over there and I can't walk over there. So just
Take
give
your
me
time,
a minute.
Ether. You're good, bro. But you guys seen the movie Goodfellas, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay, remember when Henry Hill kept looking up and seeing helicopters? Never noticed them before. Now he starts noticing them all the time.
Yeah.
That.
So how does that work for a schizophrenic person?
But that's
If you it would fuck them up real bad if they found out the truth.
But that's
Well,
the
these
power of an egregore.
No, there's these dudes who's like freaking military. It was talk from military folks about these type of night vision goggles that they had.
They only saw in
And
red.
they
Yeah.
changed the shit, but so they would use the green filters, but in this form of this one that they had, they could see some shit flying up there that wasn't like
They
man-made,
saw
and it
something.
wasn't
They were looking into a
man-piloted.
different frequency, but
It
that's
was
kind of
from
non sequitur, though.
What I'm saying is these things could see them. They were watching them, is what I'm saying. Like it was weird. I'm like, oh shit. So maybe there are watchful things above us that are doing some weird things. And I'm not talking about like but I'm talking about just in this layer down, the aether, whatever the hell. Like this shit, the Atmos. There's some shit in it.
But my point of bringing up egregores in general is to battle them, you have to create a more powerful one. And I think we can do that with logic, logos. I think
I guess
logic.
egregores is
They're
magic, though,
already,
right?
we don't have to
With
create
love.
anything. I'd say it's more like tapping into the Ancient of Days, the self-existent one, because they cannot compete with self-existence.
Especially when it's
And to me-
self-existence in a group, though. That's the point. I'm not saying
Yeah,
we're
like when
angels or
because we're
anything
like
like
the
that,
vessels,
but
right? Like we're like the vessels, like the body's a temple. So when that ends up, we end up basically doing that will. Then there's nothing that can stop us because the enemy is about destruction. So
that's why I think
we're
God
about creation.
made us in His image. Imagine you being God, right? And you have to fight an army by yourself, or you create humans in your image and the potential to be God.
I'd only fight him
all
if
of
I
us.
wanted to.
I'm
If
just
I
saying.
had, if I was all powerful, I'm saying I'd only fight him if I want to, because I could also just snap my fingers and like Thanos snap them into dust if I wanted to too. So it's more like at this point, I guess he's really just about the story.
I mean, we're kind of going everywhere here, but I'm just trying to say basically like the power of logic and all of us having that critical mind, right? We can literally see the egregores taking shape, like the September 23rd one. I literally see it as that. I don't know the purpose behind it. We can find out. That's fine. But it's just like the discernment you get from when you start, spotting these things. It's very powerful.
It's kind of like what they did with Pepe and turned it into a sigil.
That's an egregore as well, exactly.
Dude, if World War III starts on Friday, I'm coming for you.
What?
Don't shoot the messengers.
Yeah, how
Hey,
you
what's
coming
up,
for 'em?
Rick?
Hey, boys. And ladies.
Hello.
Who you calling a lady?
Time for breakfast.
You
The
know,
lady boys.
I'm a boy. You're right. From now on.
You're a little ice cream sandwich at the moment.
We don't do those identity politics. I'll refer to all of you as they and them if you keep it up.
Oh no.
You can call me Ping or Pong.
I want to be thy and thee. Shakespeare.
Thee and thou. Thee, thou, and thy.
You can call me
Thou
Open Heart.
pronoun.
I think I saw
Thine
someone seriously in politics who put their pronouns
pronouns
of
are
my
thee,
lord
thou, and
or
thy. Sorry, Beaks.
Thy Lord? Are you freaking serious?
Thy Lord.
My Lord.
I, the
So,
big brute, take thy Luna to be thy friend.
Oh, I take
I
thou as
put
thy friend as well.
for my
Splendid.
pronoun, I just put the etymology for the word pronoun.
Indubitably.
I take thy coffee black.
The blackest.
Thy needs to call Dominion. Be right back.
Call Dominion.
Hey,
Yeah.
Beast. So
Solofanos.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was talking to Rick yesterday, and he had this great idea to sort of map the sun. Kind of map the sun. I'm sure he'll tell you more about it on an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Are you spoken already?
No, I'm saying I'm already
No, I haven't
excited.
spoken.
And he's looking for an IT dude to help. Yeah.
Okay,
Yo.
so
Go ahead.
I'll basically, we need to extract the data from some sort of weather website or something that tells us when the sun goes down and when the sun comes up, and automate it out so that you can extrapolate the data for every single day.
Aggregate it. Yeah.
I have some.
Sure.
Wait, Rick Scott, you're really good at IT type stuff.
No, this is why I'm outsourcing that part of it. I can do the spreadsheet because I know how to work with Excel spreadsheets and do the formulas and make.
I only ask because I sometimes I'll keep notes of what somebody told, because it's hard to keep track of who said what and everything. So on the thing, I can do private notes for people's accounts, and I'll put little things on there just to remind me of like who's a pro at what kind of thing. I keep it simple, but it's just until it stores in my brain.
So, what would I say? Like,
I was just, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just kind of putting a footnote there, and I was going to say something about knows IT, but you don't, so I got to get rid of that.
I can't program, so as like I know computers and I can problem solve all the basic stuff, but yeah, as far as like the what is it like the terminology escapes my mind, but the idea that I know IT, like how to write shit.
Script,
man.
code.
I'm all philosophy and sociology over here, and a little bit of graphic design stuff.
Okay, let me
I
talk
know
to you
my
real quick.
Photoshop.
Let me talk to you real quick. Okay, so what kind of aggregated information do you want? You said the sun. Do you want
When
its
the sun
position?
rises. No, when the sun rises and when the sun sets. So I'll explain the concept broadly to you.
You want it by city?
Yeah, we need to pick a location, particularly somewhere on the Earth. Doesn't actually matter where it would be. So if the globe model is so it's globe model versus flat model. Now, as far as the dynamics of how the globe model should work, if you pick a point in time, and we'll call it January 1st, and we say the sun rises at a certain time, and then you pick 6 months later, as supposedly you go and orbit around the sun, if you were to draw 180 degree, like a line through, and you were exactly at the opposite end of the so-called orbit of the sun for the Earth, then you would expect the night and the day and the night to flip on the graph. So I'll explain this a little bit more. On the graph, we set the day. We set the number of minutes that the sun is up, and then try to find a better way to streamline this explanation.
So one location, boom.
Yep.
Okay.
So
And
you set the
then-
time. You want to know when the sun rises and when the sun sets. That'll tell you how many minutes in the day the sun is in the sky.
Okay.
And then so along that graph, so say you've got like on an Excel spreadsheet, from left to right, you've got the number of minutes that the sun is in the sky, and you just color code it yellow. And then The rest of it is obviously black, just to say that the sun is set.
Right.
And on a globe model, you would expect, as you go down through day after day after day, you would expect night to become day because you're orbiting around the sun, because of the physical nature of having to orbit something. If you were to draw a line directly from January 1st to July 1st, you should be able to draw a line right through the orbit to the other side, and then day should become night as a consequence. Because
No, I know. I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down. Hold on, let me think about this.
Imagine like a color chart on an Excel spreadsheet, and it kind of tracks the sun, so the yellow should sort of all move across those that page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Do you know what I mean?
like as you orbit around the sun, technically under the globe model, you would expect to see that every time the Earth makes a rotation, that it should be a little bit less during the day. You would expect it to sort of shift on the graph. You would see it shift from like the left to the right hand side because of the way that the orbit works. How
The
else to
yellow,
describe
the
it?
sun. Yeah.
Well, I like the yellow is just the color coding to say that the night becomes day. Because if you were to take the solar system, like there's a good image to sort of show it. But what is it? The daylight should always be facing the sun, so that once you get over to the other side of the solar system, night becomes day as a consequence on the graph. It's like it tracks, it will track it on the graph. It will track across, so you'll have you'll see it sort of diagonally shift through the graph. So you'll have
Okay.
I
know what you're
couple. You'll have a creep that are going on as it goes along, and it should switch over during the orbit, and then by the time it completes the end of the year, so you'll see as you go down that graph, you would expect to see a zigzag as it
Right.
completes a full year. And if it doesn't zigzag, then it's not a fucking globe.
Okay.
It's very clever. Can you
Only,
picture it,
I don't know
Beast?
if it seems to make sense to me, because I understand, like I've done a little bit of graphical layout and sort of graphs and charts. So like when I was doing architecture, I was really into infographics
Well, here's
and
my
being able to
question.
represent information in a graphical
What do you
way.
expect
Go
it
ahead.
what do you expect to happen?
I expect it to stay all on the same side because we live on a flat Earth. Because we're not orbiting the sun, the sun is orbiting around the Earth because it's geocentric.
Okay. So what I mean by what do you expect, I'm saying on the graph. So it doesn't have any zigzag?
I wouldn't expect it to, no.
Why?
If it because we're not orbiting around the sun, because night doesn't become day. Here, I'll try to find a really good graphic that'll represent what I'm trying to say.
I
In
know
a
what
sort
you
of
mean, but like
I'd say,
Oh, sorry.
I
Go
was
ahead.
going to say it might not zigzag in a short term, but if we're talking about like an entire year worth of data points, it probably would have a wobble to it due to the path, like the circuit going inward and outward.
Because the
I said this.
it's
Go ahead.
that's what I was thinking, kind of. Like I get your point, Rick Sky, 100%. The problem is it's I don't know if it's that damning visually.
No, I think it would be relatively straight if you did it on a short term, like a month or two. But when you get to a year's worth of data, you'll see the whole circuit, like the wobble of the circuit, like as it's moving inward and outward along that line of the equatorial circuit.
Isn't that just the tilt? I already see that happening.
Yeah, then they would start claiming, see, look, flat earthers recorded the tilt of the actual tilt and the motion of the sun. They did try and shift it and flip it.
That's exactly what I would
The
think,
Rick Sky
bro.
would actually get legit data on the path of the sun.
I'm down to do it though, regardless.
Well, this is also why I
would you
claim
do it?
I claim that Eratosthenes is flat Earth evidence. It's flat Earth proof.
You get what I
He's
mean,
our
though,
friend.
Rick?
Because like anything related to the sun,
I want to do it anyway,
That's what he was talking about. It can prove or debunk that is what he's trying to do, like reveal this pattern.
So in the voice text, I've just put little like graphic if I don't know if this is
Yeah, I'm
necessarily
looking at it.
communicating, but assuming that if you were like December 22nd and June 22nd, they're the solstices. So it's
Mhm.
actually not January 1st and July 1st. So it's just on the solstices, and we should see it flip. You see, as you go down that graph, you would expect it, like if you were to draw an exact line across where the Earth should be, and then night becomes day as a consequence. And you would expect to see that graphically represented on the graph to show. Like, I know it's not like.
Well, hold on.
I don't think you can debunk it. Like,
Hold on. Let me see
if it
what.
shows up the way I expect it to, I've got no. I can never say that this is definitely going to happen. This is just
what
a
I don't
hypothesis.
understand, though. This is what I don't
Mhm.
understand. Okay, so winter solstice. Let's just say March 21st, right? Okay. So let's just using this graphic. Actually, this would be a good idea. What location would you pick?
What do you mean? What location?
What location would you pick in terms of aggregating the data from it?
Oh, you mean which location on the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, I thought you meant like which location the Earth is around the sun. I don't think it matters which location you should pick. Any location should graphically represent what's going to happen. It doesn't matter on Earth, like where you pick.
I think we
If
should
you
do
want to,
somewhere towards the equator.
yeah, for sure. I mean, it might. The data, if you were to pick somewhere in the north where sometimes the sun doesn't set, like in sort of Sweden or something at certain times of year during the sort of their summer, where the sun just doesn't set, it won't show up very well.
Right. That's why I'm thinking
Yeah.
literally equator, somewhere in Africa.
I mean, it would even be interesting if you go below then the equator towards the south.
That might be even better idea.
Because then, yeah, like as we know, the sun, like it doesn't. There's no such thing as a south pole sort of. The sun always sets in the south. Always sets in the south. So, yeah.
Okay,
Dunno.
here's what I don't get, right? I don't even understand this in terms of globe proof. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand how it could be. I just don't understand it in terms of the solstices and equinoxes. I don't get how that would work on a globe anyway. Just for the simple fact that we're spinning that we're supposedly spinning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, 24 hours in a day.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't get it. I might be a little too tired, by the way. It's 5:30 in the morning for me. But we'll have to expand on this, bro, when I have full brain power.
That's all right. What I'm sort of mostly looking for is the like if someone knows how to get the data automated so that they can just set it out in
simple.
like I think it's called a CSV file type.
Yeah.
Or just something I can get into an Excel spreadsheet, and then I can I can automate it so that it automatically lays out a color chart of the like for every cell that's colored in yellow, it'll represent a minute of daylight, and for every minute that the sun is not in the night
What you're
sky,
saying now. I see it. Okay.
it becomes
Okay.
dark. So it should
I
flip.
see it. I know exactly what you mean now. Okay.
I don't know, novel idea. Don't know,
Well,
and I'm outsourcing the.
I think we
the
should totally do
automation.
somewhere in the south then, southern, like somewhere definitely in the south, like.
Yeah, we'll do Brisbane, man. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, let's just do
As
Brisbane.
good as any. It's like if it works, I'll do if someone can get me the CSV and just like set up something so that it just punches out the data. I'll go through this Excel spreadsheet. I'm sure I'll work out how to automate it a little bit faster after I've gone through it once. But then we can pick any location on Earth and run the same model.
See, what you can
assuming
do
it works and
what you can do
Yeah.
is get an RSS feed, because that's most likely
Mhm.
going to be your most accurate and updated information set. Because RSS feed is kind of like imagine like a news website where you don't actually see any graphics or anything. You just literally see the date of the post, the title of it, the information. You get what I mean? It's all text file. So you could just do that in
Yep.
terms of like sunset, sunrise in Brisbane, right? Or you can even have the whole day, I guess. But yeah, all you would need is the two. And what you can do is, I'm sure you would know more about Excel spreadsheet formulas than I do, but yeah, if you can just get the sunset, sunrise, boom, boom, the two endpoints to your
I'll
range of data,
yeah.
right? And then that could just be
Yeah.
automatically
I'll just
aggregated
program
for
it
you.
so that when the
Yeah.
as
Or
long as
it'll
I've got the
feed into
sunrise
it.
and the sunset, I can program into the Excel spreadsheet that,
It
like,
does
at
it
a certain
by itself.
sunrise, it'll count out the number of like cells that it needs to color in yellow, and then it for every non-daylight time, it'll color out the cells in dark, and then you would just expect it to create this sort of diagonal
Kind of spiral almost.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to then like copy and paste year after year after year, you would see it oscillating from side to side of the graph. You would see the light become day, day become night as a consequence. That's what you would expect to see on a globe. But then if it doesn't do that, then we have a flat Earth situation.
So wait, okay. So this is what I'm confused about. Wouldn't you need two locations to show that?
Why would you need two?
Because then you can see, because where there's supposed to be daylight, right, is not daylight, and vice versa. Then it'll be highlighted with two locations. You get what I mean? You could actually make a spiral that way. Sorry, I don't know. I have to think about it more. But yeah, no, great idea, dude. That sounds fun. Let's do it.
What it would mean is, like, in the orbit, like the mechanical orbit of the Earth, as it rotates around, so it's orbiting the sun, following the circular trajectory, but it's also spinning on its own axis. A little bit of, like, as it's going around the sun, a little bit of the day would become the night on the graph. So it would give a little bit away each time. That's what you would expect to see on that graph. I don't know. I can't explain. I wish I could
I think we should just do it. I'm down, bro. We can talk about it
Okay.
later for sure when I'm more awake.
Sure. Well, like, it's open source. If anyone's got an idea of how to extrapolate the data, I'll do the legwork and showing the graphics to see and check whether it works or not. And
I'll get you
and then
the
as
source.
soon as I produce the graph, then we got another another debunk of the globe, or another flat Earth proof, whichever way you want to look at it.
Well, honestly, that sounds like it's going to be a plethora of information. Like, I'm sure we could just do it for more cities everywhere, just to prove
Oh,
it.
you can just keep producing it. Yeah, it'd be so easy to, like,
Work on the formula.
if someone in LA wants to, like, see what it looks like in LA, then by all means you can. But as soon as you prove it in one location around the Earth, it'll prove every other one.
Right. And then we have the formula. Here, go test it. Boom.
The only thing I can think of that they'll say is, like, something about the leap year and the way that the sort of, they add a couple of days in here and there every so often, the way that I don't know. Like, as we know, they always make things like it's mathematical confusion that they cause, and people get caught in the minutiae of the bullshit.
To be honest with you, I don't care what they say. I just want to do it now. In general, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I want to figure this shit out. I want to see it. That's like a cool experiment to do.
Is there something, like, is there a way to sort of, I don't know what you call it, but, like, you set up a bot just to scan each website, a certain cell in each website?
Yeah.
scrape. Yeah, see, like this is why I got technical knowledge in these places.
Listen, I haven't done that kind of
Scraping.
information gathering so long, only because like you make a scraper that's great, it's sometimes too great. And you're spending like days sifting through like all this information. You have to narrow
Oh,
it down.
No,
So
there's only
I'd rather just use
365
my
data points.
yeah, I'd
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
just use my own discernment. You know what I mean? Like over time, that's how it came. But when it comes to like this kind of data, oh yeah, dude, yeah, it's easy as shit.
Yeah,
You might
cool.
actually be
I
able to
didn't.
do a snippet, bro. There's probably a snippet, like an extension in the Google Web Store for it. I swear.
There's scraping and then there's snipping. Okay, gotcha. These are all new terms for me. Okay.
Snipping is more along the lines of like images.
Okay.
Scraping is literally scraping the internet for whatever your parameters you want to scrape. It's like if I want to
Yeah.
scrape, it's like search engine, you know. The difference between a search engine and scraping is scraping gets everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I
Every
mean, look, for
term that's
me,
ever
man,
used it ever, you know, type stuff. So if you want, it might
Mhm.
even be easier. I'll get you like I'll just have a bot that scrapes every single sunrise and sunset. If you
Well,
want.
yeah, I mean,
And then you just
what is it?
pop it in with the formula. We just test it with one. You can just
Man, I
have
still
it.
can't believe. Like, I swear that architects should all believe in the flat Earth. Now that I've realized it, like, it just makes so much more sense. We do solar studies in our
Flat
occupation and
Lloyd Wright,
operation.
bro.
Yeah, and when you do a solar study, I don't know if you just like look up a graph of a solar study. They clearly show an arc in the trajectory of the sun, which just doesn't make sense on a globe. The sun actually creates a circular arc across the sky, and I don't know if you guys want to hear this, but it's like a little it's looking into the etymology of the terminology arc.
It's not the first time
Because
I heard that tonight, by the way.
isn't it? Who else is talking about arcs?
We were talking about it earlier with
No way.
skywave propagation. Let me see.
Dude, it's such a big thing, eh? It's like what is it?
A solar
So,
futures study?
a solar study of
Oh, I see what
like
you're saying.
to do with
Solar study
architecture.
of a building, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Dude, I think you need to talk to Flat Lloyd about this.
No,
That?
but arc, like the term arc, is so interesting now. It's so the sun describes an arc of its trajectory as it travels through the sky. It's a curved linear path across your across your sky from your position on the Earth. It's also what is it like? That's just like a noun. So what is it? A part of a curve, especially part of the circumference of a circle, and the sun describes an arc across the sky. A luminous electrical discharge between two electrodes or other points. So, if the sun is an electrical phenomenon, it's an electrical discharge, and then it's also what was it?
It says arc first meant the movement of the sun in the sky.
When you weld something, you've got your electrical potential in the stick of like your welding stick, and then your negative where it's arcing to is the thing that you want to weld together, and they call that an arc.
Mm-hmm.
So an arc is caused when you've got an electrical potential with a resistance between two things.
Bro,
and
the Ark of the Covenant.
Dude, this is what I'm saying. It's like above us, we have an electrical high electrical potential, and then the ground Earth, and then you've got a layer of air in between, and that's your resistance, which causes the arc of the sun to project down upon the Earth. And then you've also got the ark, as in Noah's Ark, which connected the past to the present. It was a connection between ancient sort of history and then sort of what we've got now, and it was sort of like the old into the new. And then I don't really know much about the Ark of the Covenant. I wish I kind of understood that a little bit more. But
The Ark of the Covenant. Jewish and Christian tradition presents the Ark of the Covenant as the physical manifestation of God's presence and supreme power.
wasn't it like I've heard of people talking about it as if it was a
The
form
weapon.
of like a weapon or
Mhm.
something?
Yeah. It was.
Not sure, but
Ancient
yeah.
Israelites marched the Ark into battle and brought whole cities to their knees. The Ark was so sacred that touching it meant instant death. AKA, you burn up towards the sun. You know what I mean? You fly too close to the sun. I mean, yeah, I can see. I definitely see that.
Eventually, you could develop technology to actually control the sun.
Yeah.
Magnetic system, isn't it?
Rick,
Yo.
I think you would appreciate the kind of rabbit hole I went on earlier in the live stream. I want you to see.
I missed it. Sorry, I was talking to my friend and she was going through a crisis. She's a doctor.
It's all connected, bro.
She's a fucking doctor, and she's dealing with like the bullshit that's going on, and like she's waking up.
Oh,
crazy.
that's good.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you go back up, wait till you see something that looks. It says EcoStar spot beams.
Where am I looking, sir?
Previous live stream voice text up a bit more.
Oh, yep. Yeah, so you can see those solar studies too, eh? Thanks for putting that image up.
Mm-hmm. We'll keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
Project Westford. And then if you keep going up, Skywave. We were just talking about this.
I see you guys talking about Skywave while I was chatting to that friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Radio communication, Skywave, yeah, bounces off the so-called upper atmosphere, the firmament.
Look at
it's
what
so
Project
funny that they
Westford is. I found it tonight.
So
It was
Westford
around the same
Needles.
times.
Test carried out by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Lincoln Laboratory on behalf of United States military, 1961. Blah blah blah. Create an artificial ionosphere above the Earth. To create an artificial ionosphere above.
It was wild, bro.
Are they just saying that they created it, or they did create it?
No, they wanted to create an artificial one, whatever that means. The ionosphere, who knows what it actually is? Could be the firmament itself. You know what I mean? We're bouncing shit off of it.
Constantly, yeah. I noticed you guys were talking about the Maui stuff, and I was like,
now
something's odd about that Maui situation, man. Like they're fucking.
Do you remember
blue
Operation
lasers?
Starfish Prime?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Where they detonated like 100 to 200 hydrogen bombs in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so that was Operation Dominic, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. What year?
Oh, screw it if I know.
1961, 1962,
Okay.
1963. You're like that same exact era. My theory, my correlation is that they were trying to create their own like ionized fucking pockets of communication. Specifically over Hawaii, Alaska, Russia, like certain key points. And if you look at the EcoStar map, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those little hot spots.
Where's the EcoStar map?
If you go up a bit more, where you see the EcoStar 9-spot beams.
Okay, gotcha.
And if you compare that to the Operation Dominic and Starfish Prime, right? Hydrogen bombs, hydrogenization, right? Kind of like alkalining water. You know what I mean? Like ionizing the sky. And then
what does it mean to
that,
ionize? Yeah.
Well, using that as like a hot spot for their own communications. Like a secret telecommunications.
Oh, what? So that they only they know the frequencies that they're pumping out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, I mean, that's only for like. It can't just be for communicating from one to the other. Like it smacks to me of them saying that they're doing it in order to improve military communication, but in reality, they're doing a weather modification. They're
Or what-
releasing certain sort of chemicals up there in order to perform like some sort of weather maneuver.
Whatever they're doing, right? All of this shit happened around the same time frame, and that
Oh,
is
yeah.
when we got telecommunications. You know what I mean? Like it skyrocketed in terms of ability. So if you look at
Dude.
Skywave, right?
Hmm.
Skywave technology, it's called a skip. It's what shortwave of radio bands, like ham radios, like shortwave bands, and it's really popular with independent people, like independent radio stations and stuff, because you can't control it. So
Okay. Yeah.
my thing is like, what if we can create our own communications network off of these hotspots? Make our own Skywave. If it's real. I think it's real now more than ever after you connecting with this ARC shit. Like I really think so. Like I feel like things are lining up. I'm really too tired to articulate right now. Like I've been up so long.
There's that
Yeah, I
who's
just
that guy that says he wants to control the weather by 2025? That famous like presidential speech.
Was that Reagan? No.
Oh, I can't remember. Here, I'll find it before I gotta remember these things. I just remember stuff. Like I don't remember names and fucking dates and shit. He who controls the weather controls the world. Lyndon Johnson. Oh, sorry, Lyndon Johnson.
Oh yeah.
1962.
Jumbo. What's up, Luna? Welcome back.
Thank you. Nobody answered my calls.
What calls?
What were you calling about?
Dominion, or rather, yeah, Dominion Solar Energy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I'm trying to generate passive revenue for my land. And then also seeing if we could also have solar panels on our house to reduce the cost of
It's not worth
electricity. A lot of it is scams, yeah, I know.
No, like it's just not. It's actually not worth it. Trust me. It's the amount of money you spend on it, and the quote unquote money you'll make back in 10 years or whatever selling power to the grid. It's bullshit. Trust me. I'll go
Is
into
it
it
worth
later
it?
with you. No, it's
Is
not
it worth it at all? I mean, to do it off grid.
Off grid, yeah.
Well, yeah, for self-sufficiency, I
No.
think that makes sense. But selling it back to the grid might be a bit more
Yeah, that's
economically
Selling it back to the
unjustified.
I already knew
but-
that. I already knew that. But
Yeah.
I was just thinking maybe the maintenance on those freaking panels. Do they
Mhm.
actually? Is there maintenance?
They break down all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Do they pay for themselves? Because if you're just fixing that all the time and maintenance, buying new ones, and how much are you really making? You know?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I'm
Still,
so tired. I
we
can't
need it.
even pop
Because
around.
we have
the
we have a
subject.
bank. We do have a big battery bank. It's just sitting there.
Well, that's
I'm about
annoying
to
to find
go
out.
to bed, y'all. I'm
Yeah, I
beyond my
hopped in here to
bedtime.
ask you that, by the way. You're
What?
in here still. I literally just got up, by the way. I don't know if y'all can hear it. Literally. I saw you in here, so I was like, what the heck? He's
I
still
went
in
on a
here.
deep dive, bro. I'm sorry.
It's like 5th, 7th time. I don't know.
It's all
Every
Root's
time.
fault
See,
and Rick Sky's fault.
yeah, I believe it.
It's the monarchy's fault. I'm just kidding. But we'll definitely talk more, Rick, about your project. I'm down. Root, everybody in here.
Yep. Have a good night.
Luna, get some. You go to bed too. You've been up all night.
Kinda, yeah. I tried to go to bed, but then I got woken up, and then I just couldn't go back to sleep, so I decided just to stay up and work.
I feel it. All right, y'all. Well, definitely talk later. Good chats.
Alrighty.
Soon.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night. Well, that sucks.
Well, now he's gone. What are we doing? Oh, we're in the live stream. Oh shit, we have to be all tame up here. God damn.
Now because of the politics server.
Eyeballing over there.
Yeah, it's not a bad server. It grabs Flat Earth some attention because you got all those channels in there. You got everybody in there. Well, not everybody, but not the proper word. But anyways, you got a bunch of people in there. And so
There's a
they
lot
have-
of transgender people in there. I've noticed there's so many, like in all the different servers. I didn't know there was that many around.
Yeah, they're multiplying.
Yeah,
they're growing in numbers.
In
Not even
It's a vocal
trans.
bunch.
We're talking about transhumans, dude. You got people in there. Oh, dude's name is freaking Neuralink volunteer. Okay. His name's Neuralink volunteer. Okay.
He wants to go in.
I just find it difficult to have a conversation in some of the servers when it's a guy trying to do a woman's voice, and it's like I can't really.
Yeah, I can't do it.
It's me out a little bit, yeah.
You can't have a normal convo without constantly thinking, this is a dude pretending to be a girl.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You're thinking this is a dude who genuinely thinks they're a woman. It's like, and it's crazy. But,
Who we are in live stream, just be aware.
yeah, I know. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
Well, anywho's, I'm gonna figure out more ways to try to generate money for a piece of land that I have. Well, I don't technically have, but I'm trying to figure out how to generate passive income for it. Wish me best of luck.
Can you grow anything?
Yep. We have farmland.
Yeah. Politics is just they're trying to work out whether space is a vacuum or not. So sit tight, guys. They're like, oh yeah, it's got dust particles or something. Oh, it's got planets in it. Oh yeah, it's not a vacuum. Oh, it is a vacuum. Oh, fucking right.
Goodness. Got nothing to do with the Earth, huh?
Apparently not at the moment. Yeah.
Space, no space. Either way, it's got nothing to do with the Earth. Shape of the Earth.
Can hear you scream. But the sun burns using the oxygen, yeah.
Wait a minute. What is their explanation for why the sun burns?
Vacuum.
Vacuum makes it burn, but what's the fire using for fuel?
Fusion. Yeah, it's like a bunch of shit in there.
It's
There's a
what is it?
bunch.
Hydrogen. It's binding hydrogen elements together because of gravity or some shit and all that stuff. I used to kind of believe was kind of going on, you know.
Is that something we can recreate on Earth? A fire in those conditions?
Star in a jar? Not quite though.
Or in a jar, yeah. Cavitation, that's different.
in a jar is cavitation. If fusion, that's actually like burning materials, right?
Fusion is burning. No, fusion is when you supposedly, according to physics, when hydrogen molecules bind together, it's like a rearrangement of their protons and neutrons and electrons such that they start making denser and denser. So two hydrogen molecules will bind together, and they'll shoot off they'll shoot off an electrical potential, because when the two molecules bind together, there's an extra electron or an extra proton or something, and that's what shoots off the energy. I think that's the concept. And the reason why they're binding together is because the gravitational force, or the I don't know, some shit.
And I'm assuming inside their gravitational force of that sun, that's what's creating its atmosphere so it can burn. I don't know. It's gotta have oxygen.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, because the nuclear fusion is creating gas, right?
Yeah.
Gas.
Why is it creating gas?
Because the sun is supposed to have hydrogen and helium and carbon, and it says here that the sun has 1.5% oxygen.
Damn, they really probed the hell out of it, didn't they? Shit.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
But like, if it's meant to be minus negative to the, I can't remember what it is, but minus 17 torr or something. So can oxygen exist in a vacuum of minus 17 torr?
It's interesting. I would like to see the supposed chemical reactions, the chemicals, I don't call them chemicals, but whatever, of the sun being simulated on Earth inside of a vacuum. Wonder what
I've
happens.
just randomly looked at, I was just randomly looking at stats on the sun, and you said like they must have probed the sun well, and apparently they had the fastest spacecraft to go around the sun. It's called the Parker Solar Probe. Guess how long it took? 66 hours. What a coincidence.
Fancy
funny
that.
I couldn't have guessed that. 66 hours to go around the sun. Okay.
Why does everything end in 666? It's really weird.
Yeah. Fuck knows.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what those critters do. They like to sit in that little dark space that I've seen called unreality, the void. They'll sit inside that void in dream space and just think of this crazy shit. That's what they do. And they come
It is
out.
interesting. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
And they come out and they bring this shit into reality.
I think the numbers are them putting their seal on things, so that other people that know these people, they can recognize it straight away. And you see it in the news stories and stuff, like when 33 pops up 66. That's what I think anyway. They're just putting their seal on it so they know which brand it is.
Well, the sun's radius is apparently 696,000 miles, so there's another 3 sixes if you spin the 9.
Yep.
6 and 9, which is 6 is number for man, and number 9 is number for magic.
Well,
So
you've
6
seen those.
6
have you
is
seen
man being the key, and then 9 being the magic. So man being the magic.
It's the what are the antimicrobial or antibacterial washes? It kills 99.9% of all germs, and you flip those 9s upside down.
Everything's
buggers.
always $9.99 all the time on sale.
Yep.
The emergency number in the UK is 999.
Holy shit.
There you go. Well, you've got it worse. You've got 911. That's your emergency number. 911. In Japan, it's the other way around. It's 119.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh yeah. And then supposedly Jesus is supposedly his birth. Was it birth or death? That gem, I came in and forgot his stuff. It was around that time, September 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6s keep popping up. It's kind of sus.
The fact that, you know, it will tell you straight here that there is oxygen, helium, all these gases in the sun. But then when you speak to an anti-flat earther, they'll tell you about nuclear fusion without addressing the fact that these creates gases in a supposed vacuum of minus 17 torr. Important.
I'm absorbing.
Yeah, like.
Yeah. Crazy world, man. Hell of an experience.
Everything is really demonic. And it's getting progressively worse. I mean, I know that this has nothing to do with Flat Earth, but I guess
Everything to deal with it. Do with it.
I've never looked at the Bible in such a way where it makes sense. Like everything points in that direction.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
From the one that made sense to be. Yeah.
I mean, if there's ever an age of the Great Deception, it kind of feels like we're in it.
Yeah.
Well, it's that too. It's an age of many things.
It's just the thing, like, if Lucifer is really real, like,
Incorrect name.
Satan.
Yes.
What was? Can I ask why the definition of those two different things? What's the difference?
Lucifer would be his correct name, his good name that he had when he was in heaven, when he was a good boy.
Lucifer, the god, or the angel of music and light.
Yes. That's his good name. He don't have that name no more though.
Do you know where the Bible says he lives? On the earth today, where the Bible says he lives.
Where does he live?
No.
Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Yeah. There's some quote in the Bible where it's about where Satan resides, and that town that's named is called some other town today in Switzerland. So.
What is it called now?
Well, I can tell you his last location. His last location was in Texas.
What? Where are you getting this information?
Don't worry about it.
That's not an accurate source of information.
No, it is. No, it's not at all.
His last location. Wait, what?
That's scary.
What?
Scary if they did quote Switzerland, because we know Switzerland is the head of the Illuminati now, basically.
Is it?
Yeah. Something's going on in Switzerland. It was the during the war. It was the middle ground where they all agreed that no one should fire the shots, and they all met in there, and you had all the generals all conversing and working out their strategies, and even from the Allies to the power of Axis, it was all happening in Switzerland. So it's almost as if. What's that? Sorry.
Allies. Allied. Yeah, I lied with you, all right? Allied.
What did you lie about?
I'm just playing. Go ahead.
You've got CERN there as well. in Switzerland. Never had any wars. All the money's protected there. You can't touch it in a Swiss bank. All that stuff.
Wow, this is interesting. I need to look further into this.
And then in
Any history that's never been invaded.
Yeah, in towns in Switzerland as well, there's all sorts of weird statues up of like kids being abused and shit like that. You know, like fucking really, really bad statues.
What?
Yeah, Switzerland's weird.
It's such a peaceful place. At least when I rolled through there for a couple of days when I toured Europe, and you got like waterfalls in amongst the mountains in this valley. It's just amazing. And then you find out there's this sort of darker element of what's going on maybe inside of it.
I didn't know it was Switzerland though. I thought it would be more like Geneva or somewhere by Bohemia or something.
That's so interesting.
I didn't think it'd be Switzerland. That was his main place.
I mean, it might not be. I mean, that's a speculation I've heard from people who know a bit more about the Bible than what
I mean, sorry.
My mate's in Amsterdam right now. I bet he's gonna go visit one of the cafes. Cheeky bugger. He didn't tell me he was in Amsterdam. Oh, far out. Cool. Anyway, sorry. How's your work, guys?
Oh.
Where's the evil?
I see the evil statues in Switzerland, yep. These are pretty wild. Dude eating children. Wow.
A war, put it that way.
Well, I got an early lick at him. I can tell you that.
I think they had that weird opening ceremony for that tunnel in Switzerland as well. I think it was Switzerland where it was just like, it looks super demonic. Like,
holy crap.
Crazy demonic for a tunnel.
There's literally a statue of Baphomet with two kids. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, that one.
Tube, Switzerland ritual and tunnel, and watch this fucking crazy shit.
Yeah. Is that the one where they do the dance? Let me guess, it's got vampire chick in it too. In the video.
Yep, it's crazy.
What the fuck? Wow.
If you watch it and try and decode it, it feels like such a slap in the face to the people. Like the message they're telling you is, you are ours. Like your soul is ours.
I don't give a shit either way.
Your soul is.
Put
Sorry,
a small
mate.
diameter thermal barrack bomb in your freaking face. It ain't like that.
Parts of the show proved very popular with some of those in the audience. Wow, these are like fucking business suit. Fucking what the? This is quite revealing. Well,
Yeah, Switzerland's a rabbit hole on its own.
yeah. I have to do a deep dive for sure. Need to know more.
It's considered the only true neutral country in the world.
There's never been a war there? Ever?
Nope, no wars. No history of wars. No invasions. Nobody fucks with Switzerland.
You go back in the history, a couple thousand years, that country, a lot of movements. A lot
Isn't
of funds being, consolidated there and then ran to other places.
they have free healthcare there? I know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do, yeah. Oh, yeah, they have the communist model.
Yep. I was best friends with two people that were from Russia and also Switzerland, and I had bad fallouts with both of them.
Wow. I'm surprised you made it that far to be friendship. Would have been the first few hours. We wouldn't have been friends. What? You're a fucking commie.
No, man, definitely wouldn't say that.
I'd be, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go find some other friends. Go find some other guys.
Don't mind my cat in the background. He's just dying of starvation. Isn't there, what's happening?
No, I'm watching this opening ceremony of the tunnel, and there is like a cherub. There's a like a topless chick with a weird mask on with wings.
Really?
And there's like firemen dancing below him. Or
Look
her.
close.
Yeah.
Is there? She got a tail?
You can look it
Oh,
up. It's pretty weird.
I'll go back to this. Has she got a tail? No, I see no tail.
Okay. Never know. I'm just looking, you know.
It's unclear what German, French, and Italian leaders who were all present made of the ceremony. Oh my god. What is this?
I know, yeah, I wonder what the significance of that tunnel was. We should look at it.
Yeah, they've been building them suckers since the 50s, man. They build them over there from running them lines, the conundrums underneath the water from America to the United Kingdom to the freaking Europe, run those land wires down for the communication.
What is
back
this
then.
tunnel?
And then they started doing the tunnels too at the same time, and then always been doing it, using those big old freaking drill worms to freaking build tunnels for them.
This
Just
is
put that thing
scary.
down there. You put that thing down there, and that thing just does the work for you. You just have someone do maintenance on it, and that thing just slowly drills holes in the ground, tunnels, makes the tunnel for you, and puts the stuff on the wall and everything. Big ass machines.
This
Earthing
tunnel
machines.
is actually really intense to look at.
Yeah, when they do it, it's these big machines that just it's a big worming machine. It just freaking does it for you. They build these machines, and it builds the tunnel, the whole tunnel in one pass, pretty much. As it's eating the earth, it's making the tunnel too.
Well, I meant like just the picture of this tunnel is really intense. It's like a concrete slab in the like deep underground with lights and like cross paths and shit. Like,
Yep.
it's fucking scary.
Oh yeah, they got lots of that shit on the ground, all over the place, and they're interconnected. Freaking weirdos. Only criminals would have to do such a thing. To build something such elaborate with such a network for them to escape when justice comes out to find them. They got this huge network to go fly around in and hide in underground.
My guess would be the tunnels. Well, maybe one of its purposes is for the other scumbags like these to escape to Switzerland. They can
Oh
just
yeah,
get
although
there.
if you really
from
dive,
Italy and Germany.
oh yeah, if you really dive into the whole tunnel thing, you'll see how big this net goes. They got this shit connected across the world, dude. Freaking country to country. They probably have secret freaking rails already that only they use. Who knows? High speed rails and shit. At least one good solid high speed rail we probably don't know about. see why not. That would be perfect for what they do. Have a high-speed rail going underneath the ocean like that. From the States to United Kingdom. I mean, that'd be freaking dope, actually. Have a full-on tunnel.
So I'm
Yeah,
looking
that'd
at
be
Switzerland.
Imagine if you could see through it too. It'd be aquatic. You'd be driving through a highway underwater. You can see through this tunnel, and you can see that under the water. That'd be so cool, honestly.
So I looked up Switzerland's political stability, and apparently it's like unanimously fucking amazing. Apparently, I've never seen something, I guess, so perfect. Like, oh yeah, everybody's cool. You know, human rights.
Yeah,
You know, people are like,
that's
happy with what's going on.
oh yeah, that's the plan. They give this neutral country. It's got perfect quote unquote. You know, so I'll have them be the leader in that. See, you know, we just do it like them. You know, they'll be ahead of the pack. They'll use them as an excuse, basically. It works for them. It works for everybody else.
I heard that there was some political stuff going on in Switzerland, though. People were getting raped. What was it? Probably shouldn't talk about this in live stream.
Yeah, that's not.
Bit late.
That's a bit traumatizing.
Apparently, they want immigrants in Switzerland. I've seen some stuff about paying people to go over there if you're under a certain age and start a family or bring a family, things like that.
That's also Ireland as well. They have programs, I think, where you can go over there and start a new business if you are able to involve the Irish people into your business and make it profitable.
Sounds like they're hurting. Sounds like someone's hurting when they start asking
sure.
like that.
Yeah, Portugal's doing the same thing too with the business owners.
Yeah. I wonder what's up.
They probably did too much damage. That's probably what they did from the COVID thing. They did too much damage, and it's falling apart too fast, and so they got to re-inject more funds. They don't want it falling apart too fast. They want it to fall apart on their deadline.
I don't want to bring this topic up to it, but just as far as Switzerland is concerned, it was so Swiss president and former Minister of Health, Alain Berset, under investigation by the attorney. False statements surrounding the effectiveness of the COVID vaccine stuff. I won't talk any further on that topic.
Yeah, definitely not.
But it's part of the headlines. Like, it's just, you know, this is Switzerland. It's kind of interesting that this stuff was coming, like, it came, what would you say, like, we're sort of talking as if Switzerland seems to be this sort of beacon of perfection, apparently.
Yeah,
No, it's gonna have its stuff too. You have to.
Yeah.
It's gonna have its form of justice too, because if you don't, you can't appease people. It won't look real enough. So you gotta have that bad guy, good guy event every now and then. One guy trying to reveal something, really, he's probably in on it too.
Yeah. All of the headlines say under investigation. It doesn't look like they've actually come to any conclusion on it. I doubt if they ever will. Eh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's there for us righties, or right wingers, you know, justice guys, grassroots. Oh, at least they're doing something. You know, that's good enough. Okay.
So
keep us cooled off.
Ugh. What part in Switzerland is he residing in? Does anyone know?
Is who residing in?
What, the health minister?
Oh, the health minister. Oh, right, okay. I don't know.
I don't know. Dead center somewhere. Yeah.
But it's meant to be a specific place in Switzerland where the devil resides. Let me see.
Yeah. That guy.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe he resides there. He goes all over. Dude. He's got multiple places, dude.
That's his resting place or something like that.
I gotta what? Hold on.
I heard one of them was actually Texas, to tell you the truth.
No, it mentions it in the Bible. It mentions a specific town, and that town is this town in Switzerland. And I'm not saying that's where he lives if he's even real. I'm just saying that's what the Bible says.
Oh, he's real. Little fucker.
Oh yeah, he's real. I'm pretty sure of that.
Watch the.
What's it called?
Got to bash his head in. That's how it really is.
Geneva.
Yeah, that place.
Geneva, Switzerland. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I did say that, didn't I? Okay, how did I not know that was in Switzerland? I'm an idiot. Yeah, that is this place.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I don't know how I forgot that. I forgot that was even in Switzerland.
That's where CERN is, Geneva.
Yeah, forget that
Did
too.
you guys know about
it
like
covers
Final Fantasy
multiple
VII?
nations.
You know about Final Fantasy VII?
Oh yeah.
Literally, Sephiroth's mom is Geneva.
God.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And she's supposed to be like evil incarnate, so that's interesting.
Yeah. So
Ooh,
oh, I don't think that's supposed to be there. Bad joke. For a second, take a cup of coffee.
I might second that and make a coffee myself.
What happened to the tea drinkers? Do they not exist in America? I'm going to drink a cup of tea.
I think they're a dying breed in the UK as well. Nowhere near extinct, but I think the numbers are decreasing.
The information about caffeine and how bad it is for you, that teas would become more popular, but guess not.
Well, there was that rumor spread around that I don't know if it's a rumor that they said tea's got more caffeine than coffee, and it's just such a load of shit. You'd have to eat the tea bag. There's probably more caffeine in a tea bag, but you're only dipping it in the water and taking it out again.
Taking into account that tea drinkers drink more tea over the day or something.
I don't know. But I've switched now to filter coffee instead of. So I'm not on the instant coffee, which is like the British thing, isn't it? Or at least it used to be. And I'm not on the espresso. Filter coffee. That's where it's at. It's like a nice in between. It's not as strong as an espresso, and it's not as weak and tasteless as an instant.
Coffee's processed, so I think you're adding a lot of shit into your coffee there.
What do you mean adding shit? I'm just I've got organic coffee. I don't have a machine or nothing. Well, I have a little contraption. I don't know what it's called. I just put the coffee in that and pour water through it.
You know, the instant coffee that you buy. Not you.
Oh no, yeah, I don't buy it, but yeah, I know which one you mean. Yeah.
You.
Haven't they? In the instant coffees.
Yeah, the instant coffee. It's got to be just loads of chemicals and shit on it.
Yeah. How else is going to be instant?
I'm reading here that caffeine prevents iron absorption. And
Dude,
I
no.
can
I
buy
got
into that.
well, so iron is like so when you look at the symbology of iron, it's associated with the masculine, and men have more iron in their bodies than what women do. Women have more copper. But if caffeine is reducing iron absorption, then it is potentially emasculating us boys. Bit of a worry. I drink too much of it.
I'm going to stick that one on the back burner for now. I'll
Yeah,
think
don't
of
think
it.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just
Coffee
you
makes
don't.
it okay.
The addiction's better. Okay. Oh shit.
Don't
I'm
forget your
getting
spiritual
bad
enlightenment,
vibes.
though. In terms of your health, don't forget about your spiritual enlightenment. Come on now. There are some things, yeah, we know it hurts us and this and that. You do too much of it, we know, but there's some things it's like it's not gonna hurt you. It's kind of based on belief. And if you're abusing it, of course it's gonna hurt you. Yeah, I don't see caffeine really reducing too much. I drink a lot of it myself. It's whatever.
What 4 cups? Like, am I a lady boy
Yeah.
at 4 cups, or what's the go? Like, what
Yeah, that's what I'm
happens?
asking.
Oh, it's on the 5th cup you
Titties.
become.
Shit. It's like who tested that, how long and this and that. How long did they probe that guy for?
That does make sense. You do see a lot of the trans people drinking Monster energy drinks.
Oh yeah.
They love that
No,
shit.
Quick question, everybody.
It's definitely true. I mean, caffeine's, yeah, drink too much of it, you're going to get the bad part of it. It's going to mess with your energy a little bit. Due to our convenience of having these substances so easily, we've turned it into everyday habits. When normally back then, you probably wouldn't have it every morning or every day. Normally on the body, you probably just have a little cup. And then the cups we have are, at least my cup, mine's huge. Big stainless steel, full size cup, that sucker's full of coffee. It's more than a cup. And then I fill it with that freaking creamer, and that creamer's not good. It's got soy in it, so explains my boobs. No, I'm just kidding. No, those things have been there since birth. I've always had a little chest on me for a little guy. Not even 30 yet. Still 140 pounds.
What's that in kilos?
Yeah, it's
I'll just find out.
I might beat you to it, probably.
63 kilos of beat you. I'm at
Dang it.
I'm 54 kilos. Yeah.
Hey, Super Spinning.
Yeah.
Got a question for you. Do you feel as if the Blue Beam Project Blue Beam, and Flat Earth have any ties together?
Project Bluebeam, that's the supposed fake alien invasion. I guess, is that what it is? Yeah.
Yes.
I guess they're tied as in like you'd need to create space to create aliens. So
yeah, you need the
I
globe
guess
model.
there's loads of ties. Yeah, you need the
Heliocentric
globe
model.
model
or
to make
aliens to work.
for aliens to work.
Because if
Yeah.
you know
Interesting.
they're coming from here, even though there's even aliens in our model, but in this either reality or whatever, I don't know what you want to call it, they got to have them coming down like there's something else. Because if you knew they were coming from below, coming from here terrestrially, you'd react differently. The surprise wouldn't be there.
So, like, what if, right? So, the Antarctic Treaty is till 2045, right? What if there's like some form of agreement between this controlled world and the external world where they sort of, at 2045, that's the agreed upon time that, they're allowed to cross over or something happens.
Oh yeah, I mean you got spiritually and prophetically, yeah. You got that Euphrates River over there drying up. When that happens, that's supposed to be a sign too.
Well,
They
what
start
I think
coming out of the
they do
pit. The
is
weirdos coming out of the pit.
recently there's been loads of articles about in the future how we're going to be mining on the moon. I'm sure we're getting set up to mine on the moon. And they've been saying weird stuff about crossing the oceans and going to Antarctica and mixing it all together, right? And I think what they're going to do is they're going to start mining and getting resources from Antarctica and saying they're getting it from the moon.
Oh yeah. Who knows?
Potentially.
They always do that. You remember, they're always going to throw little stuff out to keep you biting, keep you nibbling. And that's on both sides. That's their side, their people's, our people's. They always do that. Buddy. Give you a little information for us, a little information for them.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if the space aliens whole thing doesn't work out for them, I still feel like with the space model, they can just say that the Earth is passing through the Oort cloud, and that
Yeah.
what is it, one sort of million years asteroid supposedly they start raining down upon Earth, and with the way that they can cloud up the atmosphere, the way they do it, you wouldn't know what's coming in.
Oh yeah. That's why they got everybody buffaloed. The majority of the
They're just
people buffaloed.
buffaloed. I
And
haven't turned that term.
I haven't used it in a long time either, so
Is that to do with like American buffalo? Sort of something to do with like
I don't even know. What the hell does that mean?
right,
What the hell?
buffaloed. Yeah, right.
Buffaloed.
Oh, is that because they went extinct or something?
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah, they went almost extinct.
Yeah.
Still very traumatizing. It's a big event. Put it that way.
They'll be able to do something with the aliens where they don't technically lie to us and we just all presume it's in space.
We call
Where,
aliens, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, sorry. So they're going to say they're from space, and like I have space in my apartment. Space has multiple meanings, so technically they've not lied. Or they'll say outer space, and outer space could be the outer space of whatever Earth is. It could be Antarctica somewhere.
Yes, we're watching a video right now. The admin about the very subject we're talking about, alien stuff, deception.
They can come here, the speed of light. It might happen on Friday. The fake alien invasion. Let's start on Friday. Have any of you guys ever seen the Deagle report? That's really scary stuff. If you live in any Western countries.
What's up, y'all? Mighty quiet in here.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission.
gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
I'm trying to see the curve. Oh, wait, that's fake. Just another fisheye lens. Let's look at the ships at sea. They're getting farther now. Oh, they're not disappearing. And hey, there's a land that I should not see. But as I'm staring right at it, all this time did I believe in a big lie? Could I not see the earth was a straight line? I never saw a curve, never saw a curve. Only NASA's rendition, they say it's CGI. I opted to test, show no curve, but a straight line. The earth doesn't curve, the earth doesn't curve. It seems never, 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 never to me. It seems there was never a curve, never a curve.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we wanna know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let
about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time,